Hello, welcome everyone. Normal America show, host robnoerr. Now, I switched up my microphone a little because Candace fans were mean to me. And apparently, the other day when I lost my voice, I was breathing heavy because I'm a big fat, out of shape asthmatic. So I'm going to do a couple mic adjustments while I'm on here. And I wanted to know if you all could let me know if it sounds all right. So I'm going to say this sentence. I'm going to say, how you all doing today? Hope you're doing good. And then let me know if it's any different now. Does this sound all right to you? I hope that it'll be the same. So I'm muted now. Forget the mic, get in shape. Fuck you. No, I'm just kidding. I've been doing all right. Sounds the same. Good. All right. We'll work with this then. Well, I was yelling because I lost my voice. So then I had to yell when I was on the space. I actually planned on taking that night off, but then the intrepid Mr. Coombe reached out to me. Interview with SItch and Adam should be in about an hour and 15 minutes. So we'll look forward to that. It's going to be on the Andrew Candace debate. I think I got 2 more nights of this. I'm not saying I'll be completely done, but I do have a plan for what I'm going to move on to. I realize now I've been doing good this week, focusing on this debate. So I think what I should do is start focusing on individual content creators and go heavy on them. So I actually have my next month of shows lined up. I have a target, my friends. Nah, it's a bigger enemy than the left. I'm going to. What I realize is there's things that I could do that are more important than just politics. And so everybody's been calling for it. No one's been able to take him down. It's going to be me. I'm moving on exclusively to calling out DarksydePhil. That's right. I'm going to destroy this man and his Gengar that he's so proud of. I will not leave him get away with his... Who? Oh my goodness. You guys don't know DarksydePhil. DarksydePhil is my guilty pleasure. I love watching the clips of him. I don't know why. He just cracks me up. It's too much. He's so good. It's Legacy. Oh man. It's peak, man. It's too much. Oh man. If you guys don't know DarksydePhil, just stop watching me and go follow DarksydePhil. You won't regret it. He's just he's a video game streamer who's the worst video game player like of all time. And he's just, oh my goodness. I saw this clip of him. I'll see if I can find it. I couldn't stop laughing. Where he's talking about how his life's going good. Yeah, it's like, the best part is what makes him great is like he's cringe, but he's legitimate cringe. Like he's not putting on an act. He is this. This is who he is. All right, here we go. Brace yourself.
It doesn't matter how much I improve myself, which you can see that I'm actively improving myself every single day.
Me too.
Right? It doesn't matter how much I improve the set. It doesn't matter how much I improve the gameplay. It doesn't matter that I implement new stuff into the content that you guys ask for. It's all never going to be good enough because of these life loser, toxic idiots. Therefore, I don't give a fuck. Here's what I'm going to say. You ready?
You ready?
For this?
Here we go. This guy's life's going. Here we go. You ready?
I have Mega Gengar EX. It's over $400. I have Team Rocket's Mewtwo.
No!
It's $170.
Oh,
I have an amazing set. I have an awesome card collection.
Yeah.
I have an amazing life.
Yeah.
I have a army of dedicated fans and viewers who love me. And
well, you can't argue with that. He has a Gengar and a Mewtwo. That's right. How many adult men out there have both a Gengar and a Mewtwo? Now you're not laughing, are you? Now you realize you didn't know. You're out there working your 9 to 5 with your beautiful wife and children. You didn't know there's some dude out there playing video games with a Gengar and a Mewtwo. Yeah. So how about that? That's what your life could have been. Oh, I'm sorry. It was Team Rocket's Mewtwo. And it was a Gengar EX or something. Oh, it's so good. You want to talk shit to me? I got a Gengar. I got a Mewtwo. How about that? Oh, man. Hey, at least we all have something to aspire to now. Oh, man. That's what I was born to do. I was born to pick fights with dudes like that. Be like, oh, yeah, I got a Charizard. How about that, DarksydePhil? How do you like those apples? Oh, man. Oh, it's good stuff. He's married. Good for him. I would have started off, if I was bragging about my life, I'd say I have an awesome son, a beautiful wife. I'd have put the Pokemon cards further down the list. But not Phil. He's leading with the with the Pokemon cards. Oh, man. Oh, it's so good. So I went yesterday. I went camping, my friend's birthday, and it downpoured on us the whole time. But my son loved it because he just played in the mud and the rain the whole time. He had a good time. But I took the day off. I did watch Andrew Wilson's stream where he was dropping evidence. So we'll talk about that a little. And like I said, I got this interview coming up in about an hour. So we'll do that. And then I'll probably do some I'm Speaking Now later tonight. My hit show where we celebrate proud black women. You know. Good stuff. Promised Shapiddler updates. Who promised those? Not me, I hope. Some drunken stupor. I saw he was trying to pick on me on X. He's a weird guy because he's like Beetlejuice. If you mention him, then he appears. And I'd prefer not. No, I'm not playing with my feet. I'm playing with my wrist. A bug bite. I foolishly went into the woods without spraying off on me or bug spray, and then I paid the price. So, rookie mistake. But my friend was supposed to. He goes to an MMA gym, and he was going to do his first professional fight next week. We were going to go watch. The guy he was fighting. It was going to be a kickboxing match. And the guy he's fighting is a kickboxer who's like 9-1, who he spars with. And this dude's opponent dropped out, so they asked my friend to do it. So it was going to actually be a sanctioned fight. And apparently the other guy couldn't do it. But my friend was like, he's like, I was going to get my ass kicked. Like, this dude is legit a kickboxer, and I'm not. I'm just a guy who started MMA to work out, and he's good, but this guy's an actual fighter who's 9-1. He's like, but it's a weird thing because the guy that's 9-1, it's sort of a no-win proposition for him. If he wins, he beats a 0-0 guy, and so no one's impressed. But if you lose, You look like a chump. You just lost to a guy who never had a fight. That's what he said. He trains MMA. He doesn't do kickboxing. I was like, well, what was your strategy? Were you going with like the puncher's chance? Just try to get in close and land one haymaker? Because probably if the other guy's been doing this for a while, he's probably more skilled than you. But he's the guy I told you. We gave him the fighting nickname because all fighters have to have a nickname. So we came up with the name The Frustrator, which I think's, for my money, the greatest fighting nickname of all time. You don't want to fight the Frustrator. You might win, but you're not going to have a good time fighting the Frustrator. You know? Is Phil the guy who was caught enjoying himself on stream? Well, I enjoy myself on stream all the time. I don't know. You guys, you don't like Josh? You don't like the name The Frustrator? Come on. It's a great name. All right, we'll get into real stuff in the show here. I'm done gibbering about my life. My life's very exciting. I could just come on here and talk about my life all day, every day. I think you guys would be pleased. It's an exciting life. But we know why you're here, to hear me rant about politics. The Defenestrator. That'd be good. The guy he trains under he fought MMA professionally. I think he had 1 or 2 UFC fights. His fighter nickname was the Death Star, which is pretty badass. I think the Steelers have a good year. I think they'll limp into the playoffs and lose in the first round, is my guess. But I'm hoping Drew Allar, however you say his name, ends up being the real deal. Did you guys see the Native American dude for the Cowboys that gave the speech after the game? Here, see if I can find it. It's pretty badass. Native Americans are crazy, right? Like, not like the Elizabeth Warren ones, but like legitimate Native Americans. Because most of them are just, I've known, I knew some actual Indians growing up. And they're just normal people, right? But there's this like mystique. You can get away with shit, right? Like if you talk a certain way, if you're Native American, you sound like, you know, you can get away with like getting kicked out of the bar and be like, my people bled for this land, you know, and say some shit that comes off sounding spiritual and shit, but really you're just like getting kicked out of a bar. So that's how this comes across. But I'll admit, it was cheesy, but I liked this. So here's this guy. He's probably not going to make the team. He was undrafted, but it is Dallas, so I mean they suck all the time. We'll see.
This game, this star, this team will make us brothers.
Hey man, hey, be quick.
That was an incredible win. I am very fortunate to be amongst you and to play in the same field where the same star hold it on our chest. And I'm proud of us. I'm proud of how far we've come. Man, this game, fate brought us here as strangers, but this game, this star, this team will make us brothers.
You can't say that as a white guy. Like, as a white guy, if I was like, fate brought us here, they'd be like, what are you, fucking into astrology or something? Sit down. Just say good game. You'll buy us dinner afterwards or whatever. But, you know, this is good stuff. I was reading about the guy, like, apparently, this is funny, but apparently he, one of the notes from his coaches, like in college or whatever, was that they tried to get him to be meaner because he's like too nice. It was funny. I was explaining the other day. I was like that in debate. So in college debate, because we didn't have a huge budget, I went to Clarion University. It was a small state school. We basically debated at tournaments. We'd go to 1 or 2 big national tournaments a year. But most of the time we were debating on the East Coast. So maybe as far north as New York, and then we would go down maybe to Georgia. A lot of DC and New York area we debated in. So you would see the same teams and same judges a lot. And most of the time at the high levels of debate, it's close. Like there's very few like this team clearly won and this team clearly lost. It happens, but it's sort of like professional sports. Like you'd take the worst team in the NBA and they would still dominate any other, high school or whatever, So it was like that. Like they'd be close. And a lot of times what would happen would be you would have these judges that subconsciously, they don't want to argue with you. And I was a coach and a judge. It sucks. You vote against a team and they'll want to sit there and argue with you for 3 hours. It's sort of a pain in the ass. Let's see. Yeah, okay. And so my coach told me, he was like, my partner was this Buddhist hippie. He didn't give a shit if we ever won a round. I was very competitive. I wanted to win, but I was very nice. So if I lost, I would just be like, oh, well, thanks. Anything I could do to get better. And I'd take notes and that would be that. And my coach was like, look, I'm not telling you to be a dick. No, I was going to take a nap, is what that was, and wake up and start streaming at 6. But I forgoed the nap and worked on my audio issues instead. Anyways, my coach was like, if you'd stop being so nice and if you'd start grilling the judges, you'd win more. And he's right. He was absolutely right. Because you'd see these same judges all the time. And when I started pushing harder, like, well, why'd you vote against me? I disagree. All of a sudden, the next time they judged me, I ended up winning more. Not always, but considerable. It was noticeable. So I could relate. What I'm trying to say is I'm basically like an Indian. I'm basically Native American. My people have a deep spiritual connection to this land. So, I get it. I get it, Dallas Cowboy guy. Well, let's see where to start. First, let's read Super Chats. We have a modest goal today of $300,000. I hear that's the going rate for a couple hours of work now. State of things. Thanks for the 100. Coming in hot. Thank you. Says, hey, Rome. Long time no dono. Please, don't worry about it, man. Says, paying my dues. I do appreciate it, though. Thank you. Wanted to say great job at keeping the candy cult accountable for the lack of evidence. Keep it up. Love the work y'all doing out here. Also, Rec DSP. I don't know. Candace Owens is one thing. DSP, that's playing with fire, man. Thank you. I really appreciate it, State of Things. Thank you. Yamaha Banshee, $2 says DSP is if Brian Shapiro was a gamer. Jefferson C, $2 says, but Rob needs that money for his bills. Oh, that's right. And then 2 more says, Rob will begin doing 12-hour detractor streams. Why not? Megamax, $20 says, no, Rob, don't try to pill the Phil. He's the immortal cockroach of YouTube. He'll outlist us all. He beat the IRS. Nobody beats the IRS. Don't fall into the tractor temptation. The legend himself, DarksydePhil. Joseph Romano, $10 says, blessings and blessings upon you, my friend. Piano Dean, what's happening, man? It's been a while. $5 says, the only Native Americans I ever met got me so drunk I was spitting kings at the blackjack table. Yeah, the folks I knew growing up, they had like names that were clearly Indian, like Lightning. They were fine. I never had a problem with them. It was just normal people about town. The Cynic, $50 says, putting in the work, don't one step back. Thank you, man. I'm trying. And Jabroni Big Time, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. So, all right, I have things to talk about regarding Andrew's stream last night, some other stuff that's going on with this. Like I said, I have an interview with SItch and Adam about the Andrew Candace debate and the Tyler Robinson trial, and then hopefully other things. But there's a lot to talk about. First thing I want to talk about, thank you, K-Train. I appreciate that. So it's weird being a streamer. I don't know which would how other people do it. For me, I streamed as a hobby. I did home health care, working with adults with disabilities. I would come home at night or when I had a time and I would stream for 2 or 3 hours. And I just was very poor, like poor technical skills. I just had a little Logitech microphone, a little cheap, or Logitech Cam, a little cheap microphone. And I'd hit stream and that was it. I just talk about what I want. And for years, I had a very small audience. Maybe 5, 20 or 30, and then maybe 60 on a good day. And I was very proud, though, that anybody watched me. If you think about it, imagine like talking at the bar or something about politics and 4 or 5 people are like listening to you. I think that's pretty cool. So, you know, I was never upset about lack of people watching or anything. I was just happy it was a place to come on and for me to vent. So I didn't have to talk to my wife about politics. She gets tired of hearing me, and that was that. And I had the good fortune of, because it wasn't a job, that I didn't, and this is going to sound shitty, but I hope it's not. I didn't have to care what the audience wanted. And that's probably a good reason that I never grew that much, because I could just talk about what I liked. And if I only made $2, that was okay. It was just a hobby. You know, once it became my full-time job, then it's different. And I can understand how streamers get audience captured, because to a certain degree, if 3 years ago, if I was streaming and I wanted to come on and I wanted to talk about DarksydePhil playing Resident Evil for 2 years, I'd have did it. Now, if I did that, probably a lot of people that tune in and expect a certain thing are like, I don't like this. What's this guy doing? Right? Now, the reason I bring this up is I'm not someone who usually gets into big dramatic spats with people. It happens from time to time. I am being sued, so I mean, that happens. But generally speaking, I think most of the people that watch me a lot could say I probably am less likely to get into like fights. If I'm getting into arguments with people, it's usually about debates we've had or their, political positions or rhetoric. It's probably not going into their family life or stuff like that. And so I've had the good fortune then of being able to focus mostly on the argument. And I haven't had my family brought into a lot or anything like that. Now there's psychos. I got reported to my work a couple times and, people reporting me when they found out where I worked. And, I had, people dox me and shit like that. So, I mean, it happens, but I'm also using my real name and I ran for Congress. So, I mean, whatever. But this situation with Candace is a little different. And this isn't even about, I've had people send me some shitty messages. No death threats. People saying they hope I die. People saying that I'm probably a bad parent. I'm evil. I violated Candace's kid space. That shit all sucks, but that's not what I'm talking about here. I've had several people reach out to me furious. I don't know if furious is the right word. They're like, we're over the Candace Owens stuff. We're over it. We're over the debate she had with Andrew. You're sticking up for your boy, but we're over it. We're over the topic. We're over the Tyler Robinson trial. We just don't give a shit anymore. And I have to say, I sympathize with that view. Now, I've had stretches where I've talked about one story for like 2, 3, 4 weeks at a time. In fact, during the Trump impeachment trial, my goodness, I probably talked about it like 11 days straight, every day, like 4 or 5 hours at a time. So I get it. If that was a topic that you weren't interested in, probably for that 2 weeks, you're like, I'm not going to watch this guy. And it sucks because some of the people are supporters of mine and they want me to talk about like more mainstream politics of the day. And I understand that. But I just wanted to explain my position and why I'm still talking about this. Because I've received enough people and I was kind of pissy about it, but then I'm like, why am I being pissy? People have the right to like what they want. So, So I personally think that the assassination of Charlie Kirk really affected me. I think it did. Not because I was the biggest Charlie Kirk fan, or I talked about him a lot, or I knew him personally, or even I knew the people at Turning Point. I didn't talk about them much. But I've talked about it a lot on this channel, that you can't help but put yourself in his place when I'm going on public events, way smaller than him, obviously, but still, I debate crazy left-wing people. I'm probably more extreme than Charlie Kirk. So you really see just how crazy our political system's coming. We see assassination attempts all the time, and then you see this guy get killed. And then you saw the left celebrate it. Now, I've been quite clear. My mission politically is to destroy the left. That's it. I'm not a deep philosophical thinker. I'm not. I'm just a redneck. I happen to be a pretty good debater. I have an interest in politics. That's it. I'm not a deep person. I don't have to be, because I'm lucky, because I have a family that's wonderful, and I have a community that's wonderful. And that's it. I don't have to pontificate deeply on life. And maybe that's wrong. Maybe I should more, but that's who I am. And so I just dislike the left. I dislike what I've seen them becoming politically. But I'm also a nice, polite person, maybe to a fault. So I don't have like personal animosity against most of the people. I just hate their worldview. And I want to destroy their worldview. And I think for most of them, they'll be better off if my worldview would start to take precedent. And I've seen the left for a long, long time. And I'm friends with some people that are on the left. But, you know, college debate was the left of the left. I started that in 2003. It's lunacy, absolute lunacy. And I saw it. And I would go there, and then I would come home to all my redneck friends and be like, you're not going to believe the shit these people are talking about. You're going to believe the shit they want to do for this country. Like, I'm talking about walking into rounds and losing a round because I said you guys to two women, and I lose because I misgendered them. That's 2003, 2004. This shit was happening. And I was like, it's coming. This shit's coming. These people are really, they're like Ivy League people. They're going to be the lobbyists, the lawyers, the professors, the politicians. These people I'm debating. And so I've been fighting this for a long time. That doesn't mean that I'm F you all the time or just, you know, freaking out on people. But that's my goal. I want to beat the left. I want our politics to beat them. I want our culture to beat them. I want our video game streamers to outperform their video game streamers. I want our musicians to outperform their musicians. That's it. And I find myself allying with people that share that goal. And that's how I became friends with Andrew Wilson. That's Andrew's goal. Now, Andrew was an Orthodox Christian. I was non-denominational Christian. I was sort of libertarian adjacent. Andrew was basically Christian nationalist. But we aligned on that. And there were others, too. You know? That I worked with or whatever, both in the streaming space and just politically. And as I've gone on, what I realize is that I have, I'm me. So I have a unique skill set that's just me. And so there's no one like me. There's people better than me in a bunch of other things, but I'm authentic and I have a unique opportunity there. I have a voice here online. I'm friends with a guy that's going on Joe Rogan's show that did this big debate with Candace. I know some local politicians here in the state that I'm helping with stuff locally. That's that. I'm not big time. I'm not, you know. So I've been very lucky. I've been lucky to an organization like Turning Point, whatever you think of them, contacted me to help their people with debate. And that's incredible for some dude from where I'm at. It's incredible. Like, I don't know anyone. It's so weird, you know? I've been mentioned on Joe Rogan's show by Patrick Bet-David and by Candace Owens. Pretty cool, right? That's my goal. And so I criticize the right all the time. I criticize the Republicans. I criticize Trump. I've told people here for a while, as we get closer to election season, I'm going to focus more on trying to do what I can, just the smallest amount. I got a reasonable stream, that's it. But try to actually help the side I think is best aligned to me win in these midterms. That's my goal. It's not to lie. It's not to come on and say, oh, the Republicans are perfect, they're the best. It's to be honest, but within that framework, honestly try to push a message to everyone why I think it's important to come together and support the Republicans in this election. Now, you might agree or you might disagree, but that's it. That's my goal. Within that framework, I see that in the immediate spaces I could contribute in, there's two things going on. There are specific Pennsylvania politics. Now, I'm going to start talking about more of that as we get closer to the election, but literally specific people that are running. That might be uninteresting to a lot of you. You might not care about rural broadband and stuff like that, but those are things I'm focused on. I'm trying to help some people win some races. It's looking bleak. It's probably not going to happen, but I figure I might as well try. What good am I if I'm not trying? Just sitting here yelling is one thing. If I could actually try to help someone that's running for office and give them a slightly better chance, I'll try. And the other thing that I'm uniquely positioned to do is, because of this thing with Andrew Wilson and the Candace debate, that I could push back on a group that I see as very damaging. And that is these people that align or claim to be on the right that are fracturing the right. And for me, that's important. Now, it's also important to push general politics as to why we need to vote Republicans going into the midterms, and I will continue to do that. But I think it's very important to push back against this. And before this, I see my friend Xphobic in the chat. Xphobic, sort of a Nick Fuentes watcher. I like Nick. I do. I think Nick's plan to vote Democrats, dog shit. And I push back on it many a day on here. Nick's on the right, but I push back because I think that it's a mistake to vote Democrats. And for what I see with the Candace people and all of these folks is that they're fracturing the right in these spaces that I'm on more than the left is. And so I'm trying to push back on that. Now, that's aside from the other reasons I've given. It's important to fight for truth, which I think is important. It's important to fight for these online spaces in general to not look like a bunch of lunatics, because I'm afraid that that's what's going to happen to the online right space. We're going to all get lumped in with this. And then I think it's also important to stick up for people being basically accused of being complicit in murder, like those at Turning Point, grieving over their friend or husband. So that's why I think it's important for me to focus on this. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. It's not just about Candace. It's about that broader movement. However, there's another part to this. And I'm not, Stacey Garrity. Yeah. There's another part to this, and I'm going to be honest. And that all I could do is be honest. It's good for my viewership, too. It's not just that. If it was good for my viewership, but it wasn't something I believed in, I wouldn't do it. But it is something I believe in. I had somewhat of a break in that I had a very small role in that debate with Andrew and Candace. And whether you're an Andrew fan or a Candace fan or just someone who was watching the online space, it was sort of an event. And so I've made the mistake in the past where I have just a little break, like I get on Tim Pool's show, and then I don't really talk about it because I was on vacation or I had work. And so I barely talked about it. And so for me, it makes sense to, while I was involved with this, talk about it for a week or so. And I understand it could get old. It's old to me. I love taking the calls and debating the people that disagree. That I love. I could do that every day. But I understand that it's not for everyone, and all I could say is I'm sorry. But I do think that trying to reach more people and talking about an issue that people were interested, like, for example, I probably wasn't going to be on SItch and Adam show today if I didn't do that debate. You know, so it is what it is, but I get the frustration. I do. So I just wanted to say that it's not that this is going to be my entire show forever. It's not. I'm going to keep pushing back against the left. I'm going to push back against people that claim to be on the right that are helping the left. But I don't plan on just talking about Candace Owens the rest of my life. I don't even know what to think of Candace, if I'm honest. I think she's scorned and jealous, and I think she's probably upset that Charlie died. I do. But I think that whether intentionally or just subconsciously, she's grifting. She's monetizing his death. And she's blaming people that she has an axe to grind with. And she's embarrassing. She really is. It's disgusting. And it's shameful that so many people are falling for it. But I don't know. I can't claim to read her mind. I just know what's happening is terrible, and I'm going to push back against it. So it doesn't matter to me why she's doing it. That's that. Okay, a couple other things. Andrew's show yesterday, he focused heavily on sort of people that are progressive lefties that are now jumping on board with the Candace Owens type crowd. So your Stu Peters, a bunch of these other people, Candace and Baron Coleman and Ian Carroll. And this is something that I've been pushing back for a lot, going back to Nick Fuentes. Now, Nick, I think there is a spectrum of Israel distrust. You got clear over here of the Zionists, right? So there's Netanyahu and all the Christian Zionists, right? Mark Levine. Then you have people that they're a great ally, and they might not have some like uber religious or cultural connection to Israel, but they think Israel's a fantastic ally, and we should do a lot to help them. Okay? Then you have the people that are just like indifferent. I don't really care about Israel. Then you have me. I'm to the left, like away from them. And I'm tired of all foreign influence in this country. I would never give Israel another dollar. I don't think Israel is the only reason that we went to the conflict in Iran, but they certainly were a part of it and wanted us to go. And I think we should get out immediately. I think it was a horrible mistake for multiple reasons. I don't think it was the worst thing that's ever happened, but it's not good. And it's going to cost the Republicans and Trump the midterms. Now, I can't say that because they probably would have lost anyways, but I would never give another dime to Israel again. I would look at Israel and say, if you want to trade, no problem. We're going to pull out. You want to keep bombing Lebanon? Good luck to you. We're not going to stop you, but we're not going to help you either. You're on your own. That's where I'm at. Then, slightly further than me would be Andrew Wilson. Andrew's belief is, look, we'll help you, Israel, but you have to start taking Christians because we want to retake the Holy Land and our holy sites. And within 5 to 10 years, we'll send enough Christians there that have to be given full citizenship that they'll run for office and they'll control Israel. And then we will defend Israel as Christians because it will be a Christian majority nation. Now that won't make many Zionists happy. That's the debate he had with Dinesh D'Souza. Then you have Nick Fuentes. Nick thinks that Israel is responsible for much more than me or Andrew Wilson. He thinks that the AIPAC lobby is basically spending millions of dollars to buy congresspeople on the left and the right. And that a lot of these foreign policy decisions are because people want that donor money. And he really sees Israel as a huge problem. And then you have Ian Carroll, Candace Owens, and these people. And they are the only group that I find the super Zionist I fucking despise too. I do. Like, if you're telling me that you're a congressman, but your primary interest is Israel, fuck off. Like, but these people, the Ian Carroll, Candace Owens people, they think Israel controls everything and that it's the only issue that matters. Everything's Israel. They control every foreign policy decision. They control all of our domestic policy. And fighting them is the only thing that matters. And it's really, it's to the point of absurdity. Now when something happens, we don't say, all right, I have distrust of official narratives. I have distrust of our government. So let's look and see if what they're saying, if we can find evidence what they're saying is not true. Now, what these people do is, no matter what happens, it's Israel did it, prove me wrong. It's laughable. And it's also damaging because the logical extension of that is what you're seeing now. And this is what Andrew was covering on his show yesterday. You have all these people saying there is no difference between the left and the right. You're either with Israel or you're against them. And we're only interested in that fight. We're against Israel, period. And you start to hear these weird things. Actually, Islam's not that bad. Yeah, it is. Actually, these leftists on college campus that are fighting against Israel, they're not that bad. Yes, they are. I'm not going to align with pro-abortion people. I'm not going to align with pro-trans people. I'm not going to align with people that want to bring millions of illegal immigrants in this country, or that hate me because I'm a Christian, or hate me because I'm a white man. Fuck that. Those people are more of a direct threat to me right now than Israel. And they'll say, oh, but that's because Israel convinces all these people to have this. This absurd, stupefying thinking eliminates personal agency. These people will have you believe that those lefties that were cheering on the death of Charlie Kirk are only doing so because Israel has duped them. If we just take down the great Israeli empire, all of a sudden all these lefties will become pro-life. They'll start to love Christians. And then you can see how you have all these, like, there's no surprise why Hasan Piker, when he's taking breaks out from singing songs mocking the death of Charlie Kirk, is saying, God bless you, Candace. Great work you're doing. I know you're wrong, but hey, keep dividing the right. It's no surprise. The people that are telling you this, at best, are not clear thinking. They're not thinking. And at worst, they're charlatans that are designed to basically be a psyop to put the left back in power. We don't vote, or align ourselves with the most radical lefties, these from the river to the sea. You could draw a Venn diagram that would be a circle of the lefties that hate Israel and the pro-BLM and anti-ICE people. Same people. That's who I'm supposed to align with? The people that are violently protesting to stop us from deporting any illegal? That's who I'm aligning with? The people that cheered on the death of Charlie Kirk? That's in the name of Charlie Kirk. I'm supposed to align with them to fight Israel. That's what we're doing? And it's amazing because what that has done, it's not the majority of people on the right or anything like that, but a lot of the online sphere of the right has been taken in by this movement that never would have came in if it was just libertarianism or leftism. But as soon as you said, no, the real problem, Israel controls everything. I could dislike Israel, work within our primary system, and try to get candidates that are better without handing over the country to the Democrats that want to make my speech illegal online and want to bring in 10 million illegals and give them amnesty. I'm capable of that. It's just laziness and helping who said if you disagree with, like, again, if you disagree with Israel, you're aligning with the left by default? Well, I just said I disagree with Israel. Am I aligning with the left? I said the people in that last fraction that says Israel does everything. There is no left right. We must align ourselves with the progressive. If you can't see the differentiation, that's different than saying, I don't particularly like Israel. I'm going to try to vote for candidates that aren't ravaging left-wingers that want to have abortions up until the moment of birth and want to bring in millions of people that are illegal, but also want to concern themselves more with our country. Well, X-phobic, and this is why I've told you, you are the low IQ person that I'm talking about as my enemy. You're not as bad as Candace and them, but you are the enemy. If you say vote Democrat, you are my enemy. Period. Simple. Vote for the people that hate you for your skin color, for your religion, and want to replace you with tens of millions of illegals because we think there's a low probability chance that that'll end up with a based right-wing president is the dumbest fucking plan I've ever heard. Hey, Rob, that guy that's about to rob you, give him your gun so that he can shoot you in the knee and rob you. Then things will work out better for you in the future. I'm good, thanks. I'll push back against that. But even that's not as bad as what the Candace people are doing. The entire political sphere comes down to one issue. Israel. That's it. Israel. And if someone virtue signals they're against Israel, then they're your ally. Even if what they want is tens of millions of people to flood into this country and to ban Christianity and abortions up to birth. They're still your ally because, after all, Israel's bad. All they have to do is say that. That's what Andrew's show was about yesterday. Hopefully some people could wake up and realize, why are we aligning ourselves with the very people that Charlie spent his life fighting against? In the name of Charlie. The very people whose, if not them, their audiences cheered on the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That's your audience now? the other thing before this interview starts that's worth mentioning is it really is brilliant the way Andrew did this with releasing the text message. Now, I'll see if I could find it. So Andrew put the message up on screen. So let's talk about it. The lighter, I'm colorblind, so forgive me if I screw up these colors. The lighter color here, the purple or the light blue, is Charlie. This is September 9th, 2025, 6:43 p.m. He says, what's the lay of the land? And the security people he's talking to says, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and has agreed to security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and Campus PD. If additional support's required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie says, okay, great. Delicately remind them they're there for one person security only. I'm somewhat worried that the left is trying to kill me. So that's the message. And to be fair, I had this message and there was a contemplation at the Candace debate of putting it on screen there or not. Now, I want to be clear here because I'm not going to impugn the nice gentleman that worked with me on Candace's team, but I was hesitant to put that up on screen in large part because I would have had to email it to Candace's fact checker. That's how I was getting things on stream. And we also had a bunch of other stuff, not like secret files or anything, but like our strategy, our research, our notes that was in the Google Drive that part of that may have went over. But there you go. So let's just talk about real quick. How can we trust this? I don't know. Andrew's my friend. I trust Andrew. He wouldn't make something up like this. But that's bullshit for the rest of you all. How can you trust it if you're a Candace fan? Maybe Andrew made that. Maybe Turning Point faked it and sent it to Andrew. Everybody's saying it's AI. How do we trust? Blah, 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 blah. Fair enough. But my question is, if we're going to question this, which is within your right, I'm 99% sure this is accurate. But if we're going to question it, why do we accept everything that all the anti-Turning Point people put out? We accept all of it. Hell, most of the time, they don't even have messages to show you. They just, a source told me X. Candace strongly suggested this message exists. She just said that she anticipated that it wasn't the left he was talking about, it was Israel. Well, you could clearly see here he says it's the left. But I'm not here to tell you that I have inside information other than what I've said already. I'm 100% certain that Andrew got that message from folks at Turning Point. I believe they are not faking the message. But that's where we're at. But you don't have to believe it. That's fine. But my question is, if you're going to believe everything the Candace, the Baron Colemans, the Ian Carrolls, receipts without names, and trust me, I talked to a family friend that said this, why would you not take this with at least equal consideration? Furthermore, What does this really prove? Sort of nothing. It proves that the day before Charlie was murdered, he wasn't worried that Israel was going to murder him, at least based on what we could see here. He was worried the left was. He talked about it quite frequently. Not only publicly, but I've heard the people at Turning Point say this was a conversation that came up quite frequently, that the left was getting crazier and crazier. It would make sense, seeing as how a couple assassination attempts on Trump. We saw leftists, the Kavanaugh situation, leftists attacking right-wingers on campuses for years, et cetera, et cetera. But just because Charlie was more worried about the left, does that mean that Israel or Mormon beekeepers or a Masonic cult or the French Foreign Legion couldn't have murdered him? No. It's not proof. And I can say that because I'm actually an honest person. But the reason this even needs to be shown is because Candace and company were basically claiming that a message existed and they thought that he was fearful of Israel. Now, if this message said Israel instead of the left, I will guarantee you that everyone in the Candace camp would be like, it's absolutely accurate. This is proof that Israel did it. But it wouldn't be. It would just prove that, okay, Charlie was at least worried. But it doesn't. It goes the other way. So they're like, who gives a shit? It doesn't prove anything anyways. You're all the ones that said that these sorts of messages were important. Furthermore, the hilarity of watching them, how can we trust this message? What's with the slow dripping? No self-awareness whatsoever. That's what Candace has done the entire time. None. They don't reflect for 1 second and go, oh, this is what we've been doing. Then there's the public was owed to see this. No, we weren't. Let me show you something. Everybody's focused on I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. But what about the line before that? Delicately remind them they're there for one person security only. What do you think about that line? Say you work for Turning Point. You were just handing out t-shirts or something at this event. You're a college student, right? And you find out that the leader of the organization is somewhat fearful that the left's going to attack. And so he orchestrated security for himself. But not for you. Just himself. He's the one that matters. Might that upset you a little? Now, it's a perfectly human thing to do. Charlie's a father, a husband. He knows that he's in the crosshair, so to speak. Perfectly reasonable to remind security, hey, you're here for me. But that might be construed as not the most flattering message for the memory of Charlie Kirk. Right? It's not unreasonable. Not unreasonable to say, you know what? Maybe if we want this man to be sort of remembered as like sort of the hero he was, this message doesn't go 100% in line with that. In other words, why the fuck was it anyone's business to see this? God forbid I die tomorrow. I might have messages with my wife or with my friends that I don't want you all seeing. And it's not because I'm doing something illegal or I'm cheating on my wife. It's private. You're not entitled to see it, even if you really liked me. We don't know what's in all these communications with Erika and Charlie, or with Charlie Security and Charlie, or with Turning Point people and Charlie. And quite frankly, it's none of our fucking business. If it's relevant to an investigation and investigators want to see it, like the legitimate authorities, that's one thing. But the idea that the public was owed to see the private communications between Charlie and his team or his family is bullshit. And here's another thing. The reaction you're seeing to this is proof as to why they should never release any of this shit publicly. Because no matter what they say, what Turning Point people say, what the messages say, it's going to be twisted and turned. That's fake messages. That's AI. What did he really mean by that? Why is that one thing blacked out there? What's going on there? Why'd they wait so long? It's suspicious. This shows Erika lied. What about what Harpole said? Why didn't Dan Flood come out earlier and say this? It's a fucking nightmare. Andrew Colvett just told an innocent story about a doctor trying to talk up Charlie, saying his neck was so strong it was like Superman's neck. And people twisted that into a conspiracy that he's involved with murdering or covering up the murder of his friend. So why the fuck would they release anything to these lunatics? Every single word from every communication released from here on out of Charlie Kirk and any of his friends or family will be scrutinized by internet sleuths trying to prove that his friends and family killed him. No matter what. It could be a text, hey, don't forget, Charlie, yo, $50 for that fantasy football league we're in next week. Oh, you guys, you're always giving me shit about this. What's he mean giving shit? That's not how Charlie talked in public. He must have been fearful. Fantasy football? Is he really the type of guy that would play that? Nothing's going to get these people to change their mind. Look at this. Charlie claimed the day before he feared the left. It must be fake. And even if it's not fake, who gives a shit? And it just proves Erika's a liar. And why didn't they have an ambulance there then? Nothing. It just literally everything furthers the conspiracy. Everything. That's why they didn't want to release anything. If I was their attorney, or if I was like a confidant, I would be like, yeah, don't ever release anything to these people ever again. Fuck them. You don't owe them anything. Now, Andrew claims he has more that he'll release. We'll see. I don't know. I just think it's hilarious. Like, I talk to these people, some of them I've been talking to. No, Jack Cirrhotic Liver. Please go back to the beginning of the show. I addressed calmly people like you. I'd appreciate if you don't spam the chat asking me to talk about something different. Please go back and watch the beginning of the show. If you don't like the show today, I'm so sorry. Please come back another day. But please stop spamming. This is old news. Can we get on to something new? I'm sorry. Today's show's not for you. Clearly, you don't like this topic. No problem. No one's forcing it upon you. Yep. Goodbye. New text gets released yesterday. All right. Fair enough. I'll do something interesting. That's a little interesting. Got to ban someone. That's sort of fun. A bit interesting. Very feminine fucking. I demand you talk about what I want. I mean, I tried to address politely that mentality earlier in the show. I am a Steelers fan. We'll see what new comes out, but it won't matter to the core people. What you hope is there are people that are misled and misguided, and that you could start to reach those people. And I've been trying my best. I've been trying to talk to anyone that'll talk to me. I think I've had some inroads with some of these people. But the diehards, it won't matter. Like, just imagine hypothetically that there's a voicemail that gets released of Charlie calling one of these Jewish donors and like, look, I know we had harsh words. Let's take a step back, leave cooler heads prevail. You know I'm always going to be a fan of Israel. I just have some disagreements here. Let's set up a meeting next week. Would that change any of their opinions? No. You know it wouldn't. They wouldn't give a shit. They would just say, wow, that's, see? Instead of answering him, they killed him. But I just thought it was funny, like all the things, like they instantly prove when this gets sent out, when Andrew releases this, they prove the exact reason that no one would want to release any of this stuff. I saw Baron Coleman say, hey, we're releasing Charlie text messages. You know, let's have some respect for the, you know, someone who's passed away.
But if he was, if that.
Here's not exactly that clip, but here's a clip.
I'm not two-faced, and I don't think Charlie was either. I really don't. But if he was, if they want that to be his legacy, that he's just a total unadulterated liar and misleads people, okay, well, if the problem with a liar, if you catch them lying on that issue, if you catch Charlie Kirk lying on whether or not he likes Candace Owens, or was he just saying that publicly so she wouldn't attack him so he could accumulate more power, wealth, and influence? Well, if that's the case, what else was he lying about? Was he lying about his Christian faith? Was he lying about his marriage? Was he lying about his friendships? Was he lying about whether or not he was breaking the law? Was he lying? What does that give us some insight onto why Charlie Kirk was crying the night Donald Trump won? Because I'm very weirded out by that, if I'm being honest. I'm very weirded out by the fact that he was crying tears of joy when Donald Trump won election in 2024, and when he was confronted at an event under the tent. The guy didn't shoot him. He asked him a question. But when he was confronted on the event, under the tent, one of the professors where he was, he said, hey, why did you cry that night? And he said, because I was told I was going to go to prison if Donald Trump left, and lost. And I was going to go to prison for a very long time. Well, did you do anything wrong? Well, if we can't believe what he says about Candace Owens in public, how can we believe what he says about whether he was committing crimes?
See? If Charlie didn't like Candace, maybe he was a criminal. Maybe. So don't release anything showing that Charlie didn't like Candace, or else maybe we'll have to assume he's a criminal. Maybe we'll have to assume he had it coming. So you better not say that he said anything bad about Candace. You got it? These are the people that claim they're doing this for Charlie. Whatever you do, don't insult Candace. Notice the way he frames that. If he was just placating Candace in public because he didn't want her attacking him, well, he was just doing it to get fame and wealth. No, how about maybe he thought, this is just hypothetical, maybe he thought he was doing something that was good for the country and world, and his incentive to not have a battle with Candace was that she's a lunatic, and he didn't want to deal with it? So he's just like, yeah, Candace, you're great. And then behind the scenes, he's like, yeah, let's not associate with her. Maybe that? No, it can't be that. He has to be a liar, a scumbag, greedy, possibly a criminal if he didn't like Candace. The best way to discredit credible theories is to focus on low-tier ones. Good job. Yes. Didn't you flip out because you said I accused you of being a Candace supporter? So now you're going to strawman me? Tomorrow I'm debating Tim Gordon, one of the smarter people that thinks Israel's involved. What are you doing, Bill Hicks? Guy who had to publicly make a show of I can't be your mod anymore and then come in with Tony, your boy Tony coming in talking to cause drama. What are you doing, you little bitch? I'm focusing on a big debate that I had a small part on of the person who's most instrumental in saying the most harmful theories. I don't think the people that are just saying, I have legitimate questions, are doing anything that wrong. I'm setting up debates with them. I've debated those people all week that are willing to call in. You've done nothing. You've cried like a baby. That's what you did. You sent me DMs because your fifis were hurt because you publicly asked me to take you away from being a mod, and then I publicly said, okay, no problem. That's what you did. You acted like a little bitch. You said, don't call me a Candace supporter. Oh my God, don't do that. Like a little bitch. That's what you did. So please, spare me your, oh, you're just attacking the low-level conspiracies because those of us. Would you like to call in tonight after I do this interview and I could wreck your stupid fucking ass too? Or will you cry like a little bitch because I would do it in public? Is that what you would do? The crash out intensifies. One of my favorite things is when someone acts like a little feminine bitch, like this guy. And then someone finally says, hey, fuck you. They're like, oh, you're crashing out. The guy who crashed out's the guy who had to publicly make a big dramatic, I can't be your mod anymore. We're separating politically. That's the crash out, my man. That's what the crash out was. That had to make a big production of it and then send me a DM and then come back on and talk about it publicly. That's the crash out, my man. Me telling you to go fuck yourself, you're acting like a little bitch. That's not a crash out. That's me calling it like it is. You're worthless. You're like all these other motherfucking people that want to sit around. You think because you yell Israel the loudest, it means you're doing something. You're nothing. You're an anonymous fucking joke online that has to piss and moan when your feelings get hurt. That's who you are. You're a fucking joke. But you can prove me wrong and call in later tonight, right? But you won't because you're a bitch. And you don't actually have an argument. So calmly shut the fuck up and sit in the back like the bitch you are, or I can show you the way out. Your choice. Now, for the rest of the people, now, it's not about, oh, I'm only attacking Candace because all the people like Tyrannosaurus Hicks that have other theories that Israel did it are, I can't deal with them. Again, I set up a debate Tuesday that's going to occur this Monday, so tomorrow, with probably the smartest person I could find on that very issue. Not good enough for Tyrannosaurus Hicks. I'm sure he's better than Tim Gordon as well. Imagine someone if they responded, oh, you're going after Rob Tyrannosaurus Hicks. He's low-level stuff. If you actually had criticism, you'd go after the higher-tier people that are arguing against this. He'd be like, what? Rob's the one that's talking now. That's who I was addressing. Right, just like Candace, Baron Coleman, Ian Carroll, and all of them. I actually like Bill Hicks, the comedian, as well, so I can't say that. Anyways, back to Baron Coleman before I was so rudely interrupted. So there you have it. Baron Coleman just wants you to know. If it turns out that Charlie really didn't like Candace, well, then we have to suspect that maybe he's a criminal. Maybe he's a bad guy. Do you see how unhinged these folks are? That's where we're at, though. Those are the people that love Charlie. They're doing it for the right reasons. They love Charlie, but what's more important is don't you criticize Candace. Don't release anything that makes Candace look bad. Let's read some super chats. Anthony Reynolds, $5 says, Rob, you're always enjoyable to watch. And I love the L's that the left is forced to take after talking to you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Jefferson, $2 says, Rob went from the disabled to chat, so no change. Yeah. NC Bell, $10 says, take my husband's money. Thank you for what you do, Rob. Not one step back. Thank you. Cute dog, too. Anthony Reynolds, $2 says, don't have much to give right now. Here's some membership. Thank you. Appreciate it. And gifts 10 memberships. Amazing. And then Jefferson, $2 says, remember the left has a long attention span, yeah? The left means it when saying words are violence. Chief Justice O'Dizzle, $5 says, if I ever thought you were engaging in rhetoric or drama just to keep your audience happy, I'm going, bro. I agree. Alexander, 6 months, says midterms look bleak, won't stop me from canvassing. Exactly. Abby, $10, thank you, says, I think what you're doing is important, making people aware of the issue of not having a strong ethical foundation when it comes to how to run a nation, a state, or a city. Yep. Thank you. Crisco, $10 says, it's okay, Rob. Yeah, me, your strongest soldier and seer anti-Zio advisor. Candace is a left-wing psyop. Same with Ben Shapiro. Jefferson, $2 says, the various battlefronts must be thoroughly fought. Chaproni Big Time, $5 says, Candy's an opportunistic feminist materialist. Simple as that. Hard to say, though. David Moore, $20 says, watching all your guest spots this week, you've been doing great. You're in your element, Donnie. Thank you. And I appreciate the Lebowski reference. Jefferson, $2 says, no left, no right is great for hiding communists. Yep. Deep Calm, $5 says, voting Dem because the GOP made you mad is like getting cheated on by your girlfriend and downloading Grindr. Jefferson, $2 says, history of communism is bearing allies in victory. Yep. Grandmaster Sub-Zero, $5 says, you know why Grok says it's AI? Is it being dumb? It looks legitimate to me. I don't know. I have no idea. Old Snipper, $2 says, if we lose you tomorrow, can I have your hat? Yeah. But only if you lose me tomorrow. Jacqueline Brennan, $5 says, everywhere she's giving proof, like Harple's flight logs and Erika Kirk being with her mom, a hospital, and Candace Owens says, well, I called the hospital and they won't tell her it's a lie. Right. We can't prove it's not. Jefferson, $2 says, turns out Rob's texts were all about felting DSP. David Moore, $10 says, the day the judgment against these jerks comes down, I will cry tears of joy. 8-Bit Mouth, off topic. Thanks for the 5. Says, want to join my fantasy football league? Love even more knowing you're a Steelers fan. Roast the haters. I do 2 fantasy football leagues, and I'm atrocious. I'm really shitty, so I probably wouldn't want to do another. A name, $2 says, you're a beast. Keep up the great work. Big fan. Thank you. American Copen. We'll just go with American. $5 says, Charlie actually said Biden sent the federal government to attack him in Turning Point. Turning Point was on the SPLC list. Remember what Dems are going to do to us if they win. Yeah. Jefferson, $2 says, your Hicks voice sounded a bit like Jesse Ventura. Thank you. Revens Padawan, $5 says, here's my wife's share of the money, not one step back. Thank you. GG, $5 says, if I knew you were colorblind, I would have explained the charts better. And I called him. Yeah, I'm like blue-green colorblind. Truth Revolt, $5 says, I wonder if the Turning Point USA debaters you guys train saw Angry Rob like we do. I bet they ship bricks. I would pay a premium to see. They did get to see some Angry Rob. And Mrs. D, thank you for being a member again. I appreciate it. All right, my interview. Oh, boy. Fucking hell, Zoom. All right. Now listen. Here's the deal. Any super chats that come in from this point forward, I promise I'll read after this interview. Sometimes their show goes like 5-6 hours. I don't know that I'll be there the whole 5-6 hours. But just want to let you know. So please, we're trying to reach the modest goal of $300,000. I don't think that's unreasonable. So if you like, please send in some money and I will read it at the end. All right. What the fudge? Do I have the Zoom app? Oh boy. Do I not have it on this computer? Virtual cam. Let's do that. Microphone. Check. Oh, for crying out. What is going on? All right. Not much. What are you guys up to? Yeah, there he is. Well, hello. Yeah, I'm streaming. I'll keep the slurs to a minimum, you know. And help if I... Yeah, they're pretty rough, was it? Bobby Saws?
About the Candace Owens thing. You were one of Andrew Wilson's fact checkers, right?
Yes, yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And it was very annoying because like a lot of times we have these we talk about how when there's influencers or pundits and they put out a lot of like stupid shit and then that stuff gets regurgitated by their audiences. But almost worse than that is the way in which people argue also can get regurgitated by their audience, because the guy that you were talking to, it was all the Candace Owens playbook of like, let me throw out all these claims, let me say all this stupid shit, and then when you like challenge him on it, he's like, well, that's just someone else's opinion. I don't have to defend that. That's not my take. That's Candace Owens' take. Like, it's all just let me throw out the craziest shit, and then the second I get pushed back, I'm just gonna like fade away into the mist. There's nothing to attack. I don't have any position whatsoever. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, it's very frustrating. I did a debate with Viva Fry the week before. It's coming out in like 3 weeks. It was on Brandon Strzok's Walk Away. And so I met Viva there, and he was like, hey, are you going to that Candace Owens thing? I was like, yeah. He's like, you should come on the show afterwards. So he messages me and goes, would you mind if we bring on a guy for you to debate? I was like, yeah, no problem. And then like right out of the gate, that guy's like, I was brought here under false pretenses. I didn't think this was a debate. And it was funny because I've never, like, I know you guys have dealt with some of the same crowds I've had. Like, we've dealt with people like Destiny and his audience, or I've dealt with like Vosh and his audience. But the Candace audience is not just the worst in how big it is, but also just in their lunacy. And so, like, yes. the takeaway that I was getting all these DMs and stuff from that, like, I can't believe how rude you were to Bobby. And I'm like, I didn't think it was that bad. Like, I didn't understand it. Like, I just thought that was in the realm of like normal debate interactions, except one guy was trying to backtrack. And, you know, I was confused what he was even doing there after like 20 minutes. I'm like, so then what's your point? And, you know, and, you know, it'd be things like he starts off saying like, well, Andrew didn't even know the debate. He didn't even care, you know? And then when I start like, well, wait, I don't think that's the case. Well, I didn't say that. That's not verbatim what I said. And I'm like, oh man, it's going to be one of these things where I'm like, okay, tell me. So yeah, it's frustrating. And that's ultimately, I think, what Andrew's goal was going in there. It's just, you see all these people from that sector of the internet, your Baron Coleman's, Ian Carroll, Candace Owens, and they make these outlandish claims. We've all been there. You guys know I've been on a conspiracy theory or two, but you're willing to defend it. You're like, sure, I'll come on and talk. These people stay in their bubble. And as soon as you like try to press them, they just get incredibly defensive and refuse to defend anything. And unfortunately, it costs $300,000 to expose that's exactly who Candace is. She's not going to defend any of it.
Yeah, I mean, because that was, I mean, unfortunately, because that's so much of what Candace's MO was in that conversation is just, you know, she's going to say, oh, I didn't say Erika Kirk or anyone from TPS who would say was involved. And then, you know, you play the clip of her saying that exactly. Or she's saying, oh, I didn't say Israel or France was involved. And then you play the clip of her saying that. And it's just, it's annoying because we're in this like weird ecosystem where the audience, I think, knows that the commentator, their own audience knows they're lying and they're fine with it.
Yeah.
That's part of it.
I mean, I've been trying to think where this comes on. You guys tell me if this is what you think. I think that people have motivated reason. We all do. Like, we all have our own like biases and our own interests. But I think people are so strongly against Israel at this point, some of these people, that instead of going, hey, I have a healthy distrust of official stories, and so I'm going to look and see if I believe it, they now start under the assumption Israel did it. Whatever, Lindsey Graham died, Israel did it. Now prove they didn't. And so, like, when you listen to them, it's very interesting because if you really listen to Candace and them, all of their evidence is just, well, is something plausible? Could Israel have done it? I suppose that's within the realm of things humanly possible. Okay, well then tomato, then that must be the case. And that to me was like really the key thing that I'm trying to push when I talk to these people. Like, no, you don't understand like argumentation. Like, we don't just look and say, if two things are theoretically plausible, they must be equally chanced. That's not the way it goes. You know, I talked to a guy the other night and he seemed like a nice guy, but he's buying this stuff. And I went through a list of people that would, for his conspiracy theory to be true, that Israel did it. He agreed with me it would require over 700 people involved in the cover-up, almost all of which are civilians. Like, he believes a hospital was emptied out on purpose, which would mean janitors and maintenance men are involved in the conspiracy. And when you outline it like that, it's like they've never thought through it. They're just like, yeah, but Israel had to do it, and so I'll just shoehorn everything into it. And it's bleak for multiple reasons, not the least of which is just if you're a fan of truth and like argumentation and debate, it's very bleak to see how many people are falling for this, because I don't know that you could ration yourself out of that. Or rationalize yourself out of it. It really like aggravates me, like at a deep level as someone who likes debate. Like, it doesn't matter how much I could like use logic. It's just like, nope, Israel did it. I just feel that way. I feel that Erika was involved, and good enough for me, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that is the problem with even doing these kind of debates. Cause I mean, you're right. It's all motivated reasoning. It's not really about the facts or logic. And, you know, can you argue in a way that you show facts that actually changes most people's minds? Probably not. And this has been always my problem with a lot of, you know, when people call conspiracies, is that so much of it is there's an idea, there's a party you want to blame, and they say, okay, well, we can come up with like a motivation for the party, right? And this is what they do with all the, you know, the Israel stuff we're talking about. Like, well, there's a motivated reason, or there's a reasoning that we can create that maybe Israel wanted to take out Charlie Kirk, or maybe Israel wanted to do 9/11, or maybe Israel wanted to do whatever, you know, insert whatever it is. So they come up with that motivation first. That is conjecture. Now they have zero evidence that it exists. It's just like, it's all speculation. And then they just work backwards to try to shoehorn in everything to fit that. And in the Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson thing is like, just, I think probably the craziest thing, because I've like the amount of evidence against Tyler Robinson right now is so crazy. It's like there's probably more evidence against him right now than there is against Luigi Mangione,
Yep.
than there was against fucking like OJ Simpson. Like you have this guy's like confessed, 5-6 times to like fucking everyone that he did this. His DNA is on the seat. His DNA is on the gun. It's his fucking gun. Like it's so crazy how much evidence there is. And none of it really matters, even though all the quote evidence that Candace wants to bring up or anyone wants to bring up about how Israel's behind it, all, as you said, it's highly speculative, and it all requires the person to believe, well, every single person that's involved in this case, every single law enforcement officer, every single doctor, every person involved in this, all has to be part of this insanely high level cover up, which, I mean, first of all, to have this cover up at this level with no one leaks anything would be insane, number one. But then number two, it's also like, wait a minute, if Israel is this competent, you're telling me that Israel is so competent that not only do they pull off this assassination of Charlie Kirk, but they pull off this crazy cover up where hundreds of people don't leak any information about this, whatsoever, expose something, right? Yet that level of competency, they couldn't take out the leaders of Iran without getting America involved in this like crazy war that seems horrible and is going to probably, end up in Iran's favor. They couldn't, trick all the rest of the countries to be totally fine with them just taking over Palestine for the last 60 years. You just think, like, if Israel has all this power, you're like, why are they not using it to actually help their country in a way that would make sense? Why are they wasting it on fucking Charlie Kirk?
It is they're hyper competent and the dumbest people simultaneously. Like, and you could go through, like, if it was like, because they think, well, Turning Point and Erika had to be involved. It's like, okay, well, then if you're Israel or Mossad, wouldn't you just take Charlie out like at home, like without cameras everywhere? Easy peasy, right? But they always have an answer for everything. Well, no, the reason, why they didn't do that, have you heard? Because the number 33. Because did you know the Masonic Lodge in Utah is lodge number 33? You think it's a coincidence, SItch, that Tyler Robinson turned himself in 33 hours after the shooting? Of course not. So it's a ritual. It had to be done exactly like this in public so that Baron Coleman and Ian Carroll and Candace Owens would know that it would be impossible. And even at the meta level, if you just try to like put yourself in the brain of someone who believes this and just try to ask them like obvious questions, like, okay, if you believe that a 30-06 couldn't do this, right? Then that means that the ballistic expert's lying, right? Yeah. Okay, why didn't they just lie and say, and yes, it definitively came from that gun? Because what they said was it's a 30 caliber, so it came from a gun like a 30-06, but they can't match it directly to that gun because it split apart. But why wouldn't they just say, yeah, we matched it? There you go, open and shut, right? Now you have definitively,
right?
But they didn't do that. For some reason, they let it just enough out there so that Candace Owens. And here's another, someone called in last night. They're like, well, the exploding microphone. And what they believe happened was the microphone was supposed to send the projectile through Charlie's chest, but he leaned over at the last second, and so it went through his neck. And then they were like, uh-oh, because a 30-06 would go through a neck. But I was like, wouldn't it go through a chest too? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, okay, but then you're left with the same problem. And I was like, furthermore, think of what this entails. So let's assume this was possible, but it's placed so haphazardly that a mere movement by Charlie at the wrong time could cause this projectile to miss its target. What if whoever from Turning Point put this microphone on him and then Charlie twists at the last moment and it hits him in the shoulder? They're going to have a difficult time explaining to their boss why they just tried to kill him, right? Like, all of a sudden, Israel's going to have a little bit of pie on their face that they just rigged and exploded. And when you say this to people, it's like they never thought through it logically. And, for me, it's like, conspiracies obviously exist. I mean, the very nature, just multiple people involved in some criminal enterprise, of course, right? And you're not going to find them all. But when you look at, like, ones that we should take more serious, like, they have to make sense. They have to, like, linearly, one A has to fall, or B has to follow from A, and C has to follow from B. The first thing I heard about this was months ago on my channel. People were like, what do you think about these Egyptian planes? And I'm like, what are you talking about? And they start telling me that Candace's theory that these planes were flying over the Kirks before Charlie was killed. And I was like, okay, and my audience is like, this is a lie. It's been debunked. But I'm like, okay, but let's assume that's true. What does that suggest? What's the theory? And they're like, we don't know, but Israel's involved. And I was like, it's very much like the South Park with the underwear gnomes. It's like, step 1, Egyptian planes in the air. Step 2, ? Step 3, Israel killed Charlie Kirk. It's like, what is even the theory? And they don't know. They just, what Candace does and company, they just say these things. Well, there were Egyptian planes, and then they let their audience fill in the blanks, right? And then they try to hide behind that. They're like, well, we didn't say that. And when they go too far and they do say something like you saw in the clips of the debate, when she says Erika's complicit, they have to turn themselves into pretzels. Well, I mean complicit in thinking that Charlie did it. Okay. Or Erika should go, or I'm sorry, Tyler did. Or Erika should go to jail. I mean jail in Monopoly. And you're just like, ironically, I think she was afraid to say anything because of a lawsuit. And I think she actually hurt her chances. Because if she just sticks to her guns and says, yeah, I think Erika did it, so what? The truth, if you believe something, that can be a defense. But if you basically admit like, oh, no, I wouldn't say that. And then people are like, but you did say that. We have the clips of you saying that.
Right. Right.
So I don't know. But, it's, ultimately I thought Andrew could have done better. I certainly do. And I'm willing to talk about that. But I think he accomplished the goal, and that was to expose that these people were hiding from any accountability from these theories because they have none. They just throw things into the wind and they stay in their little bubble. And I mean, it's universal. I've never seen this. Like if you're debating a lefty or a right winger, you could find someone to come on to talk about the position. Like you could right now find someone that like would argue to defend Trump's tariffs. No problem. Someone will do that. But you can't find one of these people. They won't debate these theories. They just, we only want to debate the state's case. That's it. We're just asking questions. We should be allowed to ask questions. And it's really pathetic to see how many people have fallen for what I think is just cowardice in their argument. They're unwilling to defend against even the slightest pushback.
Yeah, it is always annoying because like that always happens whenever there's these kind of like broad conspiracies of, so and so is behind it. And then you kind of look at the facts and you're like, well, if this was really planned, like, wouldn't it be planned better? Like, wouldn't the bullet be like the perfect round, right? That wouldn't, cause anyone to like go, oh, this is confusing, right? Or why even have the exploding microphone? Like, why don't you literally just have the person shoot him on the roof? Or, well, why isn't, someone do X, Y, Z? It's kind of like, that's why I was always like kind of annoyed with a lot of the 9/11 conspiracies because it was like, oh, well, America did it, right? It was a false flag by America. And I'm like, well, and they say, well, the reason that America did it was because George W. Bush wanted to go to war with Iraq. And I'm like, well, then why didn't the hijackers just be Iraqi?
Right.
Like, wouldn't you just skip like the whole Afghanistan thing? Like, you could just go straight to the source, like right in the beginning, if that's like the whole plan. And it, none of this stuff matters, whatsoever. And in terms of like the defense, though, I think a lot of people have been arguing this way for a long time, though, because I know like a lot of times that we would argue with people who would kind of try to defend woke stuff. Occasionally, we would get an actual person who would come on and they would actually defend the woke stuff. They say like, yes, this is what, we believe and we think it's right. Usually it'd be like this weird, like Mott and Bailey shell game of like, well, no one really believes that, or you're not really accurately talking about what the opinion is, blah, 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 blah. And then you go and you see on their show later, like, no, they're saying literally the thing that they're doing. So I don't know. It feels to me like this has always been kind of the problem with a lot of this debate space.
Maybe.
Well, I guess the political space now is to just people do this fucking game where they don't actually stand by what the fuck they believe.
I mean, I'm naive. I'll debate anyone anytime. Like I didn't like Trump's alternate electors thing. I talked to you for 2.5 hours on it because
you did.
That's just like I always like. For me, it's like I'm a flawed person, and the easiest way to test if what I believe is accurate is to talk to competent people that have a different take. And so I'm always like, sure, I'll talk to anyone. I love debate, and it's just so weird to me. Like I still believe the Hunter Biden stuff. I think that his dad wanted that prosecutor fired because it benefited his son. I believe that. Now I might be right or wrong, but I'd talk to him blue in the face about it. I would defend that. And so when I see these people that apparently so strongly believe, into these conspiracies, it's frustrating that they're unwilling. And here's the other thing, right? Like it seems harmless. Like if you're a flat earther, no one really cares, I guess, that you want to run around believing flat earth and you're like, but I refuse to debate about it. Whatever, we don't care. What makes this uniquely damaging is not just because I'm partisan and I want Republicans to win, and I think this is damaging Republicans and dividing them, but I think it also is so heinous because it's attacking people that, if they're not murderers, are grieving. These are people who, like, this is a woman who lost her husband. And maybe Erika Kirk's a really bad person in real life. I've shook her hand. I met her for 3 seconds. But let's assume she is. So what? I know people that I don't particularly like, and my goodness, if they tragically lose their spouse, it's horrible. And the last thing you do is like if I don't particularly like Candace Owens, if something happened to her spouse and then hundreds of thousands of people were accusing her of being a murderer or complicit, I'd feel terrible for her. I'd say, wow.
I probably believe it though, to be fair. At this point, I probably believe it.
Well, did you? So like, this was the best heat I got from this, was that I have a bunch, I didn't even know what was going on. I get back, I fly into my town, the day after, and all of a sudden I'm getting messages on X that people were like, why did you violate Candace's children's space? And I was like, what? What are you talking about? And apparently, I was briefly in a video, but apparently Gerald that came with us from Crowder's show, he asked the security, like, hey, can I do a quick video here? And they were like, sure. And then he was like, Rob, who do you think won the debate? And I did like a 40-second video. And so I was getting all this heat. It was literally the entrance room. They brought us into a garage and they wanded us down and checked all of our stuff to make sure we didn't have weapons. That's it. And yeah, there was like kids.
So wait, they were saying you filmed a video in the entrance space.
Yeah.
I haven't seen this video.
Yeah, it wasn't me. It was Gerald from Louder with the Crowd.
Right, but I mean, like, you're in the video.
Yeah.
Right.
And so.
And they're saying just because like you're physically in that space, that's somehow a threat to Candace Owens.
Yeah, because Candace basically was like, these guys were creeps, and it was like in this area with my kids' play space. And it's like, Candace, no one wanted to come to your home. You insisted. Like, Candace's demands for this debate were, one, that it had to be at her home. Second, that it had to be $300,000 paid upfront to her by Wednesday, and the debate, third, had to occur on Friday, right? And it had to include Andrew defending that the evidence against Tyler Robinson is overwhelming. Those were her 4 demands for this debate. And we were like, can we do it at a neutral party in Nashville? Nope. Joe Rogan offered to host it. Nope. And so the irony of her insisting that it be at her home, and then, it's not like we were walking off the beaten path. We literally went to the space security, told us, and then it becomes, well, they violated my children's space. And then the only thing that stopped me, like people, Candace followers giving me the business, was Candace then came out and was like, oh, but not robnoerr. He was very professional. He was very nice. So at least I was like, well, thank you, Candace, I guess, for that. But yeah, I was getting DMs and stuff for people like, what are you, some kind of creep? You were like creeping around her kid's space. I'm like, what are you talking about? They brought me in a garage. I sat in the garage. Like, what was I supposed to do? So
and to be like, it's not like the kids were in the video or anything.
No. All you could see in the video is a wall. And Gerald's really tall, so you just see the wall. But it's just one of those things. It's this perpetual, everything's, Baron Coleman then came out and said there was a Haitian plane over Candace's house during the debate. What could that have been about? And it's like, it's surreal. Like you're like, to be involved with that. Like, I knew going in, I was like, they're going to accuse us of like putting recording devices or something to that degree. And I'm like, it's just so uncomfortable to go into someone's house like that, knowing that their audience thinks that everyone who questions them is like paid by Israel and involved in some crazy conspiracy. So now I'm I guess I'm tangentially connected. That
I mean, I'm just wondering why her kids play in a garage. That seems weird.
Well, this was going to be my attack. Like, if she went hard at me, I was going to be like, to be honest, I was disgusted. Why would your entranceway be your children's room? So if intruders break in, they have to go through your children to get to you. What a coward! And she had strange men patting me down in her children's room. It's like some sick fantasy of hers. But once she lightened up on me, I was like, okay. But
I'm glad you thought you had like a plan of it.
Oh yeah, I was ready to go. It's like, here we go. So
there was one other thing too, was there something about how like there was this receipt that she was claiming in the debate, that there was a receipt of she was claiming that Tyler Robinson had some receipt that showed that he was in some restaurant that was too far away from where Charlie was shot at the time. So therefore he couldn't, do the murder. Right. And then, I think Andrew brought up in the debate that like the identifying information of the receipt, which would be like his credit card information or his PIN number or whatever, was blacked out. So no one actually could see whether this was a receipt that belonged to Tyler Robinson. And then Candace said that she said repeatedly in the conversation that she had talked to the owner of the restaurant, right, or the manager of the restaurant. And then, am I correct? And it seemed like that later it turned out that the same person that she claimed she talked to came out and said that he didn't know whether Tyler Robinson was on the restaurant that day.
Yeah, you're astute. That to me was the shadiest thing that happened in the whole debate, because if you listen, Candace has this way of saying things that are technically true but are designed to mislead. So there are several arguments that Candace and people make that I actually think are germane to the case. A lot of what they say to me is irrelevant. And the way to ask yourself this, if you're thinking of any theory, is grant your opponent's argument for a moment and be like, okay, let's assume it's true. What does that tell us? So one of the things that they'll talk about is, Erika said that Charlie had to put his wedding ring on before he went out the door the next day. That means they were fighting the night before. It's like, okay, let's assume that's true. And that doesn't prove Erika murdered him. Like, spouses have arguments, no big deal, right? This is one of the things that would be a big deal, and that is I can never pronounce the name of this town, Panguitch, and there's this restaurant, Cowboys Steakhouse, and the theory is that two of the people at this steakhouse thought they recognized Tyler Robinson, and later resulted in contacting the authorities because they thought he ordered a steak and a couple drinks. And they produced a receipt, but everything's blurred out on it. And this guy, Diligent Denizen on X, he's doing this big investigation. And apparently a bunch of people had been calling the owner of this steakhouse, and he'd been talking to them. So he eventually puts out a statement that's like, listen, we've answered truthfully to the people that called. Two of our employees thought they saw him. We have no evidence that this was Tyler Robinson. We are cooperating with the police, and we won't have anything more to say. So basically saying, look, we don't, it's probably just guys thought it looked like him, but we ran the receipt. We don't have any evidence it was him. Candace, though, she says, well, Andrew, you just read about it on X, but I called the owner. Now, the implication to the audience is, oh, well, she must have got some information from the owner that this really was Tyler Robinson. But no, what the owner said publicly is, we have no evidence it was. But she leaves that part out. She just says, well, I called him. And it's very much like me being the biased guy I am, right? It's like FISA-gate. When the FBI talked to the primary subsource, Igor Dashenko, and this was one of the things I.G. Horowitz said was the worst abuse he saw. The FBI talks to the primary subsource, and Igor Dashenko tells him, like, this is basically all just bar talk. There's no proof of any of this. I was just running my mouth, telling jokes. And so the FBI goes back to the FISA court and says, we talked to the primary subsource and we think he's telling the truth. And they didn't say what he's telling the truth about is this is all BS. So the FISA court stamped, okay, there you go. You got a FISA. It's the same thing that Candace is doing here. She's admitting that she talked to the owner, but what she's leaving out is the owner likely just repeated what he said in public, which was, yeah, Candace, I'm sorry, we don't have any evidence that's Tyler. But she says it in the debate like, oh, well, if she talked to the owner. And they're already walking it back. They're like, well, even if it's not true, still, because the argument would be then the text messages he's having to his lover, Lance Twiggs, would be inaccurate. When he said, I'm staring at the wooded area where the gun is right now, he wouldn't have been able to physically be there. So it's very shady. It's a very slippery tactic. And it's like what I've started to learn in researching for this, and I've only been heavy into it for 2 weeks now. They're very good at like finding something that looks fuzzy or that a layman wouldn't understand or implying something that they know is not the truth. And unless you're really up on it, it's easy to miss.
Yeah, I mean, because like I thought the exact same thing when she was in that conversation saying that she talked to the restaurant manager. The implication to everyone is obviously, well, the restaurant manager is saying, well, I saw Tyler Robinson. I saw him there. And you find out that's not true. You're like, okay, well, I mean, then you rewind it back and you listen to the very specific way she worded it. And you're like, oh, okay. She worded it in just the right way to make you think that, to let you fill in the gap with your mind. But then also when you call her out on it, she says, "Well, I never actually said that." Okay.
Constantly.
How dare
That's
you.
and that was, I was trying to get clips. And just so everyone knows, I know Andrew's talked about it, but all this was Andrew wanted her to answer for her claims, like Mormon beekeepers did it. It was a Masonic ritual killing. The French Foreign Legion did it. Like the theory, it's good for a laugh. There's this guy, Milk Bar TV. He just puts clips of Candace up on X. You can watch hours of them. It's hilarious. One of her first theories, I'm not making this up. One of her first theories was Charlie Kirk was assassinated by the French Foreign Legion because Macron wanted to distract from the fact that Candace had told everyone that his wife had a penis. And so they killed Charlie. And it's like all about her. She has to be involved. And that's a bold claim, right? That requires some amount of like evidence or something. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. One of the biggest conservative organizers in the country was killed because you said the French first lady had a penis and they wanted to distract from that. Yep. Okay. Do you have any evidence? But she doesn't, but she never has to answer for it. She just says something. And then the next time something crosses her mind, she says that, and there's never anyone there to push back. And then when you try to get her to answer for these, this is what happened, right? Like Andrew, first wanted to talk to her, whatever podcast. Brian Atlas was like, "Hey, Candace, I'll pay $50,000 for you to come on and discuss these theories." No response. 100,000, no response. 150,000, no response. Andrew says, "I'll match it. That's 300,000." Then he goes on Joe Rogan and he's like, "Yeah, these theories are all garbage." Offered Candace Owens $300,000 to debate them. She turns that into, "All right, Andrew," after Rogan, because she couldn't ignore it anymore, "you pay me $500,000 and Turning Point has to admit that they're sending you." And Andrew's like, "Well, that's stupid." So she finally settles on 300,000, but she changes the debate. The debate's now going to be on, is Tyler Robinson guilty? And no one cares if you have questions about whether look, just in case anyone in your audience is wondering, there hasn't been a trial. There was only a probable cause hearing. The state hasn't even attempted to prove that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So if you still have a reasonable doubt, that's entirely expected. Like you said, Sitch, at this stage in most trials, we don't even have near the evidence we have now. So it's totally reasonable to be like, I still have questions. The problem is when you're like, and therefore Erika Kirk's involved, and therefore Israel's involved, and therefore the French Foreign Legion's involved. Now you're making affirmative claims. You should have to provide evidence or, at least give your rationale for why you're making those claims. But she was running from that. So the whole negotiation for this was basically Andrew trying to be like, "Yeah, that's cool. I'll defend half the debate. I'll defend the state's case, but I want you to defend your claims." And she had no interest. She tried to run from it the whole time. First, she finally said, "You defend your case is overwhelming, and I'll defend my theories are," and I'm quoting now, "viable." And Andrew's like, "But you've said your theories are overwhelming." So she's like, "Oh, okay, I'll say they're overwhelming." And then when Andrew gets to the way the contract was a nightmare, but the way it gets written, the topic was, 1, there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson's the murderer. And 2, there's overwhelming evidence that he was set up as a patsy and he's innocent. Right. And so Andrew's big fear, and because there would be like breaks so that Patrick Bet David could sell shoes, so we'd go out, Andrew'd be smoking, and, I was like, dude, we could talk for 8 hours on the state's
You guys
case.
should have been doing ad breaks too. What the fuck?
Well, I'll get to that in a second.
Can I,
Go ahead,
Rob, do you
yes, sir.
know about the money situation? Because I'm super curious. Like whatever you're saying, whatever offers 50K, like obviously whatever is going to make more than 50K.
Yep.
So that seems like a reasonable business arrangement for me. But I totally don't get. And look, maybe Andrew is independently wealthy and I don't know it, or maybe, his show is super popular and he's making 300K a night. So it's not a big deal. But for me, that's just like $300,000 to do something like this. I don't see how he's going to recoup those finances. So I'm totally blown down by And Candace made this claim that it was financially irresponsible, and I just was like, because that's like a tough charge to make.
Well, I think it was. It wasn't my money. I wouldn't put up that kind of money.
Okay, so look, do you think it was financially irresponsible too? Then
it depends on how you're looking at it. So here's what I'll say. I don't know where the money came from in this sense. I don't know who could have sent Andrew money. Right?
Turning points.
Well, it could have been, but I do know this. Andrew makes a shitload of money, like he really does. And I know that it was, I don't know how much I should say about this. It was.
Well, I don't want to get you in trouble.
No. I'll just say this. It was a huge point of nervousness for Andrew. For example, by the time we got the bank information to send the money to, it was Tuesday, and they were demanding the money by Wednesday. So Andrew had to get up like super early and go to his bank and try to like hope that the bank didn't put a hold on that amount of money. You know, cause, dude, the most money I've ever sent's like $400 to someone. So I know.
There's that level of it as well. Yeah. And I also I do think like she was probably sandbagging him on all this stuff so that he wouldn't have proper time to prepare. Because, like, why would you prepare for this unless it's really going to be a done deal? So.
Yeah, I will say this. He's already made almost $100,000 back on a give, send, go. And I think Andrew is confident that the attention that he'll get from this will end up recouping that money. Now, does that mean that, like, that there's going to be some big financier, whether it be, you know, I know there was just on his Give, Send, Go, there were a couple of streamers that donated like $15,000, $20,000 that aren't connected to Turning Point, and they were just like, yeah, the heck with this lady. So I think that, you know, if I'm being honest, I think he's trying to put himself in a position is like doing something that got a ton of eyeballs on him that he thinks will, you know, pay off for him in the end. My guess would be, and the conversation I had with him is he doesn't think he'll recoup it. He doesn't think that he'll get even. He thinks he'll get close. He thinks he'll end up probably by the time the Give, Send, Go's done and whatever bump he gets in the next year or two, he'll probably make $200,000 back. But he's hoping that it'll help propel him in the future. So I don't know though. But I didn't really.
Did you say he took a loan out? People in chat are saying he took.
No, I don't.
You didn't say that, did you?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
No, a Give, Send, Go. He put up.
Yeah, Give, Send, Go. He has a Give, Send, Go up. Yeah.
No, he may have taken a loan. I don't know.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you didn't say.
No, that. I have no clue. The money situation was a hang up though. Like what I say to the Candace people is like, well, assume the worst. Assume Turning Point paid him. Okay, like. What I've been
look, I don't know that would be the worst, honestly.
Well, for them it would be because they think Turning Point's involved in a cover up, and so they're sending.
Right, but for Andrew, look, if someone else was paying the bill and he got to do the debate, then that's the best case scenario.
That's right. So. That would be smart. But I just, for me, it's like with Andrew, I'm like this with anyone. I'm very skittish to talk about money because for me, it's sort of none of my business. So when it came to it, I didn't ask. Like, well, where's the money coming from? I know that it was definitely difficult to get it there in time. And one of the big hangups, like Candace's team has came out and said, I've never dealt with a more unprofessional team than the people behind the scenes with Andrew's team. And this might shock everyone, but she was incredibly condescending the entire time. And like, one of the first things that happened, you understand.
That does not shock me. I don't think it shocks anyone, to be honest with you.
So let's say that like me and you are going to have a debate, Adam. Like there might be some jostling for how to word the topic, right?
Sure, of course.
We're not.
I think we've actually done that.
Right.
So.
And that's without us exchanging $300,000. So when you're putting big money up, there's clearly got to be some specificity on like what the topic's going to be, what the length of the debate's going to be. All of that stuff has to be written down because this is basically a contract. And so from Andrew's point of view, he doesn't want to send $300,000 to, you know, just to some random bank account of Candace Owens and then Candace show up for 5 minutes and be like, okay, see you later. But from Candace's point of view, you don't want to agree to this debate, and then it turns out he doesn't have the money. So the compromise was, well, what if they put the money up in escrow? So you put it in an account that's like, okay, everybody can see that the money's there. And then there are terms that if those terms are met, the money gets released. And Candace's team like responded back like, this isn't some real estate deal. You talked big. If you want the debate, send the money. And then she's like,
that's crazy.
Yeah. And she's like, they were so unprofessional, which I admit, like Andrew's guy was retaliating with that level of like snarkiness, but that's where it all started. And it was it was hard to put in. The only contribution I had to the contract was I thought this was reasonable. We were trying to, how do you put into terms this? Look, half the time we should have to defend the state's case and half the time you defend your theories, right? That's it. But no one, it's not like you're literally saying half the time, like exactly 57 minutes and 23 seconds or something like that. So we just put down, as long as you defend your theories for an hour and a half. She's like, no way. I won't agree to that contractually. This is stupid. So this is the idea I had. Once we accepted Patrick Bet-David as the moderator, I was like, well, why don't we just let Patrick know what the topic's supposed to be? And then at the end of the debate, if Patrick feels there was a reasonable good faith effort, release the money. No problem. And she was like, absolutely not. That's ridiculous. Why would we allow it into some third party's hands? You're sending the money. That's all there is to it. And eventually, Andrew,
holy shit,
it was ridiculous. And it's
what
like
a fucking money grubber.
Basically Monday night, like I'm sitting with Andrew like on his back porch and he's smoking and he's like, screw it, just give her whatever she wants. I want the debate to happen. And that was it.
She was probably trying her hardest to get out of it.
Yes.
She was trying to get any kind of excuse to get out of it.
And so that's why when Andrew, halfway through that debate, Andrew's like, I don't even care about defending the state's case anymore. He's like, I was never big into it anyways. I just want her to, the whole point was put up this money and prove to the world that she has no evidence for her claims. And so as soon as there's this part in the debate where he's like, okay, now it's my turn to ask you questions and I'll make it painless. I'll just ask you some yes, no questions. And the questions he was going to ask was things like, was Lance Twig's DNA on the rifle? Because she said that over and over. The truth is no. Do you believe Israel did it? Do you believe Erika Kirk's involved? It was just yes, no questions like that. And then once she said yes or no, then we're like, okay, what's your evidence for the things you believe? That was the whole game. That's why he was there. And as soon as he says, we'll make this painless, she goes off on this 4-minute filibuster. Wait, before you go, I got to say, this isn't the debate. This is transcendental. Wait, you're not my dad. You can't tell me that I'm not allowed to think. And that gives the whole game away. She just... The whole thing was everything she could do. She got trapped. She got called out in Joe Rogan. She tried to set it up so the debate wouldn't occur, in my opinion. And then once there, she was incredibly nervous that she would have to defend her claims and that her audience would realize she doesn't have anything. So in that sense, I think Andrew got what he wanted. He could have done better in the debate, particularly defending the state's case, but he didn't care about that. He just wanted to expose that she doesn't know what she's talking about. And, was it worth $300,000? I don't know. Again, I was happy. It wasn't my money. So I was like, sure, I got a free plane ticket and got a little notoriety out of it. But if it was me,
it's too early to tell really whether or not it was worth it, in all honesty. So.
Yeah,
it is definitely high stakes, and I do think people are interested in that angle just because the amount of money does make it. I mean, it makes it totally high stakes. That's what adds
that amount of money
intrigue.
It makes it intriguing, even if you don't care about any of the players or the case. When you're like, wow, $300,000 put up for a debate, what's that about? And for me, the takeaway for me is it's a shame if this is really from Candace's perspective, if it's really, well, she loved Charlie and it's really about justice and she truly believes that Turning Point betrayed him because Charlie came to her in a dream or whatever.
She doesn't believe any of that shit.
If she did, why would it require $300,000? And then why are you monetizing it with ad breaks? That was the next big hookup. Like, why didn't the Crucible have ad breaks? Well, here's what happened with that. We were told that we were allowed to bring 3 fact checkers and a cameraman. Now, we assumed cameraman was we could film it. We could stream it because it also said in the contract that it was going to be live streamed. Because one of Andrew's concerns was when Nick Fuentes went on, she didn't live stream it and then put it behind a paywall. And she was the only one with rights to it. And so the Nick was sort of, couldn't do anything because it was behind a paywall and he couldn't get access to the footage. So they were like, no, it'll be live stream. You could bring a cameraman. Well, the night before, which I thought this was hilarious because our cameraman, like he's showing me, he's like, okay, here's the camera, the tripod, and he had clip-on mics and they were Rode microphones. And I'm like, there is zero chance that Candace Owens is going to let you put a Rode microphone on her. Like,
Right.
it's not going to happen. And so he communicates and it's like, hey, what time can I see the space we're going to film in so I know where to set the camera? And they're like, yeah, you're not streaming this. And he's like, what do you mean we're not streaming? They're like, nope, that wasn't in the contract. And he's like, well, we assume when you said it's going to be live stream, you could bring a cameraman. They're like, yep, not the live stream. So when we got there, Patrick Bet David's team was allowed to live stream. Candace's team was allowed to live stream, but not Andrew's. And so we had to negotiate there and be like, can we just get your stream key? Like, we'll stream with your stream key. That's why the Crucible didn't have ads because they were just literally using the stream key from Candace.
They dicked them. Dicked them big time.
I mean, and that's absurd to think that you'd allow the moderator to stream it, but not the other participant.
You wouldn't allow the guy who paid $300,000 to make it happen. What fucking?
And then
demons?
The best part was like I put out a video. Andrew afterwards, like he does a video with Brian Atlas, is like, yeah, her team was very nice, which by the way, they were perfectly accommodating her team while we were there. And I said the same thing. And then it was Candace that fired the first shot and was like, they're so unprofessional. And it's like, well, Candace, it's not that anyone really wanted to go into the nitty gritty, but you guys were a joke the entire time, like just unreasonable. Up to and include, like when Andrew messaged her back and was like, hey, Candace, Joe Rogan just called me. Apparently he called you as well. He said that next Friday, if we put it off 7 days, we could do it in his studio. And I think that would be a great opportunity for you because you think people are misrepresenting your beliefs. This will give you a chance for like the biggest podcast in the country. And she responded back like, stop being a Joe Rogan fanboy. This changes nothing. And it's just like, what is the attitude?
She doesn't want to go on Joe Rogan, though. She wants this to be as small as humanly possible.
Right. And so that's, and I think if there's one criticism of Andrew, I don't think that he had like the proverbial kill shot where it was like, it was such a flawless thing that like everybody's laughing at her. He screws up at the end there and then digs his hole even better when he doesn't list the charges, which by the way, she screwed up the charges too. But when he said, yeah, let me see your phone, I was like, uh-oh, that's no good. Because if it's
calling all the women retards was not really a good move, especially Candace Owens' audience is huge and probably like mostly women. That was not really...
that's his brand. It's not what I do. It's his brand.
Right.
And he's in a tough spot because he did write. What he wrote was the tweet she's referencing. If you remember what she said was he basically said, I think Erika Kirk's too retarded to plan this assassination. And like, it's clearly a tongue in cheek joke, right? He's like, oh, I think she's an airhead. She couldn't plan this, and his response is just to try to deal with it. Like, well, all women are retarded. I guess the best answer is just like, yeah, I'm joking around. You guys are calling a grieving widow a murderer or complicit in a murder. Sorry, I was trying to bring a little levity. I guess that would have been the better.
That is 1,000 times better. Like a lot of people, obviously, the whole point of doing this is to introduce people to Andrew for the first time. People who've never seen him before. And the problem with jokes like that is people don't necessarily know you're joking if they're first-time viewers. So,
well, I don't know that he is joking. To be fair. Him and some of the people, well,
look, you're framing it as a joke. I think that's the better angle.
Yes.
Look, and the not joking, I don't like. Obviously, you're not really gonna. If you only want a male audience, okay, I guess that's the situation. But at some point, like if you're doing this because you want to go mainstream or you want a bigger audience, which going on Joe Rogan, you think you would have access to a bigger audience. I'm sure Joe Rogan's audience is a little more split between men and women. So
what's a weird thing? I went down with Andrew, so I'm sure you've heard that Andrew got paid by Turning Point, right? Which is true. He did. So did I.
Did he? Oh, when you went to hold on. What do you mean specifically? You got paid by Turning Point?
We got paid to coach debate. That's
it. You didn't get $300,000 to do this debate. That's no.
I didn't. I don't think Andrew did either. I'm pretty sure he didn't. But no, I don't. As far as I know, Andrew was not compensated by Turning Point at all for this debate. He
And
was
so
compensated when we went down. That was totally unrelated. Like 2 months before, like it was
you
probably
gave a
almost 3 months.
debate class. What
Mhm.
was the situation?
Yeah.
Okay, and you got paid to give some sort of debate seminar class, something like that.
Yeah. So I got
Okay.
I got called by Andrew, and he said, "Hey man," he's like, after he did Rogan, I don't know how it happened, but he ended up. Andrew Colvin, I think, reached out and was like, "Would you be interested in coming on the show?" And Andrew Wilson was like, "Sure." And then they got to talking, and Colvin was like, "We do the pick up the mic thing. Would you be interested in coming down and talking to our debaters?" And Andrew was like, "Yeah, I got a friend that used to be a debate coach in college. I'll bring him too." So I talked to the
Who's that?
Me.
Just kidding.
Oh, I thought you didn't know. Yeah, I coached debate in college.
I figured, yeah.
So I talked to them, and it's funny because all the accusations are like, we sold out, or now we're Israeli shills, or we told the students what they had to say. Here's what happened. They reached out to me and they were like, here's a list of the common questions our kids get on campus. Can you give us answers to these? And it'd just be things like, how is Trump's tariff plan good for young people? Stuff like that. So I answered them all, and then I sent it back and was like, yeah, this is worthless. And they're like, why? I was like, because you're not bringing us down here to tell people what to think. You're bringing us down to help people articulate what they think. So I don't, what's it matter what I think about tariffs? What matters is each individual person. What do they think about tariffs? And we went down. It was a lot of fun. It was like a 4-hour course. I had dinner with Andrew Colvin and his wife, and Andrew Wilson and his wife. I shook Erika Kirk's hand for 3 seconds. That's it. It was like 110 degrees. It was miserably hot in Phoenix,
Wow.
But there, the one thing I'll say is, while we were at dinner, apparently Andrew did Andrew Colvit's show, and Colvit was like, I didn't expect you to be so hostile to me. And Andrew Wilson was just like, well, you guys are doing things I don't like. And that was it. And everyone's like, well, Andrew Wilson went down there and sold out. No, we just stuck to ourselves. We went out to some Mexican place and had hot sauce that was too hot, and we did our own thing. That's it. And, for me, I think this is a separate conversation, I think, from like the whole Candace Owens thing. But I think that there is something that's difficult with a sort of compromise that each of us have to come up with an answer, which is, how do you remain ideologically pure, but still take actions that you think could move the needle in the real world politically? There's a candidate that's running here in Pennsylvania that I'm going to talk to tomorrow. I'm talking to their team about
Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? Just because that's an interesting perspective.
Yeah. So, like, let's say we're all free-thinking people. Like, you and SItch are free-thinking. You guys don't agree with each other, everything politically, right?
We argue all the time,
right?
Yeah.
And if you're a free-thinking person, you will never find another person that totally agrees with you politically. But which means you won't find a candidate that agrees with you all the time, or a political party, or a political organization. But unless you're in a very unique situation, like you're Elon Musk and you're just insanely wealthy, you're going to need to work with other people to have real world change, like to win an election or to push an issue to the forefront that ends up, changing the way our laws are written or something. So how much are you willing to work with people that disagree with you, and how much can they disagree? For me, I really dislike the left. I really dislike the Democrats. So I'm largely willing to work with any group that's the primary goal that they're going after, even if that group has big disagreements. Like, so for example, I would work with a right-leaning libertarian group. I would work with Turning Point. I'd work with the Daily Wire. I'd even work with Nick Fuentes and company, because
But would you work with people on the left if you were aligned on the issue, or is that
no?
Because that's the
I
real. But
I wouldn't.
look, so that was what the interesting point was for me, because it was like, so you're talking about aligning, working with different groups, but you're talking about it exclusively in the context of going after the left.
Yep.
Which I would like to break politics more down by issue than to get in this tribalist right versus left thing, because then you're kind of forced to say, well, if the left thought of it, and I'm ideologically opposed to working with the left, even if it's an idea that you agree with, you're forced to like be against it.
You're smarter than me. I'm just a dumb redneck, right? I have to simplify
I don't
things.
think so.
No, for
you
real
seem
though.
Pretty smart to me. So
I just have to simplify things. For me, I could work issue to issue with someone on the left. So, for example, if there was someone like Jimmy Dore that during the pandemic was against lockdowns, of course I would stand in solidarity. But I would never help Jimmy Dore campaign. I wouldn't help him write a political speech because as a member of the left, he would be, or I wouldn't help him teach a debate course because I know that we have fundamental disagreements on the majority of issues that I don't want to help him succeed in that. So I would work in a coalition in that sense, but I wouldn't use, it sounds so arrogant to say, but I guess I am a debate coach. That's part of what I am. And I don't want to use that to help people that I think those skills will end up coming to bite me on the majority of time that they would be utilizing it. Similarly, I wouldn't work with Candace Owens people because I think that they're more than 50% antithetical to what I believe. And so I wouldn't help them. And
they're trying to screw you at every turn.
Well, yes.
We found out here.
But hey man, I could sell out. I could call Candace people and say, I got the goods on Andrew. Let me really tell you about his military, stuff like that. But
oh my God.
So dumb. But yeah, so like with Turning Point, I don't know what the impression of people that aren't in my little space are. Because I have a predominantly right-wing audience. And half of my audience is like, Turning Point's pretty cool. And half of them are like, they sided with Israel. We hate that. And for me, it was like, well, it didn't come up. The conversation of Israel didn't come up. I literally talked to students for 4 hours like I used to when I was a college debate coach. And but you get hate for it. And I wasn't paid some king's ransom either. It was a weekend of work. That was it. But a lot of people are like, well, that's when Andrew, he started going heavily after this stuff. Not really. He was arguing with his co-host, Jake Rattlesnake, about Candace Owens theories for months. And, I think that me and Andrew both think that the midterms are very important. We think the Republicans are going to lose, but we want to use our platform to help in any way we can. And attacking the lunatic right that's fracturing the right and making them look bad is one of the things we should do. And
makes sense.
The other thing is, I can't speak for Andrew. This dude got me to say this the other day, and I regretted saying it. Because I got to be clear. I can't read into his mind. I think we're friends. I think I know him pretty well. But for me, I saw Erika Kirk and shook her hand, and she looked exhausted. And she walked in a hall, and she talked to Andrew and Rachel, and I walked away because she was sobbing. And
wow.
I was like,
that's tough.
It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. Like I watch this video all the time of Charlie's kid running up to him, and whatever you think of all of this, that daughter's going to grow up and see that tens of thousands of people took to online to celebrate the death of her dad. And then a bunch of people that were formerly his friends are blaming her mom for helping kill him. And it's just, I don't know what that's like. I never will, hopefully. And to watch the human cost, the whole time, like I'm having dinner with
See, Rob, look, if Andrew could have said something like this at the beginning of the debate, I think it could have been moving. It could have been really moving. But it's unclear, that debate, it was unclear. This is the reason he was doing it. This is the reason he was doing it.
I think that, I agree. I think there were things I would have done, but I can't speak for what his motivations are.
No. Yeah, obviously. But
for me, what I've said is the reason this is a big story is one, it's fracturing the Republicans going into the midterms. And I think as someone who wants Republicans to win, that's bad for me. The second thing is, I think this involves you all as well. I feel like we all, in varying degrees of varying levels of success, enjoy a space where we're sort of talking about political issues in the news and the online space. And I think that our credibility overall is being harmed by these people because just to be quite clear, it's a sideshow. It's QAnon 2.0. It's forensic files, except instead of watching CSI, you're involved. You're part of the investigation. And it's a joke. And I think it's hurting all of our credibility. But the third and probably
I don't really think I have any credibility in the space for changing minds or anything like that. So I'm not really worried about that. I'm not worried about.
I think I think what happened was this. I think we fought a battle, and by we, I guess I don't necessarily mean you. The online space fought a battle for the mainstream outlets should be trusted less. And for better or worse, we've democratized how people receive their information. And there are good things, such as if a bunch of corporations or a few corporations control the mainstream networks or newspapers, maybe there's certain stories you're not hearing. So it's good to have outside perspectives. But the bad part is the lunatics oftentimes can have the loudest voices. And so for me, the good that we've got out of that of saying, hey, you should have a healthy distrust of mainstream news and it's good to have alternatives. I don't want to see that goodwill with people that's a true and righteous argument go to the wayside because all of a sudden 80% of the people online are watching Candace Owens or Baron Coleman or Ian Carroll. And it's just who could blame the Jewish people the fastest for every little thing that happens. And then, the other thing is, I think it's worth saying that when the conspiracy starts to become pointing out to a particular person who's grieving, you should be allowed to do that, but that's a bold claim and you need to have evidence. It's like the Alex Jones thing. When you point to a parent and say, by the way, I'm not saying Alex did this. He claims he brought on someone that did it. But imagine this. Imagine that your son was just killed in a horrible school shooting. And now there's people online saying, you never had a son, or you're faking it. Your son's really alive. That's a horrible thing to do to someone. And,
it is,
and I think that it's worth us standing up and saying, like, now look, we're not saying you should go to jail or even that you should be sued. But if you're going to make that claim, you have to answer for it. You got to provide some sort of evidence. That seems to be a low bar. That's ultimately what Andrew's strategy was. We talked about this. If he was going to go in there like he would on whatever and just be like, you're a dumb broad, whatever. Or instead just say, okay, Candace, I'm just going to ask you yes, no, and then I'm going to let you talk. Did Israel do it? And she talks and talks and talks and talks. And she talked 2-1 to Andrew. And she didn't say anything at all.
Yeah.
She was unable to defend any one of her theories. And I remind the audience, if you hate Andrew, that's fine, right? And if you think he did the worst ever in the debate, that's fine too. And if you think his handsome fact checker did really bad, that's great too. But also I'll ask you is this, name me one positive piece of evidence that Candace put forth for her theory that the feds overwhelmingly set up Tyler Robinson. She didn't make one argument, not one.
I'm far more black-pilled on the audience, Rob. I do think the audience kind of assigns credibility to the people who are saying the things that they want to believe. So it's really a bottom-up process that's driving this whole thing. So that's why the idea that there's that Candace Owens has some sort of credibility or that people are latching on to, or that other people have credibility that's being eroded by Candace Owens, I don't see it that way. I see there are a lot of people who they want to think the Jews are behind everything. And Candace Owens is the latest outlet for that belief. So they're assigning this credibility to Candace Owens, which is totally unearned and undeserved. But I guess there's a conversation to be had about whether capitalizing on the attention from that audience kind of erodes trust in the coalition to some extent.
Well, I feel on that level, I feel bad. Like, how much am I unethical for capitalizing? I'm doing this show right now. I had more people watching me this week than usually I ever do. Is that me I don't know. I think that Candace is monetizing the death of Charlie Kirk, and it's her
definitely.
business model, and she's making millions upon millions of dollars. And the fact that she required $300,000 and then ran ads like for this debate is ludicrous. But yeah, I mean, it's such a fine line, right? Where you do want to be respectful. And again, this is what, not to go back to this, but real quick, what struck me was, like, I always think about this. I do feel like I'm a nobody because I am. But that's not a bad thing. I don't like. You'd hear these stories that like someone would, get assassinated or murdered, and it was like, oh, the killer, his uncle worked for Gerald Ford, and I'd be like, man, I don't know anyone in my life. I don't even know a cousin that knows someone. It's like it's so weird that like the world has these connections, but not me. I just live in the woods here. And so I've always thought, like, these great things, like great moments in history happen. And I don't mean great isn't good, but like just very important. Like MLK's shot or JFK's shot. What would it have been like to be like Jackie's neighbor or their school friend? because what you lose sight of is these are humans. That, yes, it's a huge political story. It's a huge cultural story. But Charlie was someone's dad. He was someone's husband. He was someone's friend. He was someone's kid. And all of a sudden, here's little old me, and I'm sitting down to dinner, and here are these people that are affected. And it's like, wow, you never think about that in history, that it's like, these actually were humans. Like, that at the end of the day, although they might have power or money or they're living lives like I'll never live, they had loved ones, and now they're gone, and they're treated like it's a game. It's just something to talk about. It's a story. It's, oh boy, the chess pieces have moved. Now what do we do? And it's incredibly awkward. It's hard to even talk about. I feel guilty talking about it because I'm like, am I doing the same thing? Or I rationalize it to myself to say, I don't think if Candace and them would have talked about this, that I would be talking about it as much. I would be like, look, the left are lunatics. We keep seeing these sort of violence and assassination culture that's springing up on the left, and there seems to be no accountability. So I'd be talking about that, but I don't know. I really don't. It's frustrating though, because I think he was a good man, even if you don't agree with everything. He seemed like a decent guy, and he's a meme now, and it's brutal. The people that supposedly, the Candace and them, that she claims they were friends, they're out there, and Baron Coleman said this today. I just played the clip before I came on. There's a theory amongst some of the Turning Point people that the reason publicly Charlie was saying nice things about Candace was he kind of thought she was unhinged and didn't want her as an enemy. So he's like, oh yeah, she's good, which sounds believable to me. And Baron Coleman says, well, if that's true, you shouldn't release anything of Charlie's private messages that show otherwise, because that would make him out to be a liar. And then we'd have to question, if he lied about that, what else would he lie about? Maybe he was a criminal. He said that he was afraid if Biden won, he'd get locked up. Maybe he is a criminal. And it's like, man, these are the people that are out there saying justice for Charlie. And they're like, but if he ever said anything critical of Candace, well, then maybe he was a bad guy. It's a surreal thing. There's this woman Z she runs on F America, and their whole thing was they just followed around Turning Point, and they'd put Destiny under a little tent.
I remember that. Yeah.
Supposedly the person that was asking Charlie a question when he was killed was from on F America, and now you see all these people chatting her up and calling her on the phone. Apparently, the one dude Project Constitution was, and retweeting her. This whole group hated Charlie. They basically were like, well, he was a fascist. He had it coming. Their members were or people associated or fans of theirs laughed at Charlie's death. And now in the name of fighting for justice for Charlie, that's who you're working with. And it's also cynical. It really, me and you we've argued, our arguments were always like, screw you. What you said in the podcast sucked. We were never, this is real cynical stuff. Real, scummy. It makes you feel dirty that this sort of shit's happening, that there's this cottage industry monetizing their entire business model as Charlie's death and accusing the loved ones of Charlie of being complacent and just throwing darts at a board to say, okay, the French Foreign Legion was involved. There we go.
Are we near a breaking point? Are things going to get better? Or things going to devolve?
Have you seen this what's her name? Lindsay Clancy? Have you seen this stuff? The woman.
Yeah, I don't know that I see that in really some sort of political.
Well, it's not political. I think it speaks to something cultural we're in it seems that we're bifurcating to a post-truth world where it's just the entertainment's more important than the truth, right? And so everybody
we've been in that world for a long time, though, obviously.
But it's getting worse.
All this stuff around George Floyd was kind of unmoored from reality.
Yeah. No, you're right. I don't know.
Donald Trump praised neo-Nazis, unmoored from reality. That, but people live in that reality, even though it's completely fictitious.
It's frustrating to me because for me, I always tried to stay in the realm of reality of what I can see. And obviously reality is murky enough that people are going to disagree. You could have a right winger and a left winger that both see the same thing and could both accurately describe it, but then come to alternate conclusions on what should be done about it. That's reasonable. But now it's like, we're so cynical that it's like, I mean, truly, I think what's happening here is we see that there is, I'm not, I could speculate, but I guess I don't know if it's worthwhile. We find an issue, right? In this case, it's Israel. And we're like, okay, Israel's wrong and they're responsible for everything ever, right? And then we just say, now prove they're not. And if it doesn't matter, you have these people that are aligning. You could have the most ardent pro-life person in the world with the most ardent, like abortion up to 9 months, pro-choice person. And they will ally on the fact, but the real enemy is Israel. And that's it. And if you even suggest, I don't know, man, I don't see proof that Israel did this, then you're the enemy. And I see it in my channel all the time. Like people that are watching me right now saw it just before I came on here. Same thing, man. And I'm like, I don't understand it. My position on Israel is I would never send them another dime again. Doesn't matter. I'm a Zionist. And it's at some point, it's like, I guess it's not new. It's just, it's insane at how effective it is. And what's added on top of it this time is the human story, the sensationalism, the CSI thing. And I think you're really starting to see how we're like with the advent of AI being able to make things like more realistic, we're in a lot of trouble. I mean, there are millions of people that believe that Candace Owens blew this case wide open by taking a wide angle, like fish angle lens security camera, putting it in Microsoft Paint and changing the aspect ratio to 16:9. And they're like, that's it. Open and shut. Case closed. That proves that it couldn't have been Tyler Robinson because this dude's shoulders look too wide. And you try to calmly explain to them like, no, that's not how wide angle lenses work. They distort more at the edges. So if you look at the car at the edge of the photo and it looks scrunched in and you stretch it out to make it look like a normal car, what happens is you stretch out the center of the frame even more. And so now the person that was in the center of the frame looks comically stretched out. But because he's comically stretched out, they're like, well, Tyler Robinson was a skinny guy. And so it couldn't be him. And I tried to explain this. I'm like, I know less about computers than probably any other streamer. It took me 15 seconds to recreate the image. And I know nothing. And it doesn't matter. Like but we saw the photo. We saw it. We saw the photo. And then you try to go down other logical tracks. You're like, okay, well, if you could figure this out and like, you know, just by seeing the image, why didn't the defense team speak up and say, Your Honor, clearly the prosecution's manipulated and compressed the photo. Like, clearly, look, we'll show you. But they were silent. And then you know what you get from that? Well, the defense is in on it too. And it's just, it's endless. At this point, Candace's team could like present an AI video of Charlie being like, I think Israel's going to take me out tomorrow. And they would all buy it. They would be like, totally. yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Sitch, what are you up to over there?
I'm just chilling.
Drunk.
It
was
good. What else can we talk about? Let's move on from.
Yes, I would love to. I have something I want
on Candace, but
I have other drama that I want to bring to you. You ready?
Oh, nice. That's what I want.
You ready?
Drama.
Let's get into streamer drama. Our good friend Pisco. Have you guys?
Yeah, I was going to say, is it about Pisco?
Yes.
We haven't talked shit about Pisco in a long time.
Yeah. What do you think? Are you down for a little Pisco shit talk?
Of course.
Always.
Yeah, always down.
Now
we got to take his reputation down a peg.
That's right. Him and Candace Owens. I lump them together. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, Pisco, I met him at this word war thing. He's a nice guy in person. I always kind of liked him. And I had it pegged like this. I thought he was trying to do a Destiny impression, right? Because like if you had a conversation with him, like outside of that scope, he could be a reasonable person. And I thought he was smart, a decent debater. But he puts on this bravado, particularly on X, where it's the most insufferable character I've ever seen.
Oh, of course. Yes, I've seen this.
Yeah.
And he like here's my favorite. Like he'll go after someone that's like big, like Dave Portnoy, right? And you know, and from Barstool Sports, and he'll be like, "Hey, Dave, would you like to come on and talk about this?" And then Dave will either not respond or he'll say something like, "Well, I don't know what there's to talk about." And then Pisco will be like, "You piece of shit, you running from me, you moron. You know you'd get wrecked." And I'd be like, "Hey, Pisco, let me give you a little advice. I think that you'd catch more flies with honey. I don't know that some big name guy like that's gonna like Dave Portnoy's gonna roll up his sleeves and be like, 'All right, dude, let's do this.'" And that's his approach. And so I talked to him about like how I thought it was going to, you know, I was like, "Hey, pull it back." And now he's working with these Phil Bro people. And man, I did this debate with him. It was 11 hours. I debated him on if we should pack the court. It was wild.
You had in one sitting.
Yeah.
You had an 11-hour.
And I told him I was ready to go another 14. And then
why
I was done
would you
debating.
do this? This sounds
brutal.
awful.
Yes, masochistic.
So what he's doing
Who's
is
even going to watch 11-hour debate?
well, there was like 10 people left at the end of it. I think.
Yeah,
it was terrible. But
10 masochists.
What he did was he brought the one dude on as a moderator. His name was Avi. And Avi seems like a nice guy. And he had this like, I call it a syllogism. Apparently I'm wrong because I don't know anything about it. Apparently a syllogism's just 2 premises and then a conclusion. But this was like 6 premises. So it was an argument. And he's basically arguing we should pack the court, and I think that's bad. And he keeps appealing to the moderator, like, "Well, is this formal logic?" And he has it all written up like a math problem, like formal logic. This is a joke. And basically, the crux of the debate was this. All words are utterances, and they can all mean whatever, right? After all, language is just it's created by people. So when I say court packing, I mean adding seats to the court, but that's not what Pisco means. Court packing could mean a million things. And so the whole debate was me being like, okay, how do we define court packing? And then he would give like 7 terms. Like he'd say partisan. I was like, define partisan. Then he'd give like 4 terms to define partisan.
Why do they do that?
It was
Why
brutal.
Why can't they just clearly articulate what they want? Why is it a dancing around? I don't want to say the wrong thing. I don't want to get cornered. Like, do you have a fucking position or what?
This is what I told you, that this are the conversations that we have with these people when you debate them, is that they just dance around. They don't really want to have like a strong stance that they defend.
Well, it's like the Philbro people, like Andrew Wilson and like Jay Dyer, they'll do these debates. I consider myself like basically a non-denominational Christian. I go to a Catholic church, but you know, I'm still looking, I guess. So for me, it's beyond me. Like if I watch like a Protestant debate a Catholic, I understand like debate, but as far as the nuances of those arguments, it's beyond me. I just don't pay attention. It's not for me. You know, I don't. You know, and
I get it. I
God
totally
bless.
get it.
You know, like that's fine if that's what you're into, but there are times where like the Phil Bro style debate makes sense. Like if you're talking about the nature of morality or the nature of God, I get it. That conversation lends itself to deep philosophical conversations. A conversation like, who should we vote for, Kamala or Trump? I don't know that lends itself to it. And for me, I tried to tell Pisco this. I was like, you need to get away from these people because the problem is you don't understand the Phil Bro stuff and you look like a moron. You look like an evasive a-hole. That's what you look like. Where it takes 11 hours, and basically at the end of the debate, he's like, well, I'm an anti-realist, and so I believe all morality is subjective. So at the end of the day, I believe the Democrats should pack the court because I like that. And I was like, it took us 11 hours to get there. 11 hours of define this term, define this term, define this term. Then he would define it, and I'd say, okay, given that. And he'd say, I never said that. And I'd be like, yeah, you did. And then you had to go back like 20 minutes earlier, and I told him at the end of it, I was like, yeah, I don't think we'll be debating for a while. But I thought it was funny because I remember
11 hours. You're like,
I remember
fuck this.
watching you guys have an interaction. And the reason I wanted to bring it up to you is because I actually like Pisco, and I think it's regrettable that he's like, it's not just him. I think it's the destinyification of the left of so many of these people. They've seen Destiny have success with this, and they think that they have to be super contentious like him. And I think oftentimes they make solid arguments if they're just trying to be reasonable and, you know, have an actual discussion as opposed to, whatever the hell it is that they're trying to do. So I wondered what you guys' thoughts were, because I saw that you guys on X, I saw you guys having a conversation. It was like, why are you doing this? What is with the lack of charitability here?
Yeah,
Well,
that was
who did you see having the conversation? Me or SItch?
I think it was SItch.
Yeah, SItch and
this was
Pisco?
a while
Okay.
ago.
Yeah.
I think. I have a different. I mean, I've never personally interacted with Pisco in person, so I don't know. I have a different take, which is, I think he is smart, but I think he is a person who has anger issues. So that when he explodes on Twitter or when he explodes in these conversations, I don't perceive it as him playing like a Destiny character. I perceive it as like, this is his true inner rage coming out.
He's hulking out.
There's been because I remember actually the first, I don't remember what the topic was, but I remember the very first conversation we ever had with him. Destiny was there. I really don't remember what we were debating. And he comes on and he's at first he's very nice and seems very reasonable. And then I don't know, I say something, Adam says something, and all of a sudden it's this switch flips and he just spurgs the fuck out. And I call it out, I'm like, what? I'm like, what the fuck just happened? You just had you just went from 0 to 1,000. You just raged the fuck out over nothing. And even Destiny in that conversation was laughing, even though I think I was debating with Destiny about whatever the topic was laughing and agreeing with me that Pisco was doing this weird spurg out thing. So I think he just has anger issues. He's just hitting testosterone or something. I don't know what the fuck he's doing, but he needs to work it out.
Yeah, you might be right. I don't know. The whole relationship with Destiny, I thought that I just debated Lonerbox at DebateCon 8, and I don't follow the drama much. I know there's stuff going on, lawsuit and stuff. I'm not really interested. I don't care. I never have with any of them. But I knew that there are people that are kind of get along or whatever. When the Butler assassination attempt happened, I was really bummed out, because I like to think that all of us on here, that there's at least this level of camaraderie, that it's well, we all kind of do similar things, and we're advocating for what we believe, and sometimes, tempers flare, but it is what it is, But with that, it was disturbing because Destiny, it seemed to me, was crashing out. And, some of the stuff he was saying. He told Pisco that the worst thing that could happen was the bullet missing Trump. And so I reached out to Pisco and I was like, hey man, it's none of my business, but if you're friends with Destiny, you ought to tell the dude to get offline for a week, because it's out of control. And,
specifically, he said stuff about the innocent person
Corey
that went who got killed, was somehow guilty for just attending a Trump rally. He obviously, I think the guy was a Trump supporter, but I mean that idea that just supporting a candidate makes you a target for assassination is just, I mean, that's revolting.
So it's, for Pisco, for me at least, I just wanted to say one positive thing about him. I do think that he legitimately was trying to pull the reins back on that, which is a low bar to praise someone about, but that's where we're at. I mean,
well, no, that's good. Yeah.
Lonerbox, who I always thought was the more reasonable of them, he put out within 24 hours of the Butler assassination attempt, he was like, well, what point should we have taken out Hitler? And oh my God, I'm like, what are you doing? Yeah, I called it. He was like, well, if you have a problem, call in. And I was like, what are you doing, man? I thought you were the more level-headed of this crew. And he's like, well, it's just a legitimate question. It's not really connected to Trump. And I was like, come on, man.
Bro.
I just debated him. Then I brought this back up. The topic was, is Trump a fascist? And, my point was I don't really care. Fascism's like racism to me. It's like a word that they change the definition of all the time. So I argued, I was like, here's my definition of fascism. I don't think Trump meets it. I don't think Trump meets yours. But I was like, the more important question is, why are you gung-ho to call him that? Because to me, it seems like wink, wink, nudge, nudge to your audience. And so now what I'm seeing with all the infighting on the right, the Candace Owens and stuff, I think the fighting on the left's more interesting. When you're seeing the Destiny versus Hasan stuff, because from my perspective, Destiny's Hasan's unhinged. These people are nuts. They're basically terrorist sympathizers. But from where I'm sitting, it's Destiny, I don't think you're that different. You're different in your political beliefs, but as far as the extremism, Destiny's audience is crazy. His moderator went on Destiny's show there a few months ago, Warren Smith has a video up about this and was like, we have real, and I'm quoting now, school shooter vibes in our Reddit. And Destiny's just like, oh,
God.
What can you do? And it's true. It's true, though. If you go to those Reddits, like after the Butler assassination attempt, everyone was just parroting Destiny there. Well, we tried to beat him through the Supreme Court and we couldn't. And now we have to take matters into our own hands. And so to now watch months later, Destiny, like, well, Hasan's getting mainstream traction. Don't they realize how extreme he is? I'm like, that's you. That's who you are. You're just more rational with your political takes. Like, I think that Hasan's an idiot that doesn't know what he's talking about, but it's bleak.
I mean, hopefully the electorate has no stomach for this. Hopefully this is just an online phenomenon, and
I don't know.
It's not going to get any say in the actual corridors of power.
What do you think, though? Like, I don't know where you guys stand on this. Like the ICE riots, like the way I see it. This is my personal opinion. I don't think ICE.
Hold on, before we, I want to say something about the Destiny thing. That's kind of interesting. It's the direction that they've kind of gone in is the Destiny orbiters have gone is kind of fascinating to me, because it was really like Pisco and Destiny in an echo chamber, kind of like hyping themselves up about how like Trump was going to be the fascist dictator to take over America. Like the two of them were kind of like, once the Supreme Court was like giving Trump immunity and everything. Like I remember watching the stream, they were like hyping each other up into like this kind of frenzy. And then that's kind of fascinating now to watch the situation where, we had some debates with Pisco and I don't remember. I think it might have been, I don't know if it was Josiah or Hutch or someone, so we had a conversation with a bunch of the live and learn people kind of about how like the socialist stuff on the left is going to keep growing and growing and growing and kind of start to take over, and it's important. And they were all poo-pooing this concept that it wasn't really a big deal. And this is all just kids on college campuses. And no, you don't have to worry about any of this shit. You just have to worry about Trump.
And waving it away.
Right. And it was very annoying to talk to them because, like, I mean, as you know, I'm not like, I'm not some giant Trump supporter, but like every conversation with them was just like, what about Trump? What about Trump? And I'm like, okay, like, why do I spend the entire conversation debating you just trying to defend Trump? Because their entire position is you're not allowed to talk about anything else because Trump is such an existential threat to the world that if you talk about anything else, you have to defend Trump now for the rest of the conversation on everything he's ever done. And it's fascinating to me that now, like the Live and Learn podcast and even Destiny are now all split themselves, because now that they see that, guess what? Me and Adam are right. Like the socialist shit didn't just magically fucking disappear. Okay. It's only gaining more traction. And their number one, fan Hasan is gaining more traction in the public space. Now suddenly there's this fucking divide, and they're like, oh shit. And it's funny to see like now Destiny has like done this like complete 180. And apparently, I mean, I don't know if I've been watching him a lot, so I don't know, maybe Trump still is the, Hitler 2.0, but now he's on the whole train saying like, oh, we have to stop Hasan. We have to stop the DSA. All these people are crazy and evil. And my theory, my pet theory is that his really motivation for this is really more personal.
Yep.
Just because he hates Hasan so much. Like if it was some other random socialist, like now again, I have no clue if this is true, but this is my pet theory, that if it was some other random socialist, like he wouldn't have this take. But because it's Hasan and he personally hates Hasan, like that just drives him fucking crazy to see Hasan gain all this popularity and traction.
I totally agree. And I think I understand Destiny's point of view, because I mean, what do you two think? I think if there was a debate between Destiny and Hasan, it wouldn't even be close. Like Destiny would crush
of course
him.
not.
Hasan's
Of course.
horrible.
Destiny would wipe the floor with him. Yeah.
So it's from Destiny's perspective, it's like, how is this possible? This dude doesn't know anything, and now look, Hasan's winning the court of like.
What I was saying about how people assign credibility to people who are just saying the things they want to hear.
Yeah.
That's how it happens.
Yeah. No, you're
fucking
absolutely right.
dum-dums.
Absolutely right. And so I think you're right, SItch. I think that is, most of it's just Destiny's pissed off because that should be me, not Hasan.
It should have been me.
Destiny.
He was trying to do the canvassing stuff too at first. It's so funny.
And they're like, look, again, I'm biased, but like, I guess I'm usually, when I'm doing canvassing type stuff, it's not so much an online space that went to canvassing. I'm working with like, traditional 65, 70-year-old guys and ladies that have been in the Republican Party for 30 years doing this stuff. But everybody's having a good time. with that progressive victory stuff, it's so predictable in these left-wing spaces. Like the first thing that came out, there was women coming out like, we felt like we were objectified, that it wasn't a safe space for us. And you're just like, oh my gosh. Like, it's so predictable. It's like, man, they can't get out of their own way. You know, I feel my take on Destiny is if he's smart, he's charismatic, he's entertaining, right? He just can't get out of his own way with the drama. You know, and obviously I'm not to speak on the legal drama. I don't know what the truth is. I haven't looked into it. I don't really care. But it's stuff like that. And so it's got to be frustrating for him to see, look, his son's this moron who's like a Nepo kid out there pretending to be like a socialist while he's living lavishly. And the guy just says the most vapid nonsense. And he's getting puff pieces in mainstream publications. Meanwhile, Destiny's seems to be, you know, the spurned ex that's being shoved to the side. And I sympathize. I understand where Destiny's coming from, but it's just like, look, like you said, I know I've watched the episodes. I've watched your conversation with those guys where you were like talking about how insane and extreme some of those people were. And they all just, it's always Trump, 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 Trump. And I don't know where the Democratic Party goes after Trump. There's nowhere to go, but whoever the next person is worse than Trump. That's it. Right. That's all they can say, right? Because they've built it up. It can't be like, well, you know, it's Bob Dole. You know, well, he's a lovable old man. He's just not very good, you know, policy-wise. They can't do that. And so
as long as it's not Tucker
falling
Carlson.
Republicans are falling into the same trap, though, because like they're just going the socialists, the socialists, the socialists. Granted, I agree with them that the socialists are getting out of hand, but I do think they need to pair that with some sort of positive vision for America. And I mean, this latest one where Trump is like, or people in the Trump administration are saying, we need to lower capital gains to adjust for inflation. So we're only going to be taxed. Like the lowly guy who makes a paycheck, obviously his wages aren't adjusted for inflation. But if you're rich and you make money off of capital gains, then you don't have to pay. That is not like a winning idea for how to get gas prices back down again.
Well, Trump, I think that there was for a message that would resonate for like particularly young people, but a base. I think that Trump comes in and his first 3 months are excellent. Like the Doge message that resonates, right? And there's other, you know, things that
definitely.
He's doing. And
The immigration stuff, you know, mass deportation. He's like really doing it. He's trying to keep his campaign promises. But now it's the midterm, so the Republicans need some sort of positive vision.
They're terrible. They're sorry, I got a cough drop. I don't, dude. I mean, I can make the case, but they're making it hard for me to make the case. I'll say that.
What is the case that you would make? Because you're obviously you're far more conservative than either SItch or I. So
I think that what you're seeing is that they truly thought that there was importance in dealing with Iran, and that this is something that's been on the table for 30 years, that someone finally needs to rein this regime in, and that they truly do believe that they were attempting to get like a weapon of mass destruction, which not that they would necessarily use, but would put them in this position where, you know, it would make things very troublesome in the area. I think they thought that it was going to be open and shut, and it's not. And that's on them. They should have to wear that. But I ultimately think, despite that, and the fact that you would see that that's going to do things like increase energy prices and thereby inflation, the same with the tariffs, that the vision was more of a long-term one to bring manufacturing back. And I respect that vision because I think that we're in an unsustainable future for sort of blue-collar workers and for the middle class, that we're going to continue to see this bifurcation, and it's going to hurt young people the most. So the idea of importing so much labor through illegals, through H-1Bs, et cetera, and despite the fact what so many people that are on the right want to say, there's an article, a great article by the Cato Institute from a couple months ago. They're more worried that Trump's doing more to harm H-1Bs than he is illegals, which from my perspective is good. And that's a message to young people that we're trying to selling point. Yes, that's something that they should be touting. So I think that the domestic agenda wasn't a bad idea. There's two major problems with it, though. The first is that they don't sell it well. They don't. They're terrible. And part of that's because there are key members of the Republican caucus that don't agree with that message, so they have no interest in selling it. And the other part is
reshoring manufacturing. How could they disagree with that?
well, they don't like Trump. They might like the message, but they don't like Trump. They want to get the party back to theirs. So, for example, 90% of Republicans want the SAVE Act, but 5 or 6 senators that are Republican don't. They don't want it, right?
The SAVE Act, I don't think is. I'm talking. There needs to be some economic plan.
Oh,
that
yes,
they
yes.
lay out.
But what I'm saying is they don't have an interest in having a win for Trump in that sense, right?
Right.
To me, I mean, if you don't like Trump, which is fine, if you don't like what the Trump administration's done, like ask yourself this: what has the Republican Congress done? I don't even know. Like they virtue signaled against socialism, okay? They
got
repassed
the big beautiful bill passed.
right. So
No
they
tax
spent
on
money.
tips.
They spent money, no tax on tips, but it's been bleak compared to what like the message was. That was going to come in.
Did you classify your super chats as tips? SItch and I both were able to.
They count.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
crazy. It was big for me. What is it, like $15,000 untaxed?
Yeah, it was huge. It was huge for us
Yep.
too. Yeah. So
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you're out there
how
and
can
you're
you
a streamer,
not remember that that's what they got passed?
they don't do. They're so bad. Like I've never seen people snatch defeat from the jaws of victory like the Republicans. They can't win a narrative. Like the ICE thing. Like the deportations are popular. It's just that people are spun this narrative about how evil ICE is. ICE isn't perfect. They've done things that aren't good, true. But that's inevitable when one side is setting up intentional confrontations day after day after day. Inevitably, if you have 1,000 interactions with police with people screaming at them, you're going to get 1 or 2 that don't go well. And when those happen, the police should be held accountable. Don't get me wrong. But you should also point the blame squarely where it belongs. And that's the people setting up the violent confrontations, which is the Democrats. They set that up, right? And I'll get to that more in a second, but they can't win that narrative. They can't. And so they capitulate. They're like, we'll fire Bovino. Why? And that's what ultimately, if you're a Trump voter right now, what you have to overcome is that basically you feel like this guy's fighting real hard foreign policy wise for whatever it is he believes. And for me, I don't believe in that vision.
Well, and his ballroom. It seems it's like personal projects.
Yeah. And it's, and then when it comes to this sort of stuff, it seems like it's on the back burner. And so, I don't know. I think that it's horrible to say this, but my push, and I believe this, and so just so you guys know, yes, I'm biased, and yes, you basically should treat me as a guy who's working behind the scenes with Republicans because I am, right? So I'm biased, but I think I believe every word of this. I think the Democrats have lost their mind. I think now the mainstream Democrats are promising stuff that's borderline unrecoverable, like packing the court. And if that happens, that's the end of separation of powers. And this isn't the same as when they added seats under FDR. This is them with now activist courts with like Ketanji Brown Jackson. That's just going to be like, yeah, we're going to do whatever the heck we want. So all of the worst impulses.
So weird to me. It's so weird to me that you're spending so much time on this court packing stuff when I do not think it's going to impact the election one iota. I don't think people. Yeah, look, I agree. I don't think it is. I think, I agree with you that the Democrats are insane at this point, and the Democrats taking power is going to be Trump is not going to get one more thing accomplished. It's going to be them impeaching Trump over and over again. It's not going to be good for the country. It's going to be more spiraling out of control. It's hard for me to imagine winning an election without some sort of aspirational, this is what we're going to do policy. Just not, we're slightly better than the other guys. Okay.
Well, I agree.
Both parties seem to be doing that. The Democrats are just like the Republicans are fascists, and the Republicans are like the Democrats are communists.
I agree. For me, what I think you need to do is step one, illustrate to disenfranchised Republicans that would likely vote Republican but have low enthusiasm why it's important in this midterm, given the stakes of what the Democrats are. But you also
Trump has mentioned that a couple times now, which is promising.
they're so weak on it. But you're right. They need a positive agenda. And there are positive things to look at economically. For example, almost every job that's been created since Trump's been in office has been to citizens of the United States. Almost every job that we've lost has been to foreign-born workers. That's something, right? Real wage growth was negative under Joe Biden, which is inflation minus wage growth. That was negative, right? It was up under Trump, though we don't have numbers for the past 3-4 months. I think the Iran conflict probably made it about even. But I think there's an argument to be had that, like, look, we did this because we felt we had to. You know, my vision as a president isn't to do what's just expedient for the next year. Yeah, we know this causes short-term pain at home, but we think it was the right thing to do, and it's winding down. And if you look at the economic numbers, they're actually getting better already. And what we can see is the tariff plan. To some degree, it looks like manufacturing starting to rise in the United States. It looks like housing's getting more affordable, particularly for young people, in large part because we're deporting people. And we've had the first net negative migration since like the 60s. And it looks like we're starting to see inflation come down. Energy prices go down. One of the weird things, I'm not sold on this, but it's an argument I would make if I was them. It looks like we may have shattered OPEC in a serious way. And you have countries like the United States, Canada, Kazakhstan that are now increasing their output of energy production, fossil fuel production, that are now becoming net exporters. And I think that overall could be a good thing that will lower prices precipitously in the future. So the line has to be the economy's going strong with the fundamentals. We're coming off a disastrous 4 years with the Democrats. Yes, there's some hiccups. We're not going to lie. Things aren't as good as they should be, largely because of actions we've taken in Iran. Regardless of what you think of those actions, we think they were important, but those fundamentals of the economy remain strong. And the problem is, if the Democrats win, the strategy of the Republicans is a long-term strategy. It's going to take 2 to 3 years, which is tariffs, trade deals, etc., is going to encourage manufacturing to come back to the United States. If Democrats win and rescind all of that, then we're going to lose that positive benefit that we have from those things. So
yeah,
for me, I
don't think selling it as the economy is strong is the way to go.
Well, you have to sell it as.
I think you risk alienating voters who are having a tough time getting by, facing inflation and all kinds of shit. I mean, I would say the economy is hanging in there at best, and that we're working towards. Basically make the argument that you don't change captains mid change. What's the expression?
Don't change horses midstream.
There you go.
Oh, that sounds good. Well, no, I'm largely saying the same thing.
Is there? I do want to ask you if there's anything that they can do, that Republicans can do on healthcare, because it seems that would be taking something away from the Democrats. Because obviously the Democrats, like, they're slipping into this whole, we just want to give you healthcare. Yes, we're going to destroy the country doing it, but that's really our main goal.
Well, you have the Trump prescription plan that I don't know what the data is, but allegedly is lowering drug prices for a lot of people. The old school Republican, right, was like sort of the free market approach, where it was like, look, we open up markets. I mean, the truth is, what they need to do is we basically, the pre-existing conditions thing screwed everyone over. Now, I understand the purpose. If we lived in an ideal world, I don't want anyone to ever struggle financially or with a health issue, of course. But it's like the forcing insurers to cover pre-existing conditions, that would be like forcing a homeowner's insurance to cover me once my house burns down. Like, if I didn't have homeowner's insurance and then my house burns down and I say, you know what, that sucks for me, I would now like to get insurance and have them cover me rebuilding my house. We could all see the lunacy of that. But that's sort of the position we're in. So what happened?
Never going to win an election.
Right.
Getting rid of that. Though.
You can't kick people off or you're going to lose.
Well, but this is why so many nations have single payers, because of they're conscripting you into having health insurance via taxes when you're a baby.
Yeah.
So you have it your entire life.
Well, it makes sense. That's the best argument for single payer. I still think it's a disaster that there's a bunch of unintended consequences. But, what they could do, I think that continuing to fight to lower drug prices is good. I think that, like, there are interesting things. I always like sort of an HSA plan. Like, we have the Trump accounts now. if you had like HSAs that you had people putting into, where, you know, there was a bank account that they could have that the government's putting money in for them to use at their leisure for their healthcare expenses. I think that kind of takes the insurance companies out of it more, which means that hospitals would get more of those profits and you wouldn't have this middleman that's sort of siphoning off this money. I think that's something that's potential. Opening up interstate markets, I think, would lower prices. But the problem with all of this is, I mean, this is what Republicans should have been doing 2 years ago, you know, when they first won. What are you what's your message gonna be 2 months out here? You know, and
what's
it's
the
like,
problem is that they're because you can't. Like, what are you supposed to run on? Like, oh, in the midterms, oh, we're going to do all these things that we haven't been doing,
Right.
or even tried really to do for the last 2 years. And I do think that the healthcare thing is just, it's always been this elephant in the room, I guess, or this weakness for the Republicans to deal with. You know, ever since Obamacare. I mean, I think that was one of Trump's big weaknesses, was always repeal and replace. And then, you know, his first term, they repeal parts of it, but they have nothing really to replace it with. And even though, you know, I like the price transparency stuff, obviously the prescription, you know, plan stuff. And, you know, you're talking about the health savings account, which, like, I think that's fine. It's a good idea, but like, that's a long-term thing. Cause essentially you're saying like, oh, well, you have to start putting money in an account now, and maybe 10, 20, 30, 40 years, you know, there'll be enough that you can draw from it. But people are like, okay, but I need healthcare right this moment. And so that's not really going to help people. And the Republicans, they haven't really been able to ever get their shit together on a plan that I think people can get behind on this.
I totally agree. And like, I guess I was looking at it in the context of like, well, what do we do for the midterms now? And the problem is, like, you know, Adam, what you're saying is like not much. What can you do except messaging at this point, right? Like, and here's the problem.
Well, a messaging would go a long way.
Right.
If they just said, this is what we're going to try to do in our next term. And here's the contrast. Here's what the Democrats are going to do. And here's what we're going to do. Take your pick. But you can't make that contrast if everybody's just saying, oh, this is the terrible thing they're going to do. Well, what the fuck are you going to do?
Yeah. No, I agree. And I think that's what I'm saying.
This is what they're going to do. And we're going to do nothing.
I think that's what I'm saying. I think what you do is you're honest. You're right. You never want to make the mistake. Biden did this all the time. Like when we had like double-digit inflation year over year, Biden would go on TV and be like, strongest economy ever.
Yes.
And that's terrible.
That's what I worry about.
You can't do that. So instead what you do is like, we have laid the foundation for good fundamentals, and we understand you're struggling. And yeah, we're not going to sit here and lie to you and like promise you pie in the sky. Everything will be good the day after we get elected. This is a long-term problem that led us to this, and it's going to be, you know, a long-term solution. And so we've laid the groundwork. You're struggling right now. Here's what we're going to do for you short term, right? We've increased domestic production of oil, and we're lowering those prices at the pump. But we get it. You're struggling, and if it was me, Trump will never do this, but I would be like, yeah, a lot of that's on me. You're right. I should have done better. Maybe I would overestimated how quick we'd be able to deal with the situation in Iran, and that's on me. But there's zero chance Trump would ever say that.
I was going to say, we're dreaming here.
Wasn't that kind of like what like Jimmy Carter tried to do, and then he got annihilated by Reagan, who was like, fuck all this lame shit. We're going to have a kitchen in every stove and a chicken in every kitchen.
Yeah. Well, it's, you know, so for me, it's like, I think that the best you could do right now is my policy is always be truthful. You know, I would say the same of the Democrats. They should be truthful. So you don't lie, you know, and so you just try to look at the picture.
That's why you'd be a horrible politician.
I know. You put the data in the most favorable way you can for yourself. And there is good data out there, but you can only massage it so much. People know. You're the mom that's working 2 jobs knows. You're not going to convince that lady, oh, the economy's great. So you just be honest. You say, yeah, we could have done better, you know, and there are things that, you know, we think the Democrats stymied a bunch of stuff we were trying to do. You know, maybe something Trump says is like, look, the Democrats fought the tariffs. I was going to send you that refund from the tariffs. The court said no. Because the Democrats fought it. That's money out of your pocket that the Democrats lobbied for. It was going to come directly to you, like $2,000 check. That's what they did. And they want to do more of it. Meanwhile, we're fighting hard for businesses. Here's the manufacturing increases. Here's domestic people that have got jobs. Here's our plan. But a lot of it does have to coincide with attacking the Democrats. Because truth be told, I mean, it's horrible that we're in this situation, but both parties are miserably unpopular. And it is the primary motivator at this point, is that the other party, from both sides' perspective, are lunatics. I think that I'm right, that I'm in reality that the Democrats are the ones that are lunatics, but I get it. Trump is so personally unlikable to the left at this point that it's so easy for them to just run on that alone, and then try to throw some sparkly socialism stuff on top of it, and there you go. But I couldn't tell you what the Democrats are running on. Impeach Trump? I mean,
well, yeah, they are. And,
that's it.
I mean, Trump. That's basically it. Trump and the Republicans are lucky to the extent that, the Democrats right now seem to be either kind of feckless and weak, and they don't really have a strong plan, or they're socialists. Like, these are kind of two flavors of Democrats right now. I'm sure there's some outliers. I'm obviously overgeneralizing, because if there was actually if like the Democrats had their shit together and they actually had some, unifying figure, some unifying vision, they had some Obama-esque, person that kind of came out, like, I think the Republicans would be in so much trouble because, economically, it does feel like what you're saying, and I remember we talked about this at the time, Biden's coming out and he's saying, oh, the economy is doing great. And I'm like, and he's pointing to some numbers, and I'm like, okay, that maybe those numbers are true, but unfortunately for everyone, people judge these things not based on numbers and stats and data. They base things on the vibe.
Yep.
And the vibe under Biden was like, the economy seems fucked. And it's the same thing right now with Trump. The vibe for everyone is that the economy seems fucked. And it feels very similar to the Joe Biden administration, where they kept saying it was good, it's good, it's good. It's not. And maybe it's really fucked. Maybe it's not. I couldn't tell. I have been reading all these articles that talk about how if you remove a lot of the AI companies, the economy is pretty stagnant outside of, some of those industries, things of that nature. People definitely feeling the price of things, and the messaging, and I hear what you're saying, like, you talk about like tariffs and all this stuff, but again, it's always like, it's hard for me to think that American voters are really like galvanized by the idea of like, oh yeah, trust us for another 2 or 3 years, and we'll have this like long-term plan kind of figured out. I think that's unfortunately why so many people on the left are turning to the socialists. And I think that's why they turned to Trump in the first place, is that so many voters in America are like, they're just sick of feeling stuck in this rut. I think it all goes, my pet theories, this all goes back to the housing crash. That people have always felt like they need some sort of massive change since 2008. And no candidate has ever really delivered the change that they're looking for. And so people are just going to keep voting for whoever is promising them the new big idea. And, now Trump's promises new big idea. And unfortunately for him, especially with the Iran stuff, which I think Trump has the luck of the devil, but I don't think the Iran situation is going to go in his favor or the world's favor or our favor. And I do worry that unfortunately the escalation trap guy is going to be right, and Iran is going to walk away from this, stronger, or controlling the Strait of Hormuz, or having a nuke or something to that effect. It's hard for me to see that something good is going to come out of this, even though I was supportive at the beginning. And I like that. I think really hurts Trump's credibility, because so many people were really pushing Trump as like, he's the candidate that's not going to get us involved in foreign wars and foreign entanglements and do all these things. He's America first. And the fact that he kind of went back on that and then does seem to, will lose, right? You can, it's kind of like the Captain Kirk law. Like, you can violate the Federation's law. You can violate the law as long as you win, but if you lose, then, everyone fucking hates your guts.
Yep.
And Trump's kind of in that situation right now. And since, most people, they're not big nerds like you or I, they don't care about the sacking the courts. They don't care about the elector scheme or any of this stuff, right? They just, they listen to a candidate, and the candidate seems credible, he seems trustworthy or not, and they say, okay, I trust this guy. And I think this was an issue that was very easy for people to see and to have a feeling that Trump went back on. And that's why I think you're seeing a lot of people now. I mean, I know Trump's approval ratings are still like decent among Republicans, but that is why I think you're seeing the momentum shift away from Trump, once the Iran stuff happened. And I don't really see what they're going to do, like how the Republicans are going to come back from this. And I don't really see what the Democrats are going to do either. So I'm kind of pessimistic about the whole situation, the whole political situation for the next 2 to 4 years.
I look, me too. I could give you my best case for what I think could happen, but for me, I think if you're honest, like I have people in my chat that are rightfully calling this out. A lot of Trump supporters that are now, sort of feeling a little bit of buyer's remorse. I think they thought too much of Trump. They thought he could do too much. And the reality is that he is facing unprecedented pushback from the courts, from the Democrats, from key members of his own party. That is absolutely true. But the buck has to stop with him. Like it just does. It's not enough to be like, but it's not fair. Maybe so. That the reality is the reality. The mother trying to support her kid doesn't care that, well, the reason that I can't afford, rent this month is because, the deck's stacked against Trump. They're just going to blame Trump. And that's why historically, when you have a president in the second term and they win the House and the Senate, they lose every time the midterms, right? You're going to blame that party in control. That's just the way it is. Now, could they have done better? Could Trump have done better? Yeah, absolutely. But I do think it's worth pointing out those caveats. However, if we're being honest, I voted for Trump every time that I could have, with the exception of the primary. I actually preferred Vivek or DeSantis over Trump, but that's another story. But every general, I voted. I worked for Trump's campaign, like as a small time in my county, putting up yard signs, knocking doors, doing phone banks, stuff like that, So I have no reason to dislike Trump. And I'll say this, I don't know anyone who's ecstatic. I don't know anyone that's like, this is great. The most common person that's still on the Trump train is like, well, he's being stymied, but he's doing okay. No one thinks that it's great though. And so given that, it's easy to see if that's what his supporters feel. Well, what do independents feel? Or what do people that begrudgingly voted for him because they didn't like the Biden economy? How are they feeling right now? And I think it's bleak. I think that's the truth. And I hope that someone's telling Trump and Republicans that that's the reality on the ground because they need to know that. I think the best case scenario, I'll see what you guys think. This is going to get me in trouble with my audience. I actually like JD Vance. I know the whole Palantir thing. I know people were down on that, but
ew, he's gross.
You don't
He's
like,
weird.
It's
I don't like
the
JD
couch
Vance.
thing. Is that what it is?
It is. Yeah, he fucked the couch.
But
If it's
see,
between JD Vance and AOC, though, I think you said you'd vote for JD Vance.
I did if it was between those two. Yeah.
What
I would
about
take
Vance?
Rubio over Vance any day of the week.
Yeah.
so.
What is about
Who?
Vance you don't like?
I don't like the Palantir stuff. I don't like all the Peter Thiel stuff. I don't like that he's seemed very favorable to Curtis Yarvin. Is very strange to me. I think he does believe a lot of weird post liberalism ideas and a lot of dissident right ideas that he kind of leaks out every once in a while. I don't like that he's on multiple occasions made comments about maybe America would be better off if we weren't the world's reserve currency.
Yeah,
I think it's a lot of
disheartening.
Yeah, I think he's got a lot of weird ideas about the whole situation. Also, I don't know if I think he's really a person of integrity. I mean, I don't know if I buy the whole he thought Trump sucked and was terrible, and then he had a complete change of 180 change of faith, and now he thinks Trump is great. I don't know if I buy that.
Well, I think that the reason I say him is I think that he's probably not a fan of the Iran war. I think he's probably doing what he has to do, which is he's the wingman. He's the assistant for the president, so he's going to go out and put it in the best possible light. But I think that he will be seen as sort of an heir apparent to MAGA. I don't mind Rubio either, but Rubio is definitely more in the vein of the traditional Republican, more of a prior to Trump, And so
a dirty neocon.
Right. So I think that there will be a lot of pushback in the Trump coalition that elected Trump to a Marco Rubio, or at least less enthusiasm from some of those people. I think Vance solves a lot of the problems with if he could come out and be like, look, I don't particularly think what happened in Iran was the greatest thing. We did our best, but try to focus more on sort of, domestic issues. Now, the reserve currency is interesting. I actually liked the speech that Vance gave on that because Vance's big thing was as the world reserve currency, what have we really gotten as far as the manufacturing class? If you're in rural America, what have you gotten for it? Well, we export dollars. Our financial industries are doing tremendously, but the blue collar worker, not so much. And eventually he envisions a world where it's not sustainable, that at some point something will give. So we're not intentionally bringing that on, but we have to start to prepare for that inevitability. And the way you prepare for that inevitability is you say, we need to bring back manufacturing and make stuff in this country. Because if tomorrow, like the process would start, and it would take a long time, like 5 to 10 years, but if the process starts tomorrow where the world's like, you know what, we're going to go to some other currency or some global reserve or something like that, the United States would be in a real bad spot in 5 to 10 years because there just wouldn't be enough time to like fix the shock of like, okay, now what do we do? What are we exporting? So is he right? I don't know. But the idea of someone that I think seriously cares about manufacturing is something I like. I don't mind Rubio either. I think Rubio would be a good choice. But I think the optimism comes in this. Trump is, for all of his foibles, was the right guy for the right time. That the direction we were going in 2016, and then again after the Biden administration, it was crazy times, and it took someone that was like a weird, charismatic, like edgelord, basically, that was the right person for the right time. And it has led us on a crazy journey. The left has gotten crazier, but I think that if you have someone that takes the good, which is like the focus on domestic issues, working class people, right? And then gets rid of some of the like the bad, like the just unforced errors, the refusal to take accountability for anything, I think that it could be a potent message. Will we get there? I don't know. I have this theory, and I'll see what you guys think about this. It's like there's this, I'm sure it's not like, it's not like a religious thing. It's like, I almost view it as like karmic, like some karmic scale, right? Where it's like, the elections are always going to be like 51% to 49%. And so if the one side's really sucks and you're like, easy victory for the other side, they screw themselves in the primary by electing the most unelectable people in the primary. So you're always perpetually in this system where you're like, oh, I'm convinced this is going to be an easy election for the other side. But then they elect these people that the center are like, what are you doing? AOC? Like Mamdani? Like, you know, these crazy people end up winning the primaries because there's such an enthusiasm against the administration in there that you go with the wild and crazy people. And so I don't know what 2028 will bring. I think that at this point, it's pretty much a lock that Democrats are going to win at least the House. The Senate's going to be close. And then we'll see. Not much is going to be done. Trump's going to get blamed for that. Is Trump man enough to take a step back and be like, yeah, I'm not going to throw JD Vance or Marco Rubio under the bus? Probably not. So then you're dealing with the, you know? I mean, imagine if Rubio or Vance come out and they're like, you know, they get the de facto nod and they're like, yeah, you're right. There were problems with Iran. Couldn't you envision Trump being like, it was the most perfect war ever? What are you talking about? There were no problems. And then you're going to be sitting there shaking your head like, what are you doing, Trump? So who knows? It's a great big clusterfuck. It really is. And it's disheartening because you'd like to think that like we're not totally screwed if the wrong side wins. I truly do. I think with the court packing, I know the normies aren't going to get behind it. I'm out of touch with that. But the court packing to me it's one of the scariest things I've ever heard being ran on as a mainstream position, which is basically just saying, like, it's not just that they're running on court packing. They're running on court packing and adding states and giving the legislator the power to punish the court for, quote, lying, which then they're like running on this disinformation board stuff again, some of them that they're going to instill that again. And all of it's setting up a pretty bleak picture of just like, well, we're just going to grant amnesty and bring in people and do whatever the heck we want. And the court's just going to be, if we don't like what the court's doing, we'll just add 3 new members. We could, it's, to me, it's like, I don't know that that's recoverable. That's starting to get down to the territory where it's like, you can see states being like, we want to secede. We don't want to deal with this. And then it, you know, Tim Pool may finally get his wish.
Well, I mean, I thought the same thing. Like, you know, I thought the same thing. If the electoral scheme had been successful, I think it would have caused massive political violence.
Look, you're right.
Secede, but it would have been like a crazy reaction to that.
You're right, unless they could have proved the goods, right? But the problem with that was always like, and
Well, they
look,
were never going to be able to prove.
I know
the
they
goods.
weren't. If they were going to be able to, they would have by now, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not even saying that they were wrong. I'm just saying there comes a time, and this is what was screwed up about the whole thing. I truly believe that Trump's team wasn't trying to cheat, that they were just trying to have a delay, to have courts look because they thought they were really screwed out of it. But my answer to that is the time for that was before the election and in the immediate aftermath, right? You can't do that. You can't. There were people that were convinced on my show. You remember there was a case that went to the Texas court and they were like, this is it. They're going to overturn the election. Like, and then remember they ruled there was no standing. And so the court didn't. And I was trying to explain to my audience, I'm like, there is a 0% chance. Like I would bet my entire like life savings, house, everything on that there is 0 chance the courts overturn this election because it would be a civil war. It can't happen. Even if the courts are looking at this and they're like, we're pretty sure we should overturn it, they're not going to do it because the consequences, you're not going to be able to explain to 70 million something people that hate Trump, like, no, this was legit. Here was the process. Here's what they found. Those people are just going to hear you stole the election. And that's it. It's on then. So it was obvious.
For the second time.
Yeah.
To include Bush. Yeah.
And so it was, it really is. And it's unfortunate because I think that Trump screwed himself over with a lot of people that I think are reasonable people. Like my friend Ryan Mullally, I do a show with. Ryan wouldn't vote for Trump because of that. And it's like, look, you brought that on yourself. He did. And it is a valid enough concern. Again, I truly in my heart don't think they were trying to cheat or anything like that. But I understand the validity of the people concerned about it. And I'm not, what can I say? It's like, that's a reasonable interpretation. And he brought it on himself. It's so, there's so many things like that with Trump where it's like, man, on one hand, it feels weird to like Monday morning quarterback because Trump accomplished something that I would give me 100 lifetimes I could never accomplish. He did through his unique skill set, money, advantages, whatever you want to say. He did the unthinkable twice, like beat this big machine. Hillary was all but a shoo-in. And he beat her. No one could beat women in politics like Donald Trump, And so it's, it comes across as like me pretending I know more than Trump on this. I'm not saying that. But man, there's so many times where you just look and you're like, man, what are you doing? If he doesn't do the alternate electors thing, right? Like he comes in such a stronger position with the stronger mandate in 2024.
Sure.
He could just be like, see, I told you. Look how bad Biden did. I told you. And he does the electors thing. And it's like, again, I know my audience is going to be like, it wasn't that big of a deal. I don't think it was that big of a deal, but I understand the people that do. And I feel like that's the story of Trump. It's constantly stuff like this, listening to the worst people at the worst time. Why in God's name did he think like that the Iran thing would be that quick? For me, you tell me if I'm wrong. It seems like he's desperate to get out of it now. Like, I think he knows it's hurting him in the midterms. And Iran's calling his bluff because they know the election's coming up. And so they're like,
they know.
Well, it's kind of ironic because, going back to Jimmy Carter, Trump, he always talked about how much he thought Jimmy Carter sucked and was always kind of mocking Jimmy Carter. And here he is. He's in the exact same situation Jimmy Carter was in, where Iran was like, we're going to screw over your reelection, Jimmy Carter, it's not Trump's reelection, but we're going to screw over your elections and we're going to, hurt your presidential campaign. And I think Iran is 100% cognizant of this. And they're 100% like, yes, they're going to drag this out as long as possible in order to hurt Trump politically. Because
can you imagine if they were still holding that pilot as hostage?
Crazy.
Oh
I know.
God.
Like, oh my God.
The exact same thing.
That's why as soon as
Trump had to be like, holy fucking
yes. As soon as that guy got shot down, Trump was like, send everybody. You have to get that guy back. Because he knew it'd be fucking over if he got captured.
They were counting the days.
Yes. I mean, and it's interesting because, like, what you're saying about, going forward in the next election with Vance. I mean, that's going to be, Iran is going to be this albatross, like, unless there's some miracle that comes out and this all works out. Iran is going to be this whole albatross around Vance's neck. It's going to be just like Kamala with Biden.
Exactly.
Where they keep asking her, like, well, did you not know that Biden was like fucking brain was melted? Like, how do you not know this? And she doesn't want to say anything because she doesn't want, she's doing it just because she doesn't want to throw him on the bus. She's not really worried about him. And then, Vance can't come out and say like, oh yeah, Iran was a complete clusterfuck, or even as you're saying, even if he gave like the softest like pushback, you feel like Trump would come out and just fucking ream him,
Annihilate
you know,
him. Yeah.
and that's going to just be devastating. So that's going to be this horrible thing for Vance to try to work around.
Yeah, I agree.
It's Trump. Unfortunately, like with a lot of people, their strength is also their weakness, and Trump is like the poster child for this because his strength was that he was wild and he wasn't listening to people and he was an outsider. So he's going to kind of like just go in here like a bull in a china shop and just wreck shit up. And I mean, it's also part of going back to what you're saying about like a lot of Trump getting so much pushback and having like the courts overturn so much of the things that he's doing is because Trump being the outsider also meant that he, for the last 2 years, he was not really, except for the the big beautiful bill, he wasn't really working very deeply with Congress the way that a lot of other presidents would, where they're trying to pass all this legislation. I mean, he was just trying to rapid fire do all these things by executive order, which I understand that's easier to do. You just write an executive order and then it gets done. And he's definitely pushed the boundaries of what the courts have said you can do by executive order, but also there's lots of things you can't do through executive order, like trying to get rid of birthright citizenship and all sorts of other things. And so, yeah, the courts are just going to kind of throw all that shit away. And it does put him in, I think, this precarious situation where you do have like in the, 2028, if some Democrat wins, they could basically undo almost everything he did because it's not going to be really legislation. It's just going to be executive action.
Well, I was talking like, it's so weird. Like from both sides of this, our political system, right? That basically every 2 to 4 years, there could just be a massive upheaval and you could have like an administration that's basically doing the opposite of the previous one. And so like in two ways, it's weird to think about this. First, from the perspective of the rest of the world, that basically the biggest and most important country in the world, every 4 years could totally change position. Like look at the tariffs, right? Like if you're, and this also, then if you look at it from Trump's perspective, the thing with tariffs was always this: if they are going to be effective, and I don't know that they would have been, but the way they would have been effective is that they apply pressure for a long enough time that countries capitulate and they say, okay, we'll give you more favorable deals, or we'll remove our tariffs, or we'll do, but you have to apply that pressure. But the problem is, right, these countries know our system as well as we do, and they're like, well, we just got to hold on till Democrats come back into office, right? And so if we cause short-term pain to the U.S. right now, good enough. The other side will come in and rescind this policy. And so it ends up in this weird thing where it's like, if you really want like foreign policy that's like a systemic change, and we have two parties that are at some point seem to be very opposed on some of the things they want, our adversaries and allies have to be looking at it like, yeah, but is this going to go on for 8-10 years that we're going to have a consistent plan here? Or is it going to change? And as much as someone like me criticizes the idea of like a deep state, which I do, and I have many reasons to do so, the one thing you can say is there is consistency, right? When you have the people at the State Department that stay there under W. Bush and then stay there through Obama, you might say, geez, it turns out a lot of the policies are very similar. I thought these presidents were supposed to be vastly different. But the upside to that is there's a predictability. And, I think that it's weird. I don't know how you fix that. Like, I don't know if you're in the position where you think like, wow, there needs to be deep systemic changes in the United States in the way we do something like a Doge, like for real with teeth. How do you do that? Because anything you do is probably going to cause short-term pain, which probably means the other side has a good chance of winning, which means they'll immediately rescind. And so it's like, even from the perspective of like the socialist, which I despise, but hypothetically, if you were going to have something like single payer or something, there could be a lot of short-term insanity that comes from that, which means that the other side could win and then start to rescind, or, so it's, fortunately for the Democrats, the Republicans are spineless. They never rescind anything. But hence, we're still repealing and replacing in an all-time blunder. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's, you would think that that there would be some sensibility. If I had to pick, I'm more optimistic as a Republican going into 2028. But that's just because I think that the infighting that we see with the Democrats is going to really start to hurt them. I think that they're going to have to deal with the DSA. And the DSA is going to be really popular in places like LA and New York, but it's not going to be popular in the Midwest. It's not going to be popular in the Rust Belt. And if the map changes as it should with, a census and stuff like that going into 2030 and beyond, that's going to be a tough sell. They're going to have to win places that aren't just California and New York. Mm-hmm. And I don't know. I don't know how they rein in because and again, maybe someone who's more, astute with Democrat politics has an answer to this, but it seems to me that they've been running off a cliff and that they're just been like, Trump's the most evil, so we get to be more extreme. And I don't know how they rein it in. On the right, we have our own version of that, but I still think the institutional power is still going to be with the heir apparent to MAGA. So if Trump gives the nod to Vance, I think that overwhelmingly means Vance will be the guy. I don't think that we're likely to see Dan Blazarian or any of these characters.
You don't think so? Yeah.
Dude, I was on a space with him the other day.
Do you think Trump will endorse before the end of the primary, though? I don't know that he will.
I'm not sure. I think that he would if it's between one of the people he likes and someone he doesn't like. But I anticipate it'll likely be Rubio and Vance, and I think he's
not going to endorse that.
No. I don't think he will
endorse that.
What if he endorses his son or something? Wouldn't that be a? Did you see that,
wow.
Don Jr.? And just everyone like, oh no, what are we doing?
That would be a little crazy, but I wouldn't put it past Trump at all.
This Dan Blazarian guy, you know who he is?
Mm-hmm.
So he hops on this space the other day, and we're arguing about the Andrew Candace debate. And he comes on and they're like, congressional candidate Dan Blazarian. Oh, and he's like, I thought Candace crushed him, and blah, 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 blah. He goes, and I was like, I lost my voice. So I'm trying to talk. I'm like, hey, Dan, did you watch the debate? He's like, yeah. I was like, what was the topic of the debate? He's like, oh, I don't know.
I think he was one of the people who posted the day after Charlie Kirk died that like Israel's behind it.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. That's it's bad when like the weird like fellowship that's coming around to this, that you have Hasan, Piker, like it's the old meme where they're pulling tug of war. So on one side you got Candace
Did
Owens.
you see that meme on X?
Oh, it's great.
Did you make that? Sid?
I made that meme.
Oh, that was
my
you,
meme, Rob.
Oh,
that was
a great
me.
One.
Someone reposted it without crediting me. How dare they?
Oh man, that's a great meme. So it's like
it is amazing. I kept wondering if you made it. I was like, this is badass.
Wait. The one I posted that has 9,000 likes is under my account. So other people, you're saying other people are reposting?
Oh yeah, I saw someone else repost it.
Oh my God, those meme stealing bastards.
Yep. That one's going to go down in the history books.
Okay,
man.
Here, I said it to you. You got to.
All right, I'm liking it right now.
You know how long I had to get AI to make that meme? I worked over a hard AI to make this. You're right. I always forget. You got to sneak a little SItch in there somewhere so people know.
How many times did Claude shut you down before it actually printed out the meme?
I used ChatGPT. Actually, the thing I was most impressed with was that I actually gave ChatGPT a pretty complicated prompt and it was able to do the Hasan Piker face with the Mao suit in the same style as the comic. So I was very impressed with ChatGPT.
I'm glad because I had thought of that, and like I thought of not what you did, but I thought of the rope meme with these because you could add other people to this because you got Candace and Hasan, but you also have like the legit white supremacists, right? So they're on Team Candace, which there's always a bit of irony of like our champion's this black woman, says the white supremacist, and then you have like Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes, like you people are crazy anti-Semites. When Nick Fuentes is criticizing you for being too anti-Semitic, like things are going awry. But it's, I mean, and Nick's right though. I think what Nick's seeing is, for me, I don't know what you guys think about Nick. I think Nick's talented, smart. I think that he wants to go a little more mainstream. And I think he's starting to see, like maybe Alex Jones saw at some point, that once you, that people will take what you're doing and run even further with it. And so he has what he would view as valid criticisms of Israel. But then the low IQ thing to do is be like, oh, so Israel's responsible for everything. Lindsey Graham died, must be Israel. Charlie Kirk died, must be Israel. And I think Nick sees that, like, well, wait a minute. these people that are running to, like, for lack of a better term, the right of him to criticize Israel even more. He's like, you people are just low IQ morons. You're just literally blaming Israel for everything. And my position is they're only responsible for most things. And so it's like, I think he really sees this as an existential fight where it's like, he has to, like, beat back these crazies or it's going to cause reputational harm to him where he's no longer the big man on that totem pole, you know, that because these people came along and stolen his thunder.
Well, I think that's the real thing, is that he looks at, because I'm pretty sure that, like, he was like last year, I'm pretty sure he was kind of on board with the Israel was behind it. And I don't know when he made the switch. I think he was on Israel's behind it pretty early on.
Well, I know at one point, and it seemed like
Fuentes. Yeah.
Okay.
It seemed like a while ago, but like I thought it was early, where he was like, "Look, you morons! Why would Israel plant a gun that Ian Carroll could figure out wouldn't be able to take this shot?" Like, I think that was early. Well, so maybe before that he was on it, but I never saw Nick. I thought Nick. My understanding was from the get-go, he was like, "No, this is the left." And
I think like even before, like, I mean, he might have switched early too, but I'm pretty sure I saw a tweet where it was like the day after he was on board with everyone pushing the Israel stuff.
Maybe, but
I
seen.
don't know, maybe he switched pretty early in the game.
I have not seen that, but
okay. But I think it's more him pushing on back on Candace. I don't think it's ideological. I think it's more the power game, which is that exactly what you're saying. He's, you know, there was kind of this dance that him and Candace did earlier. I think it was earlier this year, where they were kind of feeling each other out. And I mean, that would never work. Like, there would never be some sort of, like, I think, a joint between them, because Candace, I think, is a pathological liar and a histrionic psychopath.
I think Nick is a smart guy. Nick's a talented debater. Right. And I think he despises the stupidity more than anything.
Well, I don't know if I see that. I think it's that he can't really work with Candace. And I think he sees Candace as someone who could steal, you know, his position, steal his thunder, steal people away from him. And I do think he's seeing it as a threat.
Maybe.
And that's really why he's going after this stuff. I'm not like, if there wasn't a Candace like figure, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and think that Nick Fuentes has some sort of like, he's such a morally, you know, a person with such high integrity that even if he didn't think Israel was behind it, he wouldn't go along with that, because he would know that his audience would be, you know, eat that vision of the story up very easily.
I don't know. Like, I got to be honest. I felt that, believe it or not, I thought one of the best responses initially to Charlie's assassination was from Nick. And I think partly it was because of who he is. And you knew that he had serious beef with Charlie. Like, he largely viewed Charlie as one of the reasons he wasn't able to be platformed. And when he came out and was just like, this is horrible, and was like, we have to come together. We can't have this sort of political violence. I thought it hit the right tones. You know, compare that to Trump's like, "Oh yeah, that's terrible. Anyways, we're putting a new garden in," or whatever the heck he said. That left something to be desired. But I think that I really do think, this is just my opinion, I don't know. I think Nick hates Candace for stupidity. I think you're right in part. Part of it's like, look, you're taking a message that I believe in, like criticism of Zionism, and you're bastardizing it by making it low IQ. But I also think he legitimately feels bad for Charlie and sees this as grotesque, as ghoulish, that they're going after Charlie's family. And I think that's just my personal opinion. I don't know Nick. I've never talked to him. But just from the few clips I've seen, it feels to me like that he is like, this is horrible. It's horrible what these people are doing. So I don't know if he thought, hey, maybe if I jumped on this bandwagon, maybe. But for me, I'm taking it at face value for now. But yeah, I don't know. But it just, for me, it goes to show, even if there is, you know, a secondary reason for it, if I'm on the same position as Nick Fuentes and you're calling me a Zionist, like to all these Candace supporters, like it's Andrew did a debate with Dinesh D'Souza like 2 weeks before, or maybe 3 weeks before the Candace debate, where he argued against Christian Zionism, and Andrew's legitimate plan that he wants for Israel is to send a bunch of Christians there to take over leadership of the country and make it a Christian nation so that we could take our holy sites back. And yet he's called a Zionist because it's like, well, you don't think Israel killed Charlie Kirk. And so it's that level of stupidity where it's like, no, I could criticize Israel or whatever, but that doesn't mean that I believe. It was like they tried it with Lindsey Graham. I don't know if you saw that. They're like, oh, maybe Israel took out Lindsey Graham. It's like, I don't know, maybe an old man had health problems. I don't know. But it is the Alex Jonesification of this, where it's like once everything's a conspiracy, you have nowhere to go but spiral down the hole. And so now it's like, well, you must be involved. Rob got paid by Turning Point, right? And then he came on the SItch and Adam show after fact-checking for Andrew. So you guys must be paid by Israel as well. It's the only possible explanation. And
well, I'm Jewish, so
money.
It makes, here we go.
And it all makes sense, right?
Oh, man. Here we
Obviously,
go.
I was the one paying you the whole time. So
SItch account $300,000 later.
There you listen.
Now we found it.
This is the real reason we had you on a stream. I don't like where my investment went. Okay. I wanted Andrew to call her a twat on stream, and just be like he's like on the whatever podcast. Okay.
I think he should have been harsher. I understand the strategic trying to treat it with kid gloves because he thought Candace would quit at any moment and he wouldn't get a chance to ask. But I think he should have been harsher. For me, I think that one issue that people don't do well in debate, and it's something I would have liked to seen Andrew do more, is what I call framing. Most people, you always have to assume most people that are watching a debate know less about it than the participants. Not because they're dumber, but just because, if me and you sit here debating alternate electors, the mere fact that we have sat down to think about that probably puts us ahead of the average person who's got a life and they're not thinking about those things. So it's helpful to explain to the audience where you're coming from, and what you would see is a win condition, or not necessarily a win condition, but just an expectation for the audience to know oh, okay, I see what you're saying. And I think one thing that Andrew could have done better was to constantly remind the audience that Candace's burden was to prove that there was an overwhelming amount of evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy set up by the feds. And I think if he did that better, some of the non-ideologically driven people would have a better understanding of oh, I see what's going on. Because I think one victory for Candace is she is able to sort of spin this story that well, the debate was just about the state's case against Tyler Robinson. And that's not true. That's not what the topic was. So in that sense, he should have called her a twat. That's what I'm saying in a long way. But yeah, that's a mistake I see people make a lot. It always helps to explain to the audience what the overall point that you're trying to get through. I like to do it in an opening statement. I like to say look, here's what I hope to show in this debate. And then it helps keep what I think is a roadmap throughout the debate. Right. And in that debate, I mean, I made fun of Dan Blazarian for not knowing the topic, but you could forgive someone for watching that whole debate and be like, what was the topic again? I could get it because it was muddy,
Well, I'll fact check myself. Okay. So I did find actually the thing I was looking at was with Fuentes regarding whether he supported it being Israel or not. Was because he titled the stream a few days afterwards. I was like, did Israel kill Charlie Kirk? But if you actually look at it, and this was 5 days afterwards, he actually said,
did I lose you?
Yeah, what happened? I was wondering if I lost both of you.
Oh my gosh, they got to him. SItch said he was Jewish. Now, there it is.
Just getting ready to expose Fuentes, too, and they were like, up, no.
Coincidence? Oh, and look, I think I see an airplane
Probably
overhead.
not.
Is that Egyptian? Uh-oh.
We should move on. Well, obviously, we'll let SItch finish his point, but we've got a couple more stories to cover, and we've been talking to you for 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I'd be happy to leave and let you guys get to your show.
Look, do you want to promote? You want to promote your channel?
Yes, I would.
Send me a link, and I'll put a link to your channel in the description. But I did put your name up on screen, so you can always just search Rob
Yeah. It's just normal America with
as
Rob Noerr.
well.
It's always a pleasure. I know.
I've seen you on the list, like your channel's growing up, and like I've seen you on the list for like popular political streamers.
Well, there's no accounting for people's poor taste that I'm getting more popular, but
well, no, that's cool though.
No, it's I'll DM you a link to my channel, Adam.
Yeah,
but
that's cool.
No, I always
Zero Fucks put it in the
excellent
in the chat. So
I think
I'll put it in the description
to glaze you guys a little. My favorite thing that you guys do is I think you guys always have good guests on for stories that are very important in the moment. And so I always like on Sundays, like a lot of times I'm driving and I like putting you guys on while I'm driving because you were on a run there. Like, I mean, it was like 6-7 months ago. And I was just like, damn, it was like 4 weeks in a row. You guys just had incredible guests on, and it's hard to do, man. It's hard to set up to get guests on and to be covering the current news because it gets I don't know how you feel. Sometimes it feels repetitive. Like I'm looking for stuff to talk about at times. So I think you guys always keep it.
Well, look, I think you expanded on the Andrew Wilson story. You had a lot of value to that. I think a lot of people were interested in what you had to say about it. So that was great.
Well, it was my pleasure. And hopefully next time we come on, we can talk about something, Republicans' huge victory that no one expected or some stuff like that. But
sure, or, we can debate something as well.
Yes, that's even more fun.
I think we are really. But you had also great insight on the Republican midterm stuff because I am interested in how that's going to play out. So yeah, no, great conversation.
I do have one thing to promote. Tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern, I will be debating Tim Gordon on Modern Day Debate on whether or not there is compelling reason to think that Israel instigated or killed Charlie Kirk. And Tim is a smart guy too. So this isn't going to be like a Candace Owens. This is a smart guy. So that should be fun. That's 9 p.m. It'll be on my channel, but also on Modern Day Debate. So
we'll watch it on Rob's channel.
Yes.
So. But look, I like James as well. So I like his channel too.
Well, hey, tell SItch I said goodbye. Thank you both for having me. And we'll talk soon.
Take care.
All right. See ya. All right. Fun. A good interview. SItch and Adam, good guys. Let me go to the restroom. I'll be right back. I got to fill up my water. We got more show. Don't leave. If you're new to the channel, which I know we have new people, we have the hottest segment coming up in all of the online politics space. It is a segment dedicated to truly the greatest people, most insightful, stoic, non-aggressive people in the world. So please stay tuned. I'm going to go fill up my water and go to the restroom real quick. I'll play you this commercial. I will say I'm a bit chagrined that we're still at 0% of our modest $300,000 goal, but hopefully this commercial helps motivate you. Hi, everyone. As you know, my alleged friend has passed away, and I've spent the last months trying my best to honor his memory by monetizing at every moment that I can to the tune of me making millions of dollars. Yes, that's mean that I've spread wild theories about how his organization and closest loved ones actually murdered him or helped cover it up. But today, it's time to really support the true victims of this terrible tragedy. And that's me and the people around me. The millions of dollars I've made just aren't enough to pay for my livelihood. That's why I'll be charging people hundreds of thousands of dollars to defend the wild theories that I've made. But that's not enough. How can we be expected to exist on this meager subsistence? That's why I'm encouraging you via these ad breaks through the conversation to buy whatever product it is that I'm shilling. The mere $300,000 I'm making for 3 hours of work just can't cut it. What are we, living in some third world hellhole? So please, whatever product it is I'm shilling, please continue to buy it, but only after you send me your hard-earned money so that the real victims of this terrible tragedy can actually be recompensed. And that's me. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm sure that was a great ad, whatever it was. I'll read super chats here, but I have something serious for real to talk about for a second. My former job was that I did home health care with adults with disabilities. So I basically went into a house. I worked with primarily one guy for 14 years He's one of my best friends. Obviously, with medical things, it's privacy and what have. That I don't want to talk much. But if you could say a prayer for that guy, he's going through a really tough time, not just medically, but also some relationship stuff that's going on. And it's a hard thing because I feel like even though I think I made the right decision financially to move on from that company, and I'm spending time more with my family and stuff now, I do sort of feel like I left this guy, and it's very tough. So I'm going to spend next week trying to hang out with him a lot, but prayers would be appreciated. He's a really great guy. If you ever get a chance to meet him, he's one of the greatest guys you'd ever meet. Just really, really special guy. And it's unfortunate that having some problems. I would rather not say his first name, just for privacy reasons. But so appreciate all the well wishes and prayers for him. All right. I will read super chats. Let's first go over to Rumble. And I see no super chats. You know, there was a couple weeks where the Rumble chat was beating the YouTube chat. For real. They were crushing them. And now it's like YouTube's just outpaced. Though Rumble is winning in homophobic slurs. They're crushing that department. You're not allowed to say them on YouTube though. So Rumble wins that. Rumble lacks the stamina, yeah. Thanks, man, for concrete. Yeah, look, if you get into that line of work, working with people with disabilities, it doesn't pay much, but if you could get by that and find yourself like the right situation, there is nothing like it. It's like working with my best friend every day. He was a really great guy. And I worked in a lot of houses, different houses too, over that time. And I saw some really crazy things, some really dangerous things. But I liked the work I did. And I know it sounds cliche, but I feel like doing that, like it really was the right job for me at the right time. Like I was basically an alcoholic when I started there. And I worked there in a company for about a year, and then I met my wife. And I really do think that those are the two things that probably keep me alive today, to be honest, because the way I was drinking, I don't know how long I would have made it. I'd at least had far more significant health problems. But that was the first step, getting that job. And it was a weird feeling. I remember I worked for a guy who had a lot of problems. He was the strongest person I've ever met. And there was a lot of violence, and I tried to stick it out. And it was weird because there was no one in the world that cared about this guy. No one. He didn't have family. The doctors just were like, get him out of our hair. The police were there every day. And I just remember like sitting with him thinking like, I'm just like a drunk. Just some drunk guy that needed a job. And put my name in and got hired. And the next thing you know, I was like the only person in the world advocating for this guy. And it's a weird thing. It's very weird. Because I was like, who the hell am I? I'm nobody. Like, it's weird that it's me. Now I'm a Zio shill. That's right. You know? So, but I was hooked. I loved that line of work. Even when it was tough. You know, I always said 95% of the time you're like, man, I can't believe I get paid to do this. And then the other 5%, you're like, man, I can't believe this is all I get paid to do this. Because when it gets bad, it gets really bad. But the days that are good, they're just, I mean, we'd go fishing for 10 hours a day. It's great, man. It's some of the most relaxing, like, it's amazing. So anyway, super chats. Thank you though for those prayers. Mrs. D, $8 says, appreciate you, Rob. Oh, thank you. Tyler Jones, $15 says, some money. I will take some money. Thank you. Rookie Breakdowns, $5 says the Charlie Kirk conspiracy theorists are people who didn't believe the Epstein deep state thing before and are now trying to get ahead of the new conspiracy. That could be. Then we got Sean Atchinson, $2 says long time watcher, first time toner. Thank you. Go Saints. Oh my God. I still remember the Archie Manning Aints back in the day. The Reggie Bush, Drew Brees, David Moore, $20 says magicians and con men do not want to do the same trick twice. Andrew Wilson forced her to do the trick con under scrutiny, and it's unraveling so hilariously. He did the world a service, $300,000 well spent. Andrew Wilson, stock up. Rob gets exposure. I agree. I think that was the plan, and I think he did it well. FDNY, $2 says, as usual, I'm an hour behind, but not one step back. Thank you. Andrew Starr, $2 says, both sidism is cancer. The left is worse easily. Yep. Not even close. Andrew Starr, $5 says, no, Rob, I don't have to overcome anything. He's infinitely better than the left, and he's giving me 90% of what I voted for. I'm not jumping ship. Well, I'm glad. I agree the same way. You say, thanks for $2, says, Trump admits give me everything I wanted times 10. I can't say that. I think it's much better than the alternative, but I would have liked to have seen a lot more. And again, not all of it's his fault. But I think if I'm honest, I could say there's things that I wish would have, like I wish Doge would have stuck around with more teeth. Wish Save Act would get passed. I wish we were deporting more people. I wish we wouldn't have went to war in Iran, if I'm honest. Amy J. Bird, not Emil Bird, as I had been saying. Amy, thank you. $10 says thank you. Thank you. Grandmaster Sub-Zero, $10 says they need to stop passing spending bills and cut some fat. Like they said they would do. That would decrease taxes for your everyday Americans, and they'd see more money in their paycheck. That's a start. Agreed. And then we got Proctologist, $5 says, is that Tim on your... from the Holy Grail, says, appreciate all you do. You've been a warrior for us for the past 9 days. Not one step back. Thank you. Andrew Starr, $5 says, imagine being dumb enough to say Trump has the luck of the devil at this point. Pure moronation. These three people are speaking out their butt. I don't know. I get what they're saying, right? The idea that Trump's lucky that his opponents are so terrible. Now, it's not really luck, because Trump's only there because of who the opposition was in the first place. But I get their point. They're like, if you had some milquetoast, like run-of-the-mill, like Josh Shapiro guy that was running against Trump, he would probably do very well because of the amount of people that are angry with Trump right now. But instead, he's going to be running against AOC and company, or at least he's not directly running, but he is the de facto leader of the party, etc. Not cool, Josh. $5 says, typical Rob, going so hard in the stream and fighting for the fight. Ones and dubs for the great Robnoerr. We'll be watching on the Not Cool Show. Well, thank you. Appreciate it, man. I hope people check out your show, too. Andrew Starr says, I'm ecstatic. $2, thank you, when it comes to Trump. Well, there you go. I said I didn't see many people that were. We got one. Intel Wad, $5 says, Rob. Jacqueline Brennan. $5 says, Trump isn't doing this for himself. He knows his life's on the line. He told reporters on Air Force One, maybe he won a new career. If I go down on here, so do you. No, I ultimately think that Trump, Andrew Starr thinks, I guess I'm lumped in with this, $2. We have a bunch of people 10% informed on our side. I like to think I'm at least 30% informed. But Jacqueline Brennan, $5 says, Fuentes has been calling her out, saying, bitch, you'd be gone if it was them. With all the BS you've been spewing for a year. Yeah, I think Fuentes has been on it the entire time. And just start also, when you're talking to people that you're trying to lay the groundwork for voting, it helps to come their way a little. Just so you're clear on that. But I'll leave that for another day. Jason Mulgren, member 4 months, says, you killed it, Rob. Rumble is still moronic. Oh, shots fired. Grandmaster Sub-Zero, $10 says, God bless you, Rob. Congrats on beating alcoholism. Thank you. I'm very glad you're here. If you ran in Ohio, I would have voted for you. You're an awesome dude. Thank you. Thank you so much. Zwinch, $5 says, home health care isn't a fun job. You don't know what you did for those people. You're a G for doing it. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. They did a lot for me too, though. It was a good time. Look at this guy, $100. Thank you. Says, great job, Rob. It's about time for some I'm speaking now and perchance a whip pro quo. We're getting to it. Grandmaster Sub-Zero, $5 says, Andrew Wilson reminds me of John Constantine. He's awesome too. I thought the Constantine movie was underrated with Keanu Reeves. I enjoyed it. Abby, $10 says, thank you for what you do. I know it seems like it's not much, but to some people it's more than enough. Thank you. That means a lot. I just hope Andrew Starr's not too mad at me. Mm-hmm. All right. It is book club time, isn't it? Now listen, I haven't picked out a chapter yet. There's going to be a lot of people here that haven't been part of our book club. So get ready. All right. Let's see. We may have read this one. Does anyone mind? This might be a repeat. I vaguely remember. But on short notice here. All right. Now, we all know, we've been talking a lot about the Candace Owens debate. There's one group in America that just notoriously soft-spoken. Everyone is shouting, EOD, of course. Everyone is like loud and shouting over, but there's one group that never seems to get a voice. And of course, we're talking about strong black women. And so what I like to do on my show is, as a white man, do what white men do best, and that is profit off of the voices of strong black women. The best way you can support powerful black female voices is to send me super chats and other forms of donations. In order to accomplish this goal, I searched far and wide for a tome which could instruct us on all of the intelligence and wisdom we see from that community. And that's where I found this. Chicken Soups for the Souls. I'm Speaking Now. Black women share their truth in 101 stories of love, courage, and hope. Quite possibly the most powerful book ever written. If I'm honest. Where was the... Is this the one? Right, here we go. It's a poem this week. So we're gonna get to it. If you want to support these powerful black independent female voices, consider sending your money. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Sunday. It's time. I'm speaking now.
yeah. I'm speaking now. Don't lie, same shot, bus late, clock don't start, got work, got plans. Still wear last in their hands. Side eye from the man in the tie, clutches his briefcase, moves to the side. He don't see the weight on my spine, he just sees a story from a lie. I'm speaking now. Everybody hush and listen. I'm speaking now. You gon' hear what you've been missing. Yeah. Every door, you kept locked, we kicking down. I carried all this hurt for ages. She gon' sit and hear these pages. I'm speaking now. Oh, 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 oh. I'm speaking now. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah. Hair shop, Sunday, hands in, scalp spray, hot comb, history passed down quietly. Boss says too big for the floor. Cold words, I've heard them before. You don't say less than out loud. You just build a rule to keep us out. I'm speaking now. Everybody hush and listen. I'm speaking now. You gon' hear what you've been missing. Yeah. Every door, you kept locked, we kicking down. I carried all this hurt for ages. You gon' sit and hear these pages. I'm speaking now. Oh, 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 oh. I'm speaking now. Oh, 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 oh. You drew lines in red on our blocks, turned our schools into afterthoughts. Underpay us, then say try harder. Blame the seed while you poison water. You make fear our daily weather, then ask why we carry shelter. From the bus stop to the boardroom, we feel your hand in every room. Every room, every room, every room, every room, every room, every room. Groceries, self-check. Guard eyes on my neck. Lady clutches her purse so tight, as if my hands ain't full of rice. Doctor's office, pain too real. She writes dramatic on the field. You talk the world, we can take more. Then use that myth to close the door. I'm speaking now. Everybody hush and listen. I'm speaking now. You gon' hear what you've been missing. You kept locked, we kicking down. I carried all this hurt for ages. You gon' sit and hear these pages. I'm speaking now. Oh, 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 oh. I'm speaking now. Oh, 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 oh. Pass the mic, pass the mic, pass the mic, pass the mic, pass the mic. One by one, we're calling out different names. Same fight, we still here, we still fight. Sounds, turn it up, don't turn us down. I'm speaking now. I'm speaking now. I'm speaking now.
Amazing. Truly amazing. Well, it's that time again. Today we have a poem for you. Most of the time it's prose, but as we know, there is no limits to the style that powerful black female voices can have. So we'll go with the poem. I think you guys are going to like it. This poem is by Cheryl Clark. Cheryl Clark, I'd like to read the bio before we start, is a black lesbian feminist poet. Let me repeat that. A black lesbian feminist poet, essayist, and educator. With her life partner, Barbara Balliot, She is the co-owner of Blindheim Hill Books, a new, used, and rare bookstore in the Catskills village of Hobart, New York. She's the author of 5 books of poetry and the sister of Brianna Clark, co-editor of this book. Amazing. And as always, they start with a little tidbit from a powerful black female voice. I tried everything to protect my children's innocence and shield them from harm, even subconsciously curating their appearance to make them more palatable, even the most inhumane individuals in our society. I bought them skinny jeans instead of comfortable baggy ones and made sure they wore bright collars. That was from Doreen Oliver, the Sunday Review of the New York Times. Today's poem is called Curating. Curating is a curious term as a black mother's reference to buying her teenage son's fashion. But let's not go down to the mother here. She only wanted her sons, one with autism even, to be able to shop unhassled with a sitter, a white sitter even, who talked the cops, goaded by store employees, down from coarsely interrogating the sons. This is why people say, abolish police. From weapons practice on 15-year-old wanted posters of black men to a knee on the neck until death. One poster interrogates this guy. How many weren't filmed? In Detroit, the 3 murdered at the Algiers Motel. The 3 murdered in Orangeburg at South Carolina State. All this was way before a franchise popped up on every corner in suburban and urban New Jersey, and autism became a coveted diagnosis. Powerful. That's some powerful shit right there. Tell me you don't have chills right now. Abolish the police. A security guard asked her son if he shoplifted. Get rid of him. I know that was a little short, but I know you're left wanting more. Don't worry. We'll read a bit from another fantastic book, Hugs from Obama. Let's just randomly open up. Here's a good hug. There's a hug. Our political life is like our individual lives. There are ups and there are downs. There are peaks and valleys. Hey, you need to see another hug? There's a hug. Oh, it's Biden. Wow. I am president. I'm not king. I can't do these things just by myself. Do you need one more? Do you need one more hug by Obama? He's hugging a white lady. It's important for us to pause for a moment and make sure that we're talking with each other in a way that heals, not in a way that wounds. Make sure you guys go out and get your copy of Hugs for Obama. Truly a remarkable book. I also have Go High, the Michelle Obama book. Amazing. Now, where is the guy? Where's the Bill Hicks guy? He wanted to debate, right? Anybody? Anybody want the smoke tonight? He left. Well, that's a shame.
Yeah, let's do it, Rob. Me and you right now.
Ugh.
Generational wealth. I'm going to go with the generational wealth rhetoric. Let's go. Candace won because of the $300,000 that she needed to take down the bully because of social autopsy, right? It started there with taking down the bully. And this was her just gaining more money, taking down bullies.
It's gay. No one wants to call in tonight. Surely someone's got some more theories. You want to see the best video that's occurred today? It fits in theme with them speaking out. Do you guys know who Enes Kanter is? He's the former NBA player that's now claiming to be a woman to play one of the two. Check this shit out. So he shows up to a WNBA game today. This is great. And he's wearing a shirt that says woman, adult, human, female. And here's what happened.
6-point basketball game. Chicago staying in it. Natasha Cloud. And right before the break, this was the scene inside Wintrust Arena after Natasha Cloud got that bucket. She wanted her voice heard. We have talked about the conversations surrounding the W. That is Enes Kanter in the building today. And he has voiced how he's felt about the situation. Natasha Cloud.
Ladies and gentlemen, she's speaking now. That's right. I don't understand why the WNBA is allowing players to attack a powerful trans woman like that. That seems to be ridiculous. Yeah, let her play. That's right. She better have got her ticket refunded. Yeah, that chick is. I thought that was good. Yeah. He puts out, look at this. It's halftime and I need to use the restroom. Rules are rules. And it's just him outside the women's room. Good stuff. I always sucked at basketball. I only had one move. And that's rebound and then throw the elbows. That's it. Rebound, throw the elbows. Andrew Starr, $5 says, I get that, brother, but I'm not going to lie. You were walking the line with them. I made a comment about appealing to different audiences and agree. Truth Revolt, $5 says, give us the scoop. How did Turning Point debaters handle Angry Rub? I bet they were more afraid of you than the pink-haired, potato-headed folks. A lot of what we did was I pretended to be a left-winger. And so we would be like, okay, what's your issue? And they would be like, abortion. I'm pro-life. And then I would just grill them. And a lot of it was grilling them like I was a left-winger, so I was yelling at them. That was a lot of it. And Some of them handled it well. Some did not. But I tried to be pretty ferocious. Zach Kelpie, $5. Nice to hear from you, Zach. Says, thank you for holding a line against the insanity. We agree on most things, and for the stuff we don't, at least it's your honest take. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it, Zach. Grandmaster Sub-Zero says, I know this book. It was written by Andrew's black ex-wife, right? That's right. To jerk, 9 months. Excuse me, I'm speaking. That's all. Yeah. Jason Mulgren, $5 says, Barack Hussein Obama. Oh. Kyle the Dinosaur, $5 says, Enes Kanter Freedom is actually his name. He changed it a couple years ago. Yep. And then Grandmaster Sub-Zero again. $5 says, I'm a dude playing a girl disguised as a WNBA player. Yeah. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, you went on an awful first date? I'm sorry to hear that, man. Oh, did it again? They're throwing the green sex toys out. I will do that F it button. I'll get Rumble Wallet set up here soon. I thought I already had it, but apparently not. All right. I hate to do it, but if no one wants to call in, we're going to call it an early night. Now, I do have 2 whip songs that I owe. I despise the whip songs. But the rule is this. Any $100 donation, spin the wheel, play one of these whip songs. $150, you can pick a specific one. $200, you can create a new one. And at this point, anytime we get over an even number, even $100 number, there's another. So if you donate $2, that would be a third whip song. $100 would be 2. One for getting us over 600 and one for, $100. Oh, I'm supposed to play this.
Enough talk. We whip.
Thank you, Alton Brown. That does make me laugh. All right. Here we go. Stupid whip songs. Na. Yeah, the rules are complicated. Candace Owens no trouble. Not beating the allegations. Now we got the dreidel version. Truth or Vote, $10 says, be honest, Rob. You're presenting Charlie Kirk as binary when Candace is presenting as non-binary. She's so non-binary, her pronouns are she, it. And then Caleb gives $2, but it was too late. Says I can fix that. All right, dreidel. That sounds horrible. Oh.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 A crack on the back says we are gonna fight. We are gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
That one's not going to count because it was 4 seconds short. Abby gives $100. Says for the whips. Ugh, thank you, Abby. And then Scopa, $10. Thank you. Says it's kind of fun. Pick your favorite leftist talking point and let the listeners call in. See if they learned the debate at all, or if they lose to Rob making irrational arguments. Yeah, we're gonna do some debate related stuff like that coming up. Jason Mulgren, $100 says, what does Candace dream of when she talks, when she takes a little candy snooze? Egyptian plains, Mormon beekeepers. All right. Gosh darn it. Who knows? Everybody's favorite Hungarian war pigeons.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Hey! Horrible. Amy J. Bird, thanks for the 5. All right. Why am I coughing? Okay.
Where there's a way, where there's a way, where there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Well, there's a way, there's a way. 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 Right, left, right, left. Well, there's a way, left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's
Ugh. Truth Revolt. I feel like I failed you with that joke. I understand that you're probably Candace fatigue. What was the joke? Let me see. I got the shit. I got it. Oh, man. Over on Rumble. Oh, for crying out loud. Hidakachi. A nice guy, but requests one true whip song. Once Nova Avarice will be around. We can only hope.
Of course I'm around, Rob. Like this.
There's a way.
your hands, Rob. Like this. Play with me, Rob. Right here, Rob, you can do this part. Take it, Rob. Rob, you know how to end this. Give us the spear fingers, Rob. End it with the spear fingers, Rob. Rob, put up those spear fingers.
All right, there we go. Gregorian. That's how I sound losing my voice.
We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the light says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where's the way? There's always
Oh. Next. What a great night, right? It's amazing. So it's good stuff. Yeah. Okay. Everybody loves British synth pop 1. Hey, we're having fun now, right? Casual horror fan says, still taking calls. Drop the link. What do you want to talk about? I'm only taking calls if they want to disagree with me. If RFM pump puking, $5 is just a troll, not cool, Josh. Good. Troll away. Grandmaster Sub-Zero, $5 says, this song makes me want to fight Antifa. There you go. Am I going to publish the whip songs ever for $5? Maybe.
Drip.
Yeah. All right. Where's the guy that wants to call in?
While you do that, can I be shameless for a second?
Sure.
So everybody in the audience, if you want to see a breakdown of Rob in the Shapiddler with Mr. White, you can head on over to the Average Show after this. It just premiered at 7, and you can go and watch the breakdown of Rob being captured by the Shapiddler and all the Easter eggs in it.
Yeah, there's a ton.
I just want to be a shameless little shout out there. I was hoping we'd raid into it, but we're getting whipped out. You guys whip out.
What time is it? What time's the show?
It already premiered. I premiered it at 7. So
okay.
But it's running right now. So when you guys are done, with this whole thing, head on over and go watch the backstage Shapiddler of Rob on.
Oh my goodness,
the Average Show. So thank you for letting me be shameless.
Nice. That is awesome. Yeah, I've not watched yet. Did the guy want to call in? He ran away because it took you too long. Oh, that's a bummer. I would have argued. I'm good at arguing. I'm pretty good at that. Anyways, I have more of these stupid songs. I don't know if you guys knew this. I kind of like arguing. It's a thing I like. Irish folk song.
Well, there's a whip. There's a way. Well, there's a whip. There's a way. We wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there is a way. Where there's a whip, there is a way. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, left. The back, so we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slave of the dark Lord's war. Where's a whip? Where's a way? Where's a whip? Where's a way? Where's a whip?
All right. Let's see here. Next. It's getting exciting now. Man, someday I'll love these songs. They're great. They're the best. They're not the best. They're the worst.
You're not even looking.
Fucking hell. I knew it too. Son of a bitch.
Whip. There's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day. All day, all day. Where there's a will, there's a way. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, where
back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march you day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Dartho Moss, $10 says, for those of us that don't know, can you explain this creation process for Whip Song? Let's say I drop 200 bones. What would happen next? Can I name the song? I take the money and leave and call you stupid. No. You tell me the style of the song you want. It's got to be the Whip Song lyrics, so. And then I make that song. So you could say, I want it to sound like
Crumping Kangaroos.
Let's say you'd say like orchestral metal or something like that. And then we would make the song. And then another 10 says, I like to imagine that you have to go into a studio with your band, Rob, and the Norbots for days to produce each one. But what do I know? Well, maybe that's what happens. Maybe I just knew what you were going to request before you requested it. And so I had the band set it up. Maybe.
Ahmad reached out to me and said that the person is still in chat. The call-in. So.
Let's see. I looked earlier. I didn't see. Person in chat. Did you disagree with me and you wanted to debate? Did you disagree? Me with something you want to debate? Because if you call in and you're like, well, I agree, but I can play devil's advocate. Not really interested tonight. But if you want to debate something, I'm fine with that. You think dividing the right is good? Okay. We can do that. Just when you click the link, just cam up real quick in the back, just so I can see you're not a troll. And then I have one more Whip Song, by the way. That's it. You're good. You can take the cam off if you want. That's fine. All right. All right, man. What's happening?
Hey, what's up, dude? How you doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, dude. I appreciate you taking the call. I found you through the Candace stuff, and yeah, I just want to say you've done a bang up job on that. Honestly, I think Candace is stupid, and my wife's a huge fan. It drives me nuts, and yeah, honestly, I think it's really just drama and nonsense. But it's late, so let me get to the point. I think a dividing of the right is like not really a bad thing. And also at this point, like I feel we're similar to the 2007-2008 period where like you have a lame duck president. We're going to get absolutely slaughtered by Democrats, and we're going to need a realignment of the party, or honestly, potentially a new party. Like I don't want to be in the same party as Mike Huckabee, as Ben Shapiro, as really anyone who's in favor of this disaster presidency that like we're all experiencing. So like if that requires us to restructure or to divide the right, like so be it. I don't know. I mean, this is a effing nightmare, man. What do you think?
I couldn't disagree more. So first off, the stakes are, it's different than 2007, 2008 because the opposition is so crazy that I don't think you see the momentum. Barack Obama was sort of once in a lifetime. He had a lot going for him. He was a charismatic speaker, whatever you think of him. He was also the first black president. So he was almost a shoo-in no matter who he would have went against, because that's the moment we were in the country. I don't think it's that simple here. I don't think it's guaranteed that we lose in 2028. I think the midterms it would be a miracle at this point, but I don't think they'll lose as bad as people think, but I think it's pretty much a guaranteed loss. The idea of at this point, allowing the Democrats to win for some sort of realignment. First off, third party not happening. All a third party would do is ensure that the Democrats win in perpetuity. Secondly, what the Democrats will do is, let me just ask you, let's start with this. What's your biggest issue? Like, if you had to pick one issue that you wanted solved, what would it be?
Ooh, if you had asked me for the past 10 years, I'm a Trump guy going back to like 2015, right? Even before that, or not before that, I've been on the distant right for a long time, been to like the alt-right period. I'd say immigration, but I almost might at this point say sovereignty. Like, I feel like we either need to have a nation that's like actually governed by the people who have a vested interest in the future of this nation, or like who gives a shit. But like, I don't know, I would give equal weight to those.
Okay, we'll get to sovereignty later, because I'm questions of what you mean by that specifically. But okay, immigration.
Let's talk immigration.
Okay, so immigration. Do you believe the numbers that we have net negative migration?
No, but like for sake of discussion, sure.
Okay, so if Trump has secured the border and we have at least some people leaving, you're prepared to put Democrats in charge that will add at least 10 million more?
Yeah, because I'll tell you why. Because it doesn't fucking matter. Because Republicans are such pieces of shit. They had a chance to actually build a wall in 2016. And instead, they realized that they could use, because we Americans care so much about immigration, that they could just use it as a fucking political tool, right? So it's like, here's Trump. He does pretty good in immigration from 2016 to 2020. But what happens when he leaves? It's like everyone forgets this. It's like he didn't build the wall. And because of that, 10 million effing illegals came in. So it's like, what are we going to do? Just like, we all know we're going to lose eventually. And then when we do, they're going to have a flood of illegals, right? It almost
so your solutions then just let them win, because if they win, they'll bring in illegals. So let's just help them win.
Let them win so that we can restructure and actually have a nationalist party that takes immigration seriously.
Okay, so first, I don't think you'll get that. But second, even if
Maybe
that
not,
would be...
But it's worth a shot because we're losing anyway.
No, wait. Well, we're not. And not if we have net negative migration. Like, even if we would get that, would you acknowledge it would be hard to deport 10 million people?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so you're basically saying, right now we went from 10 million to 0 and maybe negative net migration. And you're like, but that's not good enough because they didn't build the wall. So, by the way,
the wall's everything, though, bro. Like,
no, it's
not.
The wall. In the way you're explaining, the wall is actually nothing. For example, let's say they built the wall in 2020. Would Biden have said, shucks, I want to leave in 10 million, but I can't?
If you could build infrastructure that could actually stop the flood of immigration, yeah, because you make it a non-political issue. Democrats know it's a losing issue for them.
Do you think the wall means that there's a physical impossibility from getting to Mexico to the United States?
Not a physical impossibility, but you make it significantly easier, yeah.
But if the
significantly more difficult.
If the administration in charge wants those people in, it doesn't matter that there's a wall there because they'll open the doors.
Well, I mean, I listen, we don't know. I think if Trump had built a structure, which is what he ran on and the reason he won, and like a formidable structure,
well, Trump
I think
really tried
suicide to open those doors.
Well, no, I don't at all. You would have said this. So wait,
to just like totally undocumented people, like no,
yes,
you can't do
which
that.
Is what they did. That's what they did for the past 4 years.
What they did was not arrest people because we required boots on the ground because we didn't have the structure.
They would have just came through point of entries and came right through. You think the Biden administration was going to stop people?
No, I'm saying
if Trump solved the problem in 3 days without the wall, the argument that had the wall been there, Biden would have just threw up his hands and said, well, now we have to enforce the border, I think it's nonsensical. If it was simple enough without the wall for Trump to be able to solve it in a week, it's evident that Biden could have solved it if he wanted. He didn't want to. They wanted 10 million illegals.
I think they did, but I think the idea of like, hey, we have a wall and we're going to like tear it down or like open it up and just have people fly in undocumented, I think would be so politically suicidal for Democrats, they wouldn't have done that. Like, so I think if there was serious infrastructure.
Trump tries real hard to get the wall passed, can't get it passed, largely because of Democratic obstruction, shutting down the government, etc. You're real mad about that. So Democrats bring in 10 million, which you're telling us had the wall been built, the Democrats wouldn't have let illegals in.
It would have been less. I mean, it would have been way less.
A claim I don't believe anyways. But even if true, your remedy to this is like, therefore, let's evict Democrats so they'll intentionally bring in tens of millions of more, because then we'll finally get that wall built.
I mean, you don't have to. You could like, look, man. The reality is, like, we could cry all we want. Like the writing's on the wall. Like a Democrat is winning in 2028. Like, look at by every indication we're going to get fucking slaughtered.
Know that. And
we can't say for sure.
But what makes it more likely that people like you on the right say vote Democrat, or you don't vote Democrat and vote Republican?
Well, dude, what I
why does it matter?
Like,
okay, well, then why are you even talking to me? If it's a done deal, Democrats are going to win. What's the point? Why bother endorsing Democrats or even speaking up? It's already over anyways.
I think because I'm trying to convince people of a different vision instead of like, listen, let's just vote for the party that like kind of wants to kill us a little bit less. Like, they're still in favor of abortion. They're still in favor of foreign wars. They're still in favor of infinity fucking foreigners coming into the country. Just like a little bit less. They are, dude.
Negative isn't
H1Bs. H1Bs are as harmful as freaking illegals. It might be
negative isn't allowing infinite foreigners in. One. Second, Trump is doing more for future H-1Bs to the point that the Cato Institute said that it's actually more damaging than what he's doing with illegals, how much they're putting an impact on future H-1Bs. While it is true that the H-1Bs that were currently here have remained under the rules that were set for them via Biden, new H-1Bs are down precipitously from what they were. So what's happening is we're trending when it comes to immigration in the right direction. Hopefully the next Republican we get will trend it even further. Your solution is, nah, I'm not satisfied. It's not trending fast enough. So vote Democrat so that they allow 10 million more people in, which will be next to impossible to deport those 10 million. And then hopefully we get a real based president that will somehow deport those 10 million just to get us back to where we are now, somehow in 4 years. Plus then in that same 4 years, we'll also deport tens of millions of more. I don't think it's going to happen. And that would be that you would have to win, that your type of candidate wins, which I think you make less likely by allowing the Democrats to win.
Well,
not more likely.
Look, yeah, I mean, I actually see that argument. I mean, I guess there's a counter argument to say like, well, hey, we can keep Republicans in the party and we push them further on immigration. We push them further on nationalism.
Right.
That's the way forward.
System. Yes.
But I just see it. I see it as like within. If I look at it from your lens of like, hey, we just have to vote Republican. It's like, well, we're gonna live a little bit longer and then like eventually die, and it's gonna be maybe a little bit less painful. What I'm saying is like,
do you have kids?
I got 2 kids. Yeah, they're young men.
So just to be clear, you're basically like, fuck it, bring on the Civil War. Let's import.
I mean, what else are we gonna do?
Right. That's lunacy. It's lunacy. But you're an accelerationist. You want Democrats to win.
I'm not. I wouldn't call myself an accelerationist because I'm a Christian first, and I don't want.
Basically, you think that the problem's unsolvable without huge amounts of violence, correct?
I think violence is inevitable. I don't want violence, but I think we're already.
It doesn't matter what you want. You just don't think it's solvable without huge amounts of violence.
Very unfortunately, and I say that sincerely.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's fair. I'm not telling you what you can and can't think. I just think it's lunacy. I think to resign your children to literally a civil war where likely there'd be a good chance of them being killed because you're like, I wish that we would have built a wall. So sorry, kids, you got to go fight in a civil war. It's fucking nuts.
But I guess I see voting Republican or Republicans being in power as equally suicidal.
It's not.
Are things like better than they were 3 years ago?
I don't know. Yes, when it comes to immigration, if that's your big issue.
But like, we already have so many illegals here anyway. It's like we're talking almost like I feel like we're kind of missing the forest for the trees. It's like either I don't know. Like we either need to accept that we're just going to be Brazil and like try to manage.
Are you Christian?
Yeah, I'm a Christian. Yeah, I'm a Christian. Yeah.
Like, where is the biblical inspiration for fuck it, just give up?
But I don't. It's not that. I think. Listen, we have to accept that. Like we may live during very difficult times. Like, I'm prepared for that.
We know we live as Christians. We know we'll live in a world of sin, but we don't give up and stop trying to be good people.
It's
like
no,
we don't give up.
Like,
we don't give up our civic power and just say, well, fuck it. if the wall would have been built, then maybe we could have saved the country, but it wasn't. So time to vote Democrat and bring on the Civil War.
Well, I didn't say vote Democrat. I'm just saying that Democrats are going to win. And instead of trying to get Republicans power, we should maybe try to push for a third party. Let's take the moonshot, because I think that's the only way it's saving the country. It's more what I'm getting. I
just think that you might as well be a Democrat as far as I'm concerned, because you're ensuring their victory. Like, explain to me, if Democrats win in 2028, if we all vote for a mystical third party, or we all vote Democrat, or we all abstain, explain to me how nationalist president then comes about in 2032. How's that work? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the Democrats getting into power will make things more painful. And look, there's a swing back. So people went towards right-wing populism, and now they're like, oh wait, it didn't work. And now we're seeing a push towards left-wing populism, which we know just sucks. It's not going to work. Okay. And they won't even.
But now we have 30 million. Now we have 30 million more illegal voters because you voted for Democrat, and now they all get to vote. They packed the court. They gave them citizenship. So now we're talking about elections that are decided by roughly 1 million people, and they just added 30 million people to their side. Go ahead. Groyper president's going to win. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure, but I think if you may create a situation where whites actually begin to vote as a block, we already kind of see this with the Trump period, when they might, although we're going to have an issue with more immigrants, right? I think there's still enough white people in the country, or native born in the country, that you could get a sizable portion of them to vote as a block, to vote as a collective.
I mean, that's a wing and a prayer. So you're talking about 40% of people born in this country that currently vote Democrat, probably more than that. They're going to magically be like, you know what? All of a sudden, I'm on the Groyper train.
Well, I mean, if things get painful enough, but it
won't for them, not initially, until it's too late. They're going to celebrate it. Yay, diversity. Yay, it's great.
But I guess I know you have kids. Where do you see the country in 20 years, even if Republicans have, I don't know, let's say they control the next 12 of the 8, right?
Well, I'm not satisfied. I'm not satisfied with Republicans winning. I'm trying my best in the primaries and in culture to move the country further right than just the current Republicans are. But instead of throwing up my hands and saying, bring on the Civil War, I'm actually trying to work within the system to get people elected to offices. I actually ran for office myself. So I wouldn't just be satisfied it's the status quo Republican Party. That's not what I'm pushing for. But nonetheless, I find it the black pill of we're all fucked anyways.
I am black pill, man. I'll be honest with you.
It's not a Christian attitude, man. I don't think it is.
Well, I mean, I think at the end of the day, we don't put our trust in princes and sons of men, right? It's and I think that's people did view Trump as a sort of messianic, salvific figure, and it's he's a fucking sleazy New York real estate man, I
don't think it's as bad as you're saying, though. I certainly don't think. But the point is, you're right. We should put our faith in God. That's it. But I think people. To me, I'm no theologian, right? I say that a lot, but for me, the real white pill of Christianity isn't just that we're rewarded in our death. It's that the message is, even against all odds, we could do what's right, and we could be optimistic, and we could push for what's good. And to black pill and just be like, well, nothing we do matters. It's just going to come to violence. I think that's giving up. I don't think God would be happy with us doing that, especially if I asked you, and I'm not trying to be a dick.
No, you're fine.
What did you do to help a right-wing candidate in a primary that you think would be better?
Nothing. I'm also I live in New York, but no, I could do stuff locally.
But that's my point. It seems like the people that I would call accelerationists or black pills haven't even done the minimum. And they're just well, nothing works, so fuck it. Let Democrats win and just bring in tens of millions more people and pack the court and have millions of abortions. And who gives a shit? It's all the same anyways. I don't think it is.
Do you not think it's kind of all the same? I don't know. We're now in another Middle East quagmire.
No, it's not.
You make a right-wing argument that Trump is literally worse than Joe Biden. And I didn't vote for Joe Biden. I don't like Joe Biden.
If your big issue is immigration, how could you claim that Trump's worse than Biden?
Because you have to think how these sort of the systemic shock of these kinds of wars, right?
You just hate Israel, right?
No, I'm not a Israel R-tart. You know what I mean? It's a parasitic relationship, and obviously there's a domestic issue as well. But I did. Yeah, I mean, I don't like Israel for sure.
I wonder how I knew that.
Well, but hold on. You had me pegged as I wouldn't call myself a what's it called? A groiper, but like you had me pegged as a groiper.
That's true.
Don't act like.
Well, I didn't think you were a Candace person, so give me that credit because that's even worse. But I thought maybe when you said I want to see them divided, I assumed that meant when I was criticizing like the idea
you read
of
the
voting
TVs.
Democrat.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I think that although the situation in Iran's not great, it's not something like to just throw up your hands and say, "Oh, it's the same as it ever was." Vote Democrat, bring in 10 millions, abortions up to birth, pack the courts, disinformation board. Like, are you better off now than you were in say 2021?
No, are you?
You were locked down under COVID.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of a atypical situation, right? Like, I mean, we were.
Were you able to post online?
Listen, man. I think censorship's coming back anyway, though. But no, I wasn't. That's fair.
I mean, the point is, like, people were just like the criticisms are like, well, Trump's trended in the right direction, immigration, but he hasn't done enough. So we might. It's like I had this debate with Brandon Strzok's walkaway the other day, and this was your attitude was the attitude that people on the other side were giving as well. And Brandon Strzok was arrested on January 6th, right? And he says, he's basically telling this story about some other people like him, and he's like, I feel like the Trump team's not even firing the crooked prosecutors that arrested me, which sucks from his perspective. Let's assume he's telling the truth. That sucks. And then the implication's like, well, so we might as well vote for Democrats. And my point's like, so on one hand, you have Trump, who you're pissed didn't defend you enough. And then the other hand, you have the Democrats that want you in prison. And you're like, tomato, tomato. No. One side's actively trying to imprison you. The other side, you're pissed off because they didn't defend you enough. So you don't intentionally vote for the people actively trying to imprison you as an FU to the guy that you're like, I wish you would have fired the prosecutor that tried to imprison me. You see the difference? It's the same with immigration. It's like, we're pissed off because Trump, who desperately tried to get the wall built, and you're right, there was a handful of Republicans that wouldn't let him, but it's just a handful that wouldn't let him. And so you're like, fuck it, burn the whole thing down. Because the wall, which wouldn't have been necessary, don't get me wrong, I was fine with the wall, but it turns out we secured the border without a wall in like 1 week under Trump. And if the argument's, yeah, but without the wall, Democrats will eventually win. Okay, one, then let's try our best to keep them from winning. And secondly, even with the wall, Democrats are going to bring in millions of illegals, as they did under 4 years. And you're like, what would be massively unpopular? It was. Democrats did it anyways. This time they'll pack the court and add a bunch of illegals as citizens, so it won't matter that dudes like me and you think it's unpopular. They'll just replace us with foreigners that can now vote. That's it. End of story. So at least now we're trending in the right direction. If Trump struggled against the courts and the Democrats up until last week and finally secured the border, you'd be like, that's great. But because he did it in 1 week, you're like, oh, it's nothing. What have you done for me lately? He's basically the same as the Democrats that brought in 10 million.
No, I mean, I see it as, listen, let's forget the third party for a second. I see withholding the vote to actually be the most powerful instead of like trying to push a third party, or a third party could work as a block that like pushes the right further to the right. So it's like, hey, we'll vote for you, but we need confirmation that you're going to opt, because it'll push
it further left is what it would do.
But hear me out on this. Like, I see people like you and Andrew like a battered wife, where it's like, oh yeah, like I guess it's kind of crude, but like, the wife gets the shit kicked out of her. She goes to the bar and she's with her friends. She's like, yeah, this guy stinks and I'm angry. But at the end of the day, like, she goes home and she forgives him, and it's like he's just gonna keep on doing it. So it's like we keep on giving our votes to Republicans, and then like they keep on doing the same shit. Like, how can we expect them to change, right? Like, we're giving them power, and then they do the same things.
Well, if we're going to use that analogy, I view you as the husband that wife
is beating,
didn't have sex with him one day, so now you're getting piped out by gay dudes at an orgy. That's how I view you.
Taking it out on her by getting rammed.
Yeah. You're just tons of cock in every orifice you have. That'll do it. This will fix things. If I couldn't get a BJ tonight, then I'm just going to leave these dudes run a train on me. Now I'm sorry. I'm still straight. I don't want the train ran on me, but if that's what works for you, so be it. You know, I'm not a battered wife. What I'm saying is that I'm actually trying to work within a system to make positive changes. And I think where we are today versus where we are 20 years ago with the Republican Party with immigration is markedly different, and it's trending in the right direction.
No, that's true.
So instead of saying, well, it didn't trend fast enough, so I'm going to blow it up and say, okay, let's give all the power to Democrats, I think that's a huge mistake. And furthermore, I think it would have the opposite intent of what you're suggesting. Like, let's say Tucker creates this third party. What's going to happen is the Republican Party is going to go back towards the more of a left wing. It'll still be neocon, but it's going to go more to left wing to try to capitulate and be against what the right wing is and try to get those votes. You're going to get the disenfranchised, dissident right? You'll get those somewhat of a Tucker party, but there's not going to be an incentive to try to reach out to them to when 80% of the country is going to be against all the shit they believe. So they're just going to say, fuck it, that electorate's gone. Now we have to reach out to a different demographic. Okay, we're going to reach out to people that more traditionally vote left. That's what they would do. The party's going to go back to sort of the Mitt Romney party. There is no infrastructure for Groyper president right now. The best you have is to continue to trend in the direction. J.D. Vance probably doesn't like the Iran war. He would probably be less likely to do something like that. He seems like someone that would be likely to secure the border. But no one likes him because of Palantir. Okay, then let's vote AOC. Let's do it. Let's bring in tens of millions of illegals.
Realistically has like a chance of getting elected president. Like
JD?
I know it's kind of a separate discussion. I don't mean to like digress. I really don't think JD or like, do you want Marco Rubio? Like, I wouldn't vote for Marco Rubio.
I would take Marco Rubio over AOC or Kamala or Pete Buttigieg.
I mean, to me, it's like tomato, honestly.
You think, so just to be clear, let's just take some issues that matter to me. Immigration, you think Rubio would leave 10 million in like Kamala would?
Yeah, I think he would do very little on immigration. He's always been awful on immigration.
I don't think he would. I don't think there's evidence that he would open up the border.
Well, he was part of the he voted for the amnesty under Obama. That was like his first coming out part.
I think that he sort of went into a different direction, right?
Yeah.
From when he was in 2012,
he's a politician,
right? I don't think that there would be an incentive for all of a sudden Marco Rubio to get elected and just be like, okay, open borders. I don't see that, right? Abortion. You think Marco Rubio's more pro-abortion than Democrats?
Well, what I'll say about abortion is, it's great that we overturn Roe v. Wade, but like you also have to look at like the economic conditions I think that lead to abortion. Like right now in America, we have more abortion post Roe v. Wade being overturned, right? So like I don't know, like does it even matter? Like these women are going to murder their kids. It seems like one way or another.
Yeah, as a Christian, I think
I'm not at all in favor of it, but like
No, I think as a Christian, we don't say, well, if someone's going to murder anyways, then we don't condemn it and we just make it legal. No, I don't.
Right.
I think it's still worth fighting for. So that's my feeling. I think that, again, and this is, and I'm not trying to shit on you because I could do more as well. But it's amazing to me how many people I see that have this attitude, and I'm like, so you're in the fight then? You're like, you're pushing this stuff. You're working on primaries. You're pounding the pavement and you're doing shit. And every single time it's, no, I haven't done anything.
Well, I was involved. I mean, I'm also like, I'm in my late 30s. Like I was involved in movements in my 20s. Like I said, I've been in this thing since 2015. So I've been to the rallies. I was almost at Charlottesville. Thankfully I missed the ride, but I've been doing this thing. I've had podcasts. I've been on shows. But like in terms of like local elections, no, I probably could do more there.
Well,
I wouldn't say I'm like
a
tire kicker.
It's it's hard work to like, it's thankless work to like help a campaign or have a stream and push things in the right direction. It's hard work and it's thankless, and a lot of times you don't win. But for me, blackpilling is the absolute worst thing you could do. All blackpilling does is it ensures that the negative outcome that you're worried about comes true. That's all it does. There is no hope to avoid the negative outcome if your solution is, I don't give a shit, just let it come. Like that's anything in life. Again, to me, that's not a Christian message. The Christian message is to say there are great odds, but we still fight for what's right. And when you could say, well, then fine, I'll vote third party. Well, I think that for me, part of morality and part of what's right is things that can have practical application in the real world. Standing on my high horse and saying, I refuse to work with anyone because no one's as based right-wing Christian as me. that means that I'm assuring that I'll never have access to any sort of political or cultural change because I'm abdicating, compromising to working with anyone. You shouldn't compromise too much, but you should be able to do so to work with other people. So, for me, it's like, I don't know. I don't see it. I think that it reminds me a lot of, I had this debate once with this, I don't know if it was a socialist or a communist. And they said to me, they were talking about capitalism being bad. And they were talking about how bad things are today. Now, this is probably 2020. And they're like, this is so bad. And I was like, look, you're not wrong that there are bad things that occur. However, if we take a step back and look at all of human history, things are pretty good now compared to, many points in history, right? And he said to me with a straight face, he said, no, this is the worst it's ever been in humanity's history. Anywhere, anytime. This is it. United States, 2020, pre-COVID, mind you, worst. And that's
I actually might make that argument.
No.
If you measure strictly on like material wealth, sure, we're significantly better off. But in terms of like our relationships, our family life, our spiritual life, it's a pretty tough period in the United States. Like I don't think we should look at the GDP to like see how we're doing as a nation.
I mean, you could have been in, I don't know, Ukraine in the Holodomor, where it was so bad that they put signs up and said, don't eat your children. If I had to put like, the new Game of Thrones show not being that good and cringe woke shit versus eating my children, I think that the eating the children thing's worse. Right, and there's literally thousands of other times and places that I could point to in history that are they're horrors that you can't imagine. And I think we are correct to point out that we have different challenges, particularly as Christians. There's different challenges we're facing now that in some ways might seem worse than in the past. But as a whole, I think if you take a step back, things aren't as bleak as you're suggesting. And if you think, I think that gives some insight of why you're willing to just say, well, there's no hope. If you literally think things are worse now than they've ever been in history, I don't even think it's close.
I meant in the United States.
Even in the U.S.
And again,
I mean, you could have been at a time when Indians were fucking scalping entire families, right?
Sure.
You could have been drafted to Vietnam to fight.
Yeah.
I mean,
but at least like if you made it back
you
from
could have
Vietnam,
stormed the
like
beaches of Normandy.
For sure, but you would have stormed those beaches alongside people who were like you and had a family at home waiting for you. And if you had made it back, as most people did, you would have had an affordable house and a job and a future and a church and a community, right? So it's like there are different challenges, but I think today we do face some uniquely awful challenges that haven't been faced in the States previously.
I think that I don't disagree, but I think that a lot of this, to me, it's, I don't know. Like the black pill, to me, it's a lot of people use this as an excuse for like personal failures or, and I just don't see it, man. I don't see it. Do I think that there's a coming demographic change that if things don't change, that things will be really bleak in the future? Yeah. Do I think really bleak means Mad Max? No, it's not gonna be that.
I think it's going to be like Brazil. I think we're going to have really wealthy areas, really poor areas. We're going to be kind of, there'll be white people, but we'll be like 30-ish, 35, 40% of the population.
But the point I'm trying to make is like to act like, well, that's it. It's the end. Everything's inevitable. I just don't see it. And I think that like, a third party is not realistic at this point. I think that, just allowing the Democrats to win for the foreseeable future is a nightmare. And what if I'm wrong? So what? You'll still get what you want. It'll just delay it 15, 20 years. Great. My son will have 15, 20 more good years.
I'd say we actually both kind of want the same thing. I feel like you kind of figured me as a radical. And I don't really I don't want a, total race war, right? Like I think we essentially want the same thing. We want a nice country. We probably, maybe you don't want to say we want a majority white country, right?
But we call this like in debate, what we would call this is like links and internal links, right? The impact would be ultimately what we want, but we also want the things to get to where we want, right? So at the end of the day, we want a good Christian, a country where you could live peacefully and,
right.
Okay, sure. So how do we get there? Part of your want of that is basically a civil war, violence.
I mean, if we could do it with that, it's not that I want violence because violence is evil and we should never advocate it, right? It's that I think violence is inevitable. I think it's more an observation of what is as opposed to what.
Okay, well,
ought,
if that's
right?
true, what's it matter? Why not vote Republican? What's the difference? Same outcome.
Well, I feel like we're kind of split. We're kind of like mixing up topics a little bit. So I think violence could potentially be avoided, but it would be through, either a drastic change, right? We use a third party as a block to shift the Republican Party right, and we could potentially save the country. And I think we might have to use some, sub-constitutional methods to do so, but hopefully it doesn't involve violence. And I think if that doesn't happen, then violence is just inevitable. I think it's the inevitable.
So
future.
to be clear, you have this very unique, we'll have to break the rules, we have to break the Constitution, but it's only possible. Dude. No, just wait. But it's only possible if we vote Democrat or don't vote Republican. If we vote Republican, we wouldn't be able to break the rules like that.
We can't keep on voting red.
So explain to me, we vote
Republican.
Republicans win in 2028. That dooms us forever. Now violence is inevitable because we can't break the rules in the way you want. We vote Democrat. Let me finish. We vote Democrat in 2028. Now there's a chance to break the rules in the way you want, which avoids violence. Explain to me why there's that difference between Republicans win in 2028, which dooms us forever because we can't break rules that you feel we'll need to break, but Democrats win mean that we have a chance to break the rules that you think we need to break.
Well, yeah, I mean, like if Republicans win in 2028, then we just have like this iteration, right? We just have like the continuation of like Trumpism, this like kind of weird.
But instead of breaking the rules in 2036 or whenever you say, now we break them in 2046. Oh well.
I mean, but it would be better if we break it sooner rather than later, right? So
you're an accelerationist, as I said.
No.
Well, yes. How else would you describe that? Let's do it. Let's get it started now.
Well, I mean, I see this Republican Party as just basically Democrats. In some ways, they're worse. They're more hawkish. And I think JD Vance is a hawk as well. I think he's hiding on that. You know what? Maybe not so much on Iran, but he's hawkish towards China. I don't think that there's material. I think on the issues that like really matter to people, the parties are like kind of identical in terms of economics and war and sovereignty. They're all kind of on the same page.
Describe sovereignty. That's the other issue you talked about. What do you mean?
Yeah, we either have a Zionist occupation government or we don't, right? I feel like we currently are occupied by a foreign nation. Like where we literally.
So you think all of our decisions are made by Israel?
No. But I would say that there is a fifth column, right? That exists in our politics, and it's harmful, and it's not just
no. That's different. That's different, right? Those are two different claims. We have a quote Zionist occupation versus there's a fifth column. That's harmful. Those are two different claims.
Maybe it's hyperbole. Let's How
much influence do you think Israel has? They're creating 10% of our policy, 20%.
Here's the really uncomfortable conversation that people don't want to have. It's not, unfortunately, and I wish we could just be this way. It's not just Israel. It's people like Ben Shapiro. It's people like what's his name? The point is, who's our
Ben Shapiro, American citizen. What's the problem?
Yeah, the point is that plenty of these people are American citizens, but they don't have loyalty to this nation, right? You look at the Senator Randy Fine. Randy Fine's born here. Randy Fine's dad was born here, right? Like this is problematic. You have Trump's biggest donors who, obviously the casino magnates and the husband died, but like they're American citizens. So like that's a huge issue. It's not just Israel.
Are you a Tucker fan, by the way? Someone asked me to ask you about here. I'll just put the super chat. Ask him about the idea of a multipolar world. This fuck watches Tucker.
Well, Tucker probably watches me because I was into this shit long before Tucker. Like I said, Tucker was still like a Fox News talking head while I was reading these kind of dissident right-wing books. But yeah, I mean, I think multipolarity is actually a good thing. Again, it's not strictly Israel. And like, that's where the left, they want to make it like, oh, it's just Israel, but Jews in the United States are fine. It's like,
Okay,
Some of them are.
so it's
Some
what,
of them
is it
are.
just foreign nations, or could it be domestic people that are wealthy that have undue control?
I mean, yeah, it's definitely it's an oligarchy.
So
Sure.
how do you what's your plan to solve that?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I think if we could get money out of politics, it would be a wonderful thing.
How
And
do
I
we
think
get
you could
money
do
out
it
of
despite.
politics?
I know you guys don't like that. I mean, it is doable.
No.
You could
How,
do it.
the question is, that's like saying if we'd all just stop drinking water, okay? What's the plan to get money out of politics?
Well, I mean, you could make PACs illegal. You could make donations to campaigns above a certain amount illegal. Why?
Okay.
These kinds of things.
So
Why
let's
are
say we
so
do that.
restricted?
Let's say we do that. Let's say that no super PACs, and you can only donate $1,000 per campaign. Who's going to win elections now?
People who are popular, who represent the will of the people. Who
Or
can
how about
actually
the
get,
people that get media access?
Maybe. I mean, but
all of a sudden,
the media landscape has changed dramatically. Has it not?
Okay. So there's still people that are more influential. So now instead of me creating a super PAC and being able to send money, instead, Mr. Beast and the New York Times and CNN pick the leader.
Or Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and Andrew Wilson and Joe Rogan, right?
Well, but nonetheless, you're still saying that there is an elite few that have an outsourced impact because they have institutional advantages that give them more of a voice. You're literally just replacing money with a voice. Like, money is useful because it helps you get your message out, right? So that you could win elections. If you take the money out, you still get your message out. So instead of money, you go to the people that have the ability to have the biggest audience, and you have them spread your message. How's that still not the same problem?
Well, but look at the way people are able to grow on places like Twitter and YouTube, right? Like, I mean, you're just a dude, right? I think you're from PA, and you have a relatively large channel. Look at Andrew, right? And the media landscape is much more flat. And I think if somebody had a strong message, I think they could potentially.
I don't think so. I
heard.
think that we could say the same now, right? Same thing. We could say, well, if you could beat big money because big money is just getting you access to your message getting out there, and you can just go to Twitch, you can go to YouTube, create a channel. There you go. Now, it's certainly a tool that people use, but it's not that simple. The point I'm trying to make is there's no way to get. By the way, what do you want? A pure democracy? Everybody gets a vote?
No, I don't want anybody to vote, man. Everyone's retarded.
So wait, just to be clear, your problem is that we have an oligarchy of elites that control the government, and what you want to do is replace that to where other elites control the government.
Yes, exactly. That's the reality of politics. It's either my foot on your nape and my guys in control, or your foot on my nape and your guys in control. This whole trying to play by the rules thing, it doesn't get us anywhere.
In totality, your message is this: it's not about populism. It's not about individuals having a voice. Instead, what it's about is vote Democrat, bring in millions of illegals, because that will ensure that my oligarch gets in there.
No, I didn't say vote Democrat. Look, I think we need to
abstain your vote or vote third party so Democrats win, because if Democrats win, then there's a chance to get my oligarch. If Republicans win, then there's no chance to get my oligarch. So ultimately, you want Democrats to win in 2028, correct?
No, Democrats just are winning. But
but wait a minute. Why wouldn't you want them to win? You outlined two visions. You said vision one, Democrats win in 2028. Then it's possible to break some rules and get my oligarch. Republicans win in 2028. Then it's not possible to break the rules and get my oligarch. So you would want Democrats to win, intuitively.
Yeah, I guess so. If it's going to be like the Vance presidency or the Marco Rubio presidency, I think it's better for the country for Democrats to win, unfortunately.
Democrats, so every issue that someone like me hates, they hate me because I'm a Christian. They like the trans shit. They want to bring in millions of people, illegals. They want to pack the court. They want to make sure they have amnesty. They want to censor people like me online, right? They want abortions up till birth. Vote for that, or allow that to win, or cheer for that to win, because maybe 20 years down the road, this means we break some rule so that the oligarch you want comes into power. And it's important that oligarch comes into power because the problem right now is that, by the way, when your issue was, define what you mean by sovereignty. Sovereignty implied to me that like the people have a voice. So when you're acknowledging that you actually want less people to have a voice, isn't that anti-sovereignty?
No, when I say sovereignty, I just mean it's sovereign as a nation, right? Able to pursue our own destiny as a people, right?
Okay, but how are you? You're just assuming that your oligarch will allow us to do that.
Yeah, he would.
Who do you think it'll be?
I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure. I think that there's good minds, better minds than mine that are on my side, but it's certainly not like an Elon Musk or a Tucker Carlson or something like that.
I would think if this oligarch is so special that he'll find a way to come into power anyways without letting the Democrats have power for 15, 20 years.
I mean, maybe, but like, I also think like what you're getting at is like sort of like I believe in the great man theory, right? Like history is shaped by the will of great men. But also like things have to be in place in order for them to rise. Right, like there's been a lot of great men of history who didn't quite get their chance because things didn't quite align.
But wait, but you just said, you argued earlier that possibly this is the worst time in history to be alive, and so right now we have Republicans. Right, we have Republicans in the House, Senate, and presidency, and you're like, worst time in history of the United States, and then you're like, we need shit to be bad so the great man could rise. But you're already saying it's the worst time. Haven't there been great men in the history of the United States?
Of course.
So we need bad times to have great men. You acknowledge the United States has had great men in the past, which means we had to have bad times. You acknowledge that now is the worst time. So where's the great man?
Well, I think Trump is actually sort of a forerunner. I think that.
So then why do we need Democrats in power to get the great man?
Because ultimately he failed. Ultimately he was too weak. He wasn't strong enough.
It's worse. You said it's worse now than it's ever been. It's worse now than under Biden. Doesn't that make the chances of the great man coming even better?
Yeah. That's.
Then why would we want Democrats to win and things to get better? If Biden was in office again, you acknowledge that would be better. That means less chance that great man comes.
Yeah, I think very unfortunately, I want to be clear here, things still have to get worse before there's going to be radical change.
But if it was, so if it was worse now than it was under Biden,
I don't know if it's worse now. Wait, did I say that one?
Yes, you said in many ways it's worse than Biden on the issues that matter.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
So I'm failing to understand that. Now you're acknowledging the Democrats would be worse.
In some ways, Democrats will make it worse. Yeah, but in terms of like our material well-being, I don't know. In like the day-to-day life, I mean, we're talking, I think, like potato kind of thing, tomato. I really don't think there's a material difference between the two.
Well, I'll just say this.
They both love trannies. The Republicans just want the trannies to vote Republican. Like, that's what they actually want.
Wasn't it you that said that from a Christian perspective, we shouldn't put our faith in men?
Yeah.
And your whole plan is intentionally sabotage the country so that you think an oligarch will rise to power? That doesn't sound like not putting your faith in men. That sounds like the opposite.
Well, I mean, not our faith as in like, well, this guy can't fall because he's chosen by God and like,
well, no one's suggesting that.
Well, but I do think that this sort of, I know you're not part of it, but I do think this sort of Trump cult kind of follows that, right? Where it's like, it doesn't really matter what he does. They're not going to critique him. It doesn't matter if he goes through all the promises. Sorry. They're basically going to support him. But yeah, I mean, like, fundamentally, can I lose you?
Uh-oh. I lost him. I didn't kick him. That's all right. It wasn't going anywhere. It's bleak. Oh, we'll give him a chance to finish up and then. Sorry, man. Yeah, I didn't kick you. I think you just dropped there accidentally.
No, it was me. I was picking up my dog and I had the thing.
He sounds like he's ready to go outside. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, no, I was letting both of them out.
My dog sounds the same way when it's time to leave her out.
But
I'll let you wrap up, and then I'm gonna go back.
For sure, do your thing. Look, like I don't think we should put our trust in men in the sense that I think some of the Trump cultists do. Like, hey, we could have a perfidious leader. We could have someone who betrays us, right? But I think fundamentally the world is controlled, or nations are controlled by powerful men. So like what we can hope for is for our guys, for our oligarchs to be in power and to push our will, right? The will of the American people.
I just think it's an anti-Christian perspective as far as I'm saying, and I think that it's a tough sell. It'd be like saying, let's push the persecution of Christians because that'll make people stronger Christians. I don't think that's a good thing to do, right? And like as far as I'm concerned, it's very. What if you're wrong? You're so certain. What if you're wrong? And it's like, oh, geez, we could see in a crystal ball. And actually, if Republicans won incrementally, things were going to get better and better. And it wasn't going to require like this civil war and gross amounts of bloodshed. But hey, man, dudes like you were so certain that you intentionally told us that we needed to cut off our nose to spite our face and bring in millions of people to displace us. That way it would wake us up and get us angry. And it turns out we're fucked. And now there's millions of people that don't like us. And there's nothing we could do.
Yeah.
You're asking us to take
something we're thinking.
You're asking us to take a huge leap of faith. And again, when your prescription involves intentionally put into the power the people that openly declare they hate you, that's a tough sell. And well, because I think that it'll make us stronger. Not like that. No, I know. And I think things are getting better with them. I think what you're doing is you're talking about like some Republicans that granted are in positions of power that are stymieing things. But I think ultimately things are trending way better on a lot of these issues than they were in just the last two presidential administrations. So, the last two non-Trump ones, in my opinion. So I mean, it's to just give up when we see things are trending in the right direction on many of the issues that are important to us. I think it's just, I don't understand it. I just don't, But hey, I do appreciate the call, though.
Man, thanks.
Now listen, go hang out with the dogs. It sounded like they wanted you with them. So
yeah, I can go to sleep. Hey, have a good one. Thanks for doing stuff.
No problem. Thank you, man. Yep. I don't know, man. Such a depressing attitude, right? No, I respect. To be honest, he seemed like a decent guy. But, man, it's just so depressing. I can't imagine going through life like that. Just super black-pilled like that, man. I just don't get it. Yeah, I didn't think he was an asshole. He was black. He's polite. Maybe he's devious. I don't know. All I could do is I try my best, unless I have evidence of the contrary, to treat people as stated, All right. Well, I am glad someone called in. It was nice. Let's see what we got. We got, holy piss. The great Jason Malgren, $33 says, I got you, Roberto. Thank you. And then look at this, Chad. Another 100 says, never black pill, never Chaseberg, never go full artard, never give up, never surrender, not one step back. Yep. That's my motto as well. I'm not going to black pill. I actually kind of love life. I really do. It's easy for me, though, because I ended up with an incredible woman and an incredible son. And my parents are pretty damn cool. And my wife's parents are pretty damn cool. And my town's pretty cool. And I know not everyone has that. And it might come across as glib to say, oh, things are good for me. I know it's not like that for everyone. Things haven't always been good for me. But I've never had it down that bad. And I know a lot of people have had things worse than me. And I try to keep that in perspective, Like, I worked with these guys with thoughts of, there's a real fucking tough lot in life, I worked with dudes that had seizures nonstop. Their eyes constantly, they couldn't even see straight. Their eyes were so bouncing around with no family, no one that cared for them. And some of those people I worked with that you legitimately, they were born with really debilitating illnesses, like to the point where they need round the clock care. And some of them are some of the happiest people you ever meet. So for me, I think it helps puts things in perspective where it's like, I'm not going to give up. They didn't give up, you know? And if they could have a fun, happy life, you know, who am I to piss and moan and just throw up my hands and say, well, that's it. There's nothing I could do, you know? So I don't know. I guess that's sort of painted my thoughts on this, but Intel Wild, $30 says, Rob, care to talk on the Enes Kanter Freedom WNBA drama going on? Yeah, I showed it earlier. Than what have men and women's sports, but now the WNBA is fighting back. Maybe if he was black, it would be okay. Just asking. I think Enes Kanter is black. He's just a light-skinned black guy, if I remember. I could be wrong about that. Enes Kanter's black, right? He's just a light-skinned black guy. Yeah, it's funny, though. They can't decide what a woman is. They're like, oh, sure, trans should be allowed in. Then when one says, okay, I'm trans, they're like, no. Old Joe, $10 says, Rob, the abortion stat is misleading. Surgical abortions are down significantly. Abortion pill, etc. has increased, but these things can't be used late term. Overturning Roe v. Wade was huge. Thank you, Old Joe. I did not know that. Thank you. And we already had Jason's $50 there. Thank you. And then Intel Wild, $50 says, Rob, go back and watch the video. Trump was asked about Charlie. It's obvious to me there was noise from the background. He didn't correctly hear the question. I think you're right. I answered. I think Trump really did like Charlie. I do. And Jason Mulgren, $10 says he wants to see ground to China and Russia. Does he read Alexander Dugin? And then he says, ask him about Alexander Dugin. Thank you for the 50. I'm sorry I didn't see that chat. I should have asked him. I do apologize. I also don't know Alexander Dugin, though. Intel Wild, $50 says, white people are great. I agree. I think we're fucking awesome. Rook and Reserve, $5 says, this guy's pissing me off. Depressing listening to this kind of view. Love you, Rob. I hope this isn't the view of a good amount of people right now. Me too. I think it's not. I think that there's an outsourced portion of these people on the online spaces, so we see more of it. But Intel Wild, $5 says, I'll donate to your friend, Rob. I hope he's doing better. It goes to a better place someday. Thank you. It means a lot. And then Primal Loki, $10 says, I too once worked in a robot insane asylum, but alas, my time is over. In all seriousness, here's a couple. Take your friend and have a coffee. We're going out for Chinese food Tuesday.
Rob, do you have a link for him?
For who?
Or is it like for the Give Send Go for your buddy?
Oh, no, there's no Give Send Go.
Oh.
It's not a financial thing.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go live after this because we have the dripping special. We finished it early. And half of what I get there, I'll send your way for that.
No. It's not a financial thing.
Okay.
It is not. It is. He
Okay.
is.
Well, I was trying to help.
I appreciate it. It is not a financial thing. It is. I should probably behave about this. The staff that he was comfortable with is no longer there, in addition to significant health challenges he's facing. So now he has to face those health challenges with staff that he doesn't know. But money won't change that. It won't change the situation whatsoever.
I just wanted to help.
No problem. I get it. I appreciate it, but no, it's not a financial thing at all. It's health issues that money wouldn't change, and a staffing issue that money's also not going to change. But it's very difficult. When I left, I was with him for 14 years, and when I left, it was a big blow to him. It's still something that I struggle with. Because I was there with him to every doctor appointment except one in 14 years. So you're talking at least one doctor appointment every 2 weeks. And so I knew a lot about him. And unfortunately, when I had to move on, he was having some health issues. And but my buddy was left there that had been there with him for years. And me and my buddy worked that house, just the two of us, for like 3 years. So we were there 80-something hours a week, each of us. And I knew I was leaving him in good hands. And unfortunately, through things outside my control, that guy's moving on to a different job. And it's going to be very difficult. But I have to be careful what I say because there are medical privacy laws and things of that nature. So I don't want to go into too many details. But I assure you it is not a money situation. Now, I will say that I'm about to take 60 of the dollars I get here tonight, and we're going out for Chinese food Tuesday, because when I go out with them, I make sure that I always pay for everything. Can I visit? I don't know. I could when my friend was staff. So I'm trying to ingratiate myself to the new staff. That way they don't have a problem with me going and visiting. But I was going every 2 weeks and visiting. So I'm hoping that's part of me hoping that this works out well. I have to talk to the company, the family, the staff, and see if I'm still welcome to go visit. Is what's going on. So, state of things, $10 said, did this idiot forget traitor as a word? Fucking hell. Darth Moz says, we rate an Avarice after this? Yeah, why not? Absolutely. If you guys
I appreciate the love.
Yeah, if you're not subscribed, if you didn't know, Avarice actually has a channel. He's doing quite well too, man. And he generously streams when I'm not streaming, which is nice. That means I could watch.
Yeah, well, I stream in the morning, usually Friday and Saturday morning, because there was nobody there, and I got tired, and my coffee crew ended up not being coffee crew anymore. I was like, well, I need someone to talk to anyways, so I'll just make a show.
Listen, do you have your raid notifications a lot? Or
I do. Yes, I have it turned on because I messed up once. So I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna go live right now, and then I'll hit it for it. So
should show up on. Okay, you just go live now, and then I got whip songs to play anyways, but we're not raiding yet. So I owed one more, but I think I owe 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 more. Plus, so I have 5 more. Five more. Shit. I just dropped a pencil. That's no good. All right, let's keep playing these stupid songs. Yippee! Is there an I'm speaking whip song yet? It's a Black Southern Church Choir one. Oh, mariachi. Hey! All right. I'm going to try to sneak this motherfucker in. Hopefully he doesn't come back and we just make it through this.
There's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, left, right, left, right, left.
I can still come up like this, bro. Left, right. I may have been blind when I came back for this song.
March all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Spear fingers, Rob. Give him the spear fingers to end it. Yeah, give him the spear fingers.
Horrible. Thought I could sneak it through there. Wait, Boggs, $20 for the community whip. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Wade. Darth Moz, $5 says, I picture Avers falling down the steps, pants around his ankles, TP dangling, trying to get back. Thank you. Joseph Romano. Thank you for the 10. 90s alt psychedelic rock. Amazing.
There's a way, where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a will. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a whip. Left, right, left, right. Where there's a whip, there's a whip. Left, left, right. Crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and morning on. We're gonna march all day and night and morning. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Yeah, nice. Oh man. When did this become the thing? When did this become it? Is there another stream tonight? Not for me. Oh, piss. This is another one that doesn't count.
But
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war, but today, but the Lord of the Last is nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day, way, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a way. A cricket matches, baby, the minds will walk through day and night and more. For we are the slaves of our dark Lord's war.
Boo! Man of AI, or Man of Al Zut. There we go. $5 says, new to the channel. I'm a caregiver too. This encourages me to enter the debate sphere officially. Thank you, Rob. You're inspiring. Thank you. Sorry you have to watch this stupid whip song. Oh, man, jazz. But yeah, man, if you have the temperament for it, both debate, I love debate, and I also loved doing the home health care with adults with disabilities. I really did. What did I do to deserve this? I hate this song.
Whip. There's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day. All day, all day. Where there's a will, there's a way. Oh, 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 oh. Where there's a way, there's a way. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march you day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Darth Maul, thanks. 15 months. Wolf Jazz Whip's the best. You people are horrible. Thank you. Jason Mulgren, $20, has been looking for a Catholic parish in San Diego and finally found one this morning. Congrats! Old church, reverent liturgy, preaching that stays on scripture and doctrine. The greatest country in history, loving family, best life. That's awesome, man. Congrats. I like my church too. I'm not officially Catholic yet because I want to try and going to an Orthodox liturgy or two before. But I really enjoy the church I go to. Dreidel again.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Hey! Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 A crack on the back says we are gonna fight. We are gonna march all day and night and more. are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Oh, 80s hard rock anthem. Well, it sounds wonderful. Let's hear how it works. Oh, yeah.
Well, there's a will, there's a way. Well, there's a will, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day. All day, all day. Well, there's a will, there's a way. Well, there's a will, there's a way, there's a way, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left. Well, there's a will, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Well, there's a will, there's a way. Well, there's a will, there's a way.
Oh, man. What do you think? Were you guys jamming? Was that a good one? What do you think? I gotta check something real quick. Marathon congratulatory. Yeah. That sounds... Who comes up with this shit?
There's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today. For the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A
2 more. I know it's going to be horrible. I just feel it. Motherfuckers.
A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night, and for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
It's still going. Over on Rumble Beakster. Front bastard. Thank you so much. $150 says we were promised the one true whip song 300 years ago.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay.
fingers. Spare fingers, Rob. Thanks my chat. You can thank my chat.
Johan Devil Dog. Sweating the oldies. Thanks for the I'm sweating all right. Fucking shit. 3 more. Jeez. Almost as bad.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Land says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Says we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Horrible.
Where there's a way, where there's a whip, where there's a way.
Last one. They're really getting to me tonight. I don't know why. All right. New metal. Why not?
There's a way! There's a way! There's a way! Where there's a whip, where there's a way, where there's a whip, where there's a way, where there's a whip, there's a way, where there's a whip, left, right, left, right, 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 where there's a whip. There's a way! Where there's a whip! There's a way! We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Last says nay, nay, nay! We gotta march all day, all day, all day! Where there's a whip! There's a way! Where there's a whip! Wait, wait! There's a way! Where there's a whip! Wait, wait! There's a way! Where there's a whip! Right, left, right, left, right, left! There's a web, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. The back says we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night and marvel. We are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. There's a will with a will, with a will. There's a way. There's a will with a will. There's a way. Whoa, it's a whip, right, left, right, left, right, left. But there's a whip, right, left, right, left, right, where there's we're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Well, I think we've come to the end of the night. We made it. We plowed through. We did it. Thank you to everyone over on Rumble. Thank you on YouTube. Thanks to my friend Avarice. We're going to raid over to him. My editor, Black Elk. All of my tremendous moderators. SItch and Adam for having me on today. Appreciate that. I really do. But most of all, I want to make sure that I'm thanking Jews. Now I'm good. Now I'm speaking the truth. There we go. All right. It's been a good day. Tomorrow, I think I'm taking my son to see the Paw Patrol movie. They apparently are on a dinosaur island. He's very excited. Then I have the debate. I think it's at 9 p.m. Eastern with Tim Gordon on, basically if Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Oh, look at this. Alexander, 7:33. You got that experimental jazz clip? I have one. Candy, 5 months member, says Paw Patrol on the double. Yeah. He loves the Paw Patrol, man. It's not bad. So, We didn't even get to 1% of our goal. That's horrible. That's terrible. It's really been a tough week. A modest goal, $300,000. That's very modest. Oh, the creamy drums. I don't know where that's at. It's somewhere. I haven't, but you like that one, do you? I don't know. Too much fucking Tyler Robinson shit in my feed to find it. Here. This is what you're wanting. I think I found it. You want this guy. This cracks me up.
Those cats are swinging. The best part is when it doesn't sound like music. Oh, that bass is just nice and creamy, isn't it? The honesty of those drums is just astounding.
That guy makes me laugh. All right. All right. We're raiding over to Avarice. Thank you for your support, everyone, tonight. Look. It was a fun night. We had a fun show. But just take a moment. Think about Charlie Kirk, how he was assassinated, how the left mocked him for it. Now how many people are played that clip of Baron Coleman today. Well, if he talked about Candace, he's a liar, and it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. So just take a moment and say a prayer for him and his family. And don't forget what the stakes are. So I'll see you all tomorrow for the debate around 9 p.m. Eastern. As always, everyone, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.